Uh-oh. A few seconds late. Sorry, in the middle of a chat. What is up? Thank you, Pesty, for subbing to the channel. 23 months. God damn. Thank you very much, sir. You like the new shirt, guys? Don't worry. No. no. I'm not sponsored by them. Actually, I have a sponsorship coming in from something to keep my belly full so that I actually fill this shirt out quite nicely. Because I was talking with them the last few weeks. I was kind of curious. I was intrigued. I definitely wanted to try their products. But hold on, let me actually know there. And we came to a little agreement. They've sent me a care package for me to try. Let me go get them. Should I get them? Do you guys want to see it? Should we leave the music playing in the background? It's very nice and ambient, isn't it? So, I got the package right here, actually. Ugh, I gotta be careful, actually. I don't want to dox myself. Ugh. Oh. Okay, this is crappy levels of production. Let me fix this. I have studio lights for a reason. I should put those on. My apologies. There is no green screen. We're in the Magical Kingdom. The Magical Kingdom with goodies. You guys ready for this? So, this month, we are going to be partnering with... Drum roll, please. It's not about the peanut butter only. But Protein Works. This is one of many things we got from them. So, we've got some peanut butter. I never really... Okay, full admission here. I really don't think I've ever had peanut butter before. Because when I was young, my parents were worried I might have a nut allergy. I didn't. But so that's going to be a new experience. But we got plenty more in here. They have sent me a bunch of the protein bars, cookies and cream flavored. So these actually... It's going to be pretty nice to snack on. But let me explain actually the big reason why I was really sold on this. Is like I was looking for something to get more games cast and less time just sitting and munching in the background. And this helps with it because actually what they do, what Protein Works is all about, are these meal replacements. So I've got a bunch of these here actually. They come in 8 servings. So you put about 60 grams in about 350 milliliters of water, and that will give you a nice shake. In fact, I prepped one ahead of time of showing you. So here we go. This is... Do you guys want to take a guess, right? If I told you it's one of my favorite things, which is why I'm pretty confident I'm going to like this, and it's going to be a blind test we're going to do in a second. So this flavor, which I'm going to be trying today, Blueberry Cheesecake Riot. You guys see that? Actually, that's not coming too badly on the camera. So the whole idea is you take 1.5 scoops of this and you put it in 350 milliliters and then you shake and bake Mother Ducker. But they've sent me a bunch of different flavors. So they've also sent me Millionaire Shortbread. I'm excited for that. I'm actually a big lover of shortbread. You can tell by my belly over Christmas. And then we've also got the White Chocolate Raspberry Swirl. Guys, if it's not blueberry, it's raspberry. Those are my 2 favorites. So this is already a jackpot. The curious one is going to be the final one, which is the Speculoos Biscuit Heaven. But who doesn't like some biscuits? These are only a few of many flavors they have. They also sent me these to try. There's the Super Greens. I noticed a bunch of people have been talking about these recently in different brands. We're going to be trying theirs. The way these work is that you put 12 grams in about 300 milliliters, and it has 20 servings, and we've got apple and lemon twist. That's kind of funky. That's kind of cool, actually. I like apple. So that might be a big... boom boy hit. They also have sent me some new tropics. That one might be a little bit of a hit or miss for me because I'm just not a cherry fan, so that's more on me. But considering it's a wide range and they're ticking so many boxes for a person like me that's usually considered to be a fussy eater, although I've come out of my shell more recently, that's pretty cool. So what we're going to do now is we've got the Blueberry Cheesecake Riot today. Let me get the box out of the way. And I'm going to do something dangerous here, guys. This is very dangerous what I'm about to do. Do you know what I'm about to do? Something that people would never recommend because I've done it on a broadcast before and it can end terribly. It's a blind taste test. I haven't sampled this at all before. I just prepped it because I didn't want you guys to have to wait for me to walk away. Because one big selling point for me, you know when I'm like, I need to go for a 5-minute snack break? This is going to solve that. While I still look to probably, hop off for a meal 6 or 7 hours in a stream, in most cases, it might be actually instead, let's say I'm going to do a 7-hour stream, I might be just like, let's just power them through because I've got this. But it will stop those little snack breaks that happen at hour 2 or 3 or whatever. This is going to help me power through. So this is the Blueberry Cheesecake Riot. Let's give this a try. Oh, you got to silence the music so you can just hear me Because if you have the music, right? If you gag or whatever, the music covers it. This is to make sure I definitely like it. That's actually pretty good. You can taste the blueberry, but it actually does have kind of a cheesecakey taste to it as well. Like, I'm impressed by that. I thought that was just going to be kind of blueberry-esque, right? But I think calling it cheesecake is right, because obviously with these type of shakes, because this is a meal replacement, by the way, it's not just a protein shake. It's not for you bench pressing your mum, right? Like, I don't know why you bench pressing your mum. It's not for you bench pressing the dogs that have been gaffer taped to a pole or whatever you're doing to get your muscle gain up, right? It has that. Actually has a pretty good amount of protein in there. But it's also just if you want meal replacements. That's what these are all about. So I'm really impressed by that. That's really cool. I wasn't expecting that type of flavor profile. Yeah, that actually works really well. Okay, that's cool. I can work with that. So, guys, if you want to try these yourself, by the way, I will be trying these throughout the month. Obviously, we're going on holiday halfway through the month, but when I come back, I'll be back on these. I've got so many different flavors, dude. I'm excited, especially for the raspberry and white chocolate as well. Like, that flavor and the blueberry ones are the ones that have got me punching at the gear. But big shout out to Protein Works for sponsoring us this month to check out this product. It's a big thumbs up for me. Definitely enjoying it already, just 2 sips in. If you guys want to get your hands on these, if you're thinking about it, if you're watching over the month, you're like, oh, KP actually legitimately seems to really be engaged with these. If I'm starting to sell you, if I'm starting to convert you, make sure you use that code. Henry already hit on it. Exclamation mark Protein Works. We'll bump it up in the chat. Use Killer Pigeon as a code at checkout to get 10% off what you buy there. What are the main ingredients? Happy to quickly go through that. So main ingredients. So you've got protein blend, which is kind of a given. Some milk protein concentrate. You've got micellar casein, which is like a form of milk. Oats. Maltodextrin. And then, of course, you got your vitamins mix. Things like potassium citrate, sodium chloride. Yeah. I think there's also green tea extract in these, if I remember correctly. There's a little bit of caffeine in them, maybe. They do use, it has got green tea extract in here. But I don't think it's like a huge amount that measures in terms of caffeine. But per serving, you're going to get 24 grams of protein, 3.9 grams of fibers, 2.5 of sugar, right? So it's not just sugar-free. Actually, like someone's going to be like, oh, sugar. No, actually, calm down. That's a good thing. Usually when something says it's 0 sugar, that's actually worse because what it means is they're replacing it with a kind of fake sugar element, which usually is actually less healthy than sugar. You've got 24 grams of carbohydrates, 0.8 grams of saturated fat, and only 1.9 grams of fat. And in terms of calorie dosage, that's going to be 890 calories. So that's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good ratio overall. Anyone who's trying to watch their weight, that's actually a good way of doing it. Because you get your calorie haul, but you won't be loading up on too much saturated fat and sugar. Because those are the two ways that you get chunky. Actually, like a big misconception is that saturated fat will get you chunky. It's actually not. It's the thing that will really fatten you up, like no tomorrow, is getting a lot of sugar in your diet. But yeah, they're going to be with us throughout the month. They are going to have a little widget that's going to pop up on screen every once in a while to remind you. Let me know about the placement because I'm going to be in the cast sometimes and I've tested the placement. I think it's where it needs to be, but if it needs to be shifted a bit, I definitely trust you guys to be honest about that. I think it should be popping up soon, probably in the next 10, 15 minutes. So let me know about that. I'll resize it. We'll rejig it. We'll get it where we need to get it so that it fits nicely into the overlays as we cast throughout the week. I just realized that I kept Core up for that whole thing. God damn it, Core, you're not part of this segment. But yes, that's really cool though. 83 units are drinking this. That's why they march so fast. I know, right? Lean, mean killer machines. And if you want to be one, Protein Works. That's cool though, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie. When you do one of those blind taste tests, that can go one or two ways, right? Like, because I knew blueberry, if there's any flavor that I should like, it would be blueberry straight away, and I was really impressed. Because, like, the reality of what could happen there is that I could have, like, huh, and then all of a sudden I'm going to be sending a message to the sponsor and be like, I don't think this is the right fit. But I'm glad it's the right fit. You know me, guys. I don't want to bring you products that I'm not interested in or that I don't think you'd be interested in. So I think this will help some people, because the reality is, like, how many times do you just want to game more, but you have to get off to go and make a meal, right? Oh, look at this. I have some cold water. I put a scoop in. I shake. and I sit down and play the game more. Boom, so much quicker. But yes, so guys, we are going to be casting a bunch of different players on the ladder today. Big announcement coming out. It looks like we have actually got a tournament happening on Saturday. So I actually have something else for you guys to do. I've put up a poll. I'm trusting your authenticity in voting this poll. I'm trying to gauge what people would like to have watched on the weekend. Because originally we were going to do the show match, and I talked to the show match organizer. They said, we can't move the date, but we understand if you want to do the other tournament instead. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be checking with you guys. Obviously, the original plan was to do Voldemar versus Elyon, but it turns out that while Voldemar Elyon is going on, at the exact same time on the weekend, there's a tournament starting. There's going to have Louis MT versus Luciferon. It's going to have Anatan versus Kiljardi, Dumi versus Zertin, right? Beastie's playing in it. Whams, I think, is playing in it. Puppy Paw is playing in it. So I wanted to put the ball in your guys' court to see what you want to have cast. If you guys want the show match, what will happen is we'll do the show match, and then we'll try and hop in where we can to the other tournament, but obviously it'll be halfway through. So it really was whether people want the full picture. You will still get both in the end, because you know me, on Mondays, I always catch up and always cast. And there we go. Okay, so that placement's not too bad. I'm going to shift that a little bit. Can we maybe get that up there? Do you guys like it up there? I was thinking about this. I think it's perfect there, right? Yes, look at that. That's a beaut. Boom. A little bit weird with the size changes, but I think it works perfectly there. Awesome. Let me know about that in-game, by the way, because there's a different style in-game, but I've tried to adjust it to where the UI for the game is, so that it doesn't just like full-on get in the way for you guys when you're watching the game, but it's there to remind you to check out the product. But there you go. There's the code now. That's me telling you about it. Boom. Definitely not using AI for that. What, dude? AI, like, they don't require money. You buy an intern, they want to get paid. You buy ChatGPT, easy peasy. But anyway, what we'll be doing is we're going to start off with Beastie versus... I think we're going to go for Beastie versus Gully. Yo, what is up, Henero? My boy. Wait, why is it not saying it out loud? Dude, I thought I was going to read that out. That was going to be pure gold. My boy Henero. If you guys aren't familiar with Henero, Henero is incredible. They actually create some of the mods that people liked in the community. You guys might remember Mongol Royale. Fingers crossed we'll be seeing more from Henero soon in the future. My goal is to try and help reboom the modding community as best I can. And I know if that happens, he'll be an integral part of it. So, let me update the stream name. I don't know if that did. I just realized I've gone literally 140 characters long. That probably looks super spammy, but whatever. We'll roll with it. Okay, fantastic. So let me... Wait, why has the music stopped? The music never stops in this house. Whoop, whoop. So let me actually get the game open, and we can get to it. We get free time? Yeah, fingers crossed, my friend. Fingers crossed. Dude, look at all these people achieving watch streaks. I saw BritBoy with the 7 in a row. Now, I never die. I never tune out to the stream more like 15 streams in a row. I still think the record, if I'm not mistaken, either lies with Emma or Crackety. I think Emma missed one recently, though. I can't believe it, dude. Like, I can't... The person I say is the love of my life, and she doesn't turn up to every stream. Outrageous. But I think Crackety, I don't know if he's still got it going. He hit like a 30 stream watch streak, which is wild. And by the way, Crackety has like a day job. You remember when like I asked Core why he doesn't tune in? And he's like, I have a job. What's your excuse now, Core? Need to be careful, actually. There's some condensation on the side. I'm flicking everywhere. Dude, I'm excited for this. This is great. God damn. I think I'm going to have a very fun month of liquid foods. That's all I'll say. No problem, boy. Yesterday was a free day for Germany. Oh, so what you're saying is Core would have definitely 100% tuned into my stream if I just like streamed yesterday, right? Nah. He wouldn't have liked that that day since Core lost 1 because I don't think it's been updated. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be 5 or 6 now. Might be 6. Okay, I'm going to hide it for a while. As long as he doesn't be rude to me. Because that's why we had to teach the boy a lesson. You know, you can't just be rude. Alright, so let me get the first game of the day up and ready because we're going to be doing some Gully Deckle versus Beastie. You guys know Gully, right? You remember Gully. That guy? The one that got clown card in the show match? Oh man, I felt so bad for him. Yeah, I think we learned some lessons with that. Like, we were just dissecting some of it behind the scenes. I think next time we'll, like, for a show match, I actually think, so for proper series in a tournament, I really like the ban, pick, ban, pick, ban, pick sort of phase thing, right? And then a redraft halfway through. For a show match, I actually think it might make more sense to, with that style anyway, where you're changing, like you're definitely redrafting every time, do a ban, pick some, and then snipe sort of thing. So we'll figure those out. It's a learning experience, right? Like, we've been hosting our first show matches here. It's not like we've been doing this for years with Navy 4, so. Okay, sorry. Just had to type something out. I'm getting some POV. So, let me grab the first game of the day. I'm trying to remember what Beastie called himself now. He's called Green right now, right? I think he's called himself Green. Let me have a look. Actually, you know what? I'm going to spin it up today. Dude, this is actually why I love working with Gunnar and all the, like, glasses that I can get sent over time. Is I just like having all these different styles. I don't know what. I'm kind of curious. Like, do people have a preferred glasses that I wear now? Because I don't know. Is this going to be one of those things like when you see someone take their glasses off the first time? Because I have actually been wearing these non-stop for like, I think, well, bar when we're wearing the Fallout ones occasionally, it's months, right? Same with these, the Fallout ones. Because I'm waiting on a response from my Gunner guy, but I want to get sent these in a prescription form. Don't know if I want to go, like, I don't know. Do you guys think it should be clear tin or like this? So should it be like the red ones that I wear in terms of tin, or do you think I should actually have some orange ones next? Oh. All right, there we go. I never ask you guys. They make me look like $1 million poker player. Okay, so I'm going back to these ones. All right, let me get these ones on, then we'll get into game. So I think goal will be to be live for like probably, I don't know, let's go for 6 hours today, maybe 6-7 hours at least. That'd be good. We'll play it. You know what we'll do? We'll play it by farm or whatever, because we are going to be live tomorrow and live on Saturday, and I have a feeling Saturday is at least going to be like probably an 8-hour stream. These look more gamery, you think? I mean, that kind of fits, considering, like, Gunners are designed for gamers, right? Kind of fits. Oh, you mean... Oh, sorry, you mean the Fallout ones. The other ones, yeah? Yeah, that fits. You know, the Fallout lenses. That's why. Should we get ready to go, though? Game number 1. All right, guys. So I think in either 5 or 6 minutes or... And wait, where is my... We're missing the team score. Oh, no, sorry, the score. Give me a sec, guys. The trim seems to be missing. Oh, that's why I needed to update the trim. Apologies, let me do that now. So we're meant to be on that one. Then. But yeah, in about 5 minutes or 20 minutes, there's going to be a pop-in for the Protein Works thing. What would mean the world to me is if someone's ready to screenshot that and then send it to me in my DMs so I can see how it looks, and then I can adjust it for the future games. Because what I don't want is the pop-ups to like be somewhere where you're missing info. That's my goal, is I want them to be nicely integrated. Which I talked to the sponsors with, and they are in agreement that's important. Should we go, though? Let's get to it. First game of the day, and we are starting off strong. Beastie Cutie up against Gully Deckle. You know, the last time we watched this matchup, I think it was Marlians versus HRE. Gully on the HRE, and Beastie was on the Marlians. This time, Beastie, a.k.a. Green, why are you so mad? Is going to be playing as the French and the teal, and Gully is going to be going for the pink Marlians. Gully plays a lot of Marlians at the moment, actually, guys. You may notice Gully from some of our show matches, some of our free-for-alls. You may also know him as a disgusting, filthy HRE picker. Well, after getting 100% win rate of HRE, he decided to diversify a bit. And I've got to say, it's been a mixed bag for him, especially considering that he seems to be playing a lot of the Malians that I really don't consider to be a strong Civ right now. What I would say is if you're grinding on the ladder and you're playing blind into people, one positive I do see with the Malians is that compared to some other Civs, their counters are less harsh at the moment, but they don't really have any overwhelming power compared to the top picks like the HRE, the Byzantines, the Chinese. And in a lot of ways, they remain quite a predictable Civ. They do the same build over and over again, right? They'll play a little bit of feudal if they have to, but any day of the week that you're watching a Malian player, the thought going through their brain is, how many cows can I get in the next minute, and how quickly can I get to Castle Age? And on the other side, he's playing up against a Civ that's going to try to distract him from that cow detail, right? The French are definitely an aggro-focused Civ when we see them time and time again, even with the multi-TC builds in the current meta. And this is an aggressive start. Check this. We got the double scout opener coming out from Beastie. And it hasn't really paid off, guys. He's got 12 sheep compared to 12. This is atrocious, but it will get a little bit better. Beastie has still got a haul of sheep in the corner here, actually. I think there's 4 over here. And then on top of that, he probably has 1 or 2 left. So it's going to be between a 4 and a 6 sheep advantage. The problem with that is that's not a grand advantage for someone that went double scout. But the reason why Beastie done this is likely due to some new creeping builds from the Malians. And one of those builds is actually for them to go for some early Sofas and feudal. So if you're playing French and you want to go pocket economy, you get annihilated by Sofas. Sure, Knights can try to defend, but Sofas can just ignore and head straight for the villages. So I think that's part of the thought process for Beastie. And also, let's say it is a castle rush and you can't stop it. All of a sudden, your ability to play on the map is gone. So it's better to just have an economy you don't have to worry about. Because if all your villages are safe at home in an aggro-aggro matchup, then you can put all of your focus on attacking the enemy because they can't attack your economy. Tech Up's coming out. School of Cavalry, Man's Quarry, pretty much everything you'd expect to see here. Gully got a really good spawn, by the way. Double gold vein like this. We talked about how this can be good or bad, right? If your opponent is very aggressive, it's bad because they can just block one location and block all your gold income. So really, this comes down to whether Beastie's going to play greedy or aggressive. We're not seeing him move on the stone yet, which suggests we're going to get initial aggression, and I like that. I approve of that. Your opponent has got 3 gold veins close together. If you don't play aggression, you're letting him get all of his greed for free. And what usually you want to see in this matchup, we've noticed at the moment that the best solution to the Malian Fast Castle, and it's a big part of why it's fallen off the side of a cliff in terms of success, is to rush 2 TC. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see Beastie get a Knight out and then look to go for a TC by the 2nd or 3rd Knight. Because the whole idea there is that you force your opponent to keep investing in army, and if they're investing in army, they're not investing in cow, right? They invest in kill or they invest in cow. They can't easily do both. And by slowing down their castle timing, you're inflating your eco. Now, it might be that Beastie thinks there's value in just playing 1 TC and going all in. Because for most civs, you wouldn't be building an economical advantage. But for the French, remember, over time, they do, as they produce villages quicker than other civs. Marlene's dream of electric cows. I mean, wouldn't that, like, simultaneously kill the creature but also cook it? I mean, it's cruel. Don't do it. But I guess that would be why someone would do it? Efficiency? I don't know. Anyway, first of the Knights coming out, and there it is. As anticipated, the shift across onto the stone line now. So it is going to be the 2 TC build. Likely we're going to see a 4 TC here. I think this is a matchup where you can get away with going for the ball, and that gets you the deer nearby. Or he might just play it safe and go on the full flank. That flank is fairly far out, but it has some extra value in the area. It's got gold, it's got wood. So it's not like you're walking out all the way there to drop a TC just for 2.4k food. He's getting more out of that area. Gully, in the meantime, as anticipated, is going to have to go into the racks. You have to build Spearman here, right? Like, it's going to be French Knights coming your way. If you don't respect it, if you don't block it, you're in for a lot of pain. And the scouts are already proving annoying. I gotta say, like, this is a bit more value than I was anticipating. Is, you know, the sheep haul wasn't crazy, right? Like, we're currently down to 13 sheep on one side and 11 on the other. But what really mattered is with that extra torch, he's able to take out some of these houses. And that's going to frustrate Gully because you're taking away extra economy from him. So I'm wondering if that was a big part of Beastie's thought process here, is that he knew he'd be able to torch buildings more efficiently. Dive in. Nice hit. Okay. And that's another value to having the 2 scouts. You can pull these guys around. That was sick. Well played by Beastie. Now finds himself 2 villagers up as he strikes first blood. Second Rax coming in, but behind this, we know what the true intent of Beastie is. A second TC is going to be a problem for Gully. Gully, who is now going a bit too overzealous in his approach here. I don't like this from Gully. He should be scouting what his opponent is doing. He should understand that this is 2 TC, because if he did understand, he wouldn't be going double Rax plus Blacksmiths here. Solo Rax would be good enough to defend you. This is the type of build from someone that's worried about an all-in, and the Blacksmith detail tells you that he's worried about archers. But we can see that Beastie has no intent of bringing archers out. Instead, he's going to be bringing villagers out for a TC drop on that boar. Yeah, and he times it well, right? Wheelbarrow now complete, so not as much time wasted walking out. Probably going to drop it on the edge of the berries. Actually, you can embed it in the berries here, because remember, you can pull the boar. But it looks like instead, he's going to set off a stab in the face off Boring Boar Face. Remember, he's still got a little bit of wood to gather, which is why he hasn't started building it yet. Yeah, perfectly done. Gully, oh, buddy, no, this is bad. So the issue for Gully right now is he doesn't see more troops coming, so he should be a little bit suspicious right now. He's going to start moving in. But the problem is with the way that he's circling, I mean, he could have went through the short route towards the stone. He would have seen this detail. Instead, I think he's checking the deer. Oh, dear. Well, this is problematic, folks. It means he's going to notice the TC far too late. Even though he's going into Mass Spearman right now, like if he scouted left and ran with these Donzos, he could do some damage, right? He'd be in position. But now he's going to be very late to the party. In a game where he's actually leaning into the feudal player here. Bloomery now being researched. Yeah, I don't really like this approach from Gully. When you've got a scout like this, he needs to be doing a better job of utilizing it, right? Like, he tried, admittedly, and actually, oh, dude, that's even worse. He sees the villagers out here. He's now going to scout the TC. This is the point where I think you have to play feudal. You should be looking to go into Mass Donzos. Keep an eye out for archers if they get added in. They don't, keep spamming spears, and then come for the second TC, right? Because if you have undermesh and you dive this TC with 20, 25 Donzos, you should be capable of taking it out. Especially what Beastie's doing. This is not an ideal comp. Going into the Horseman now. Archery ranges are on the way. Honestly, if I'm Gully, I just do Spim and Sofa. It's a really strong comp. You'd be surprised how good Sofas are at just kind of absorbing the attention of Knights. And Donzos, of course, are a premium spear, right? So they just add in a lot of damage. Not to mention, like, Sofas versus Knights, Sofas will get on top of Archers quicker than than Knights get on top of what? Nothing, because you don't have it, right? I think the worst thing Gully could do here is probably go, yeah, Javs. The issue with going Javs here is I feel like you want something to remove this TC quickly. And getting more torches does that, right? Now you're in a situation where if you go Javs, you're going to have to consider getting either Blacksmiths, Siege Engineering, or you're going to have to get 30 plus torches before you go. March out now. Gully on the way. He has scouted the archery ranges, so it's going to be a triple archery range build. Whew. That is quite the heavy investment into ranged. Okay, Gully did actually cancel the archery range. So I feel better about this, but I don't feel better about what I know is coming, guys. This is a Farimba build. I don't know if there's a reason to go Farimba here. Like, I've noticed this about Malian players for a while now. They're very shy about the idea of playing feudal all-in. But I've seen players that rarely, when they do it, they just dominate with it. You've got a premium army, right? Like, if you think about it, of all the civs in the game, Malians are probably quite easily the most premium feudal age infantry army. Right? Like, I know someone's going to go, oh, it's that KP, HRE. No, that's the premium economy that allows that. But if you think about the quality of units, their spearmen are some of the best in the game. Their javelins, right? No one else has javelins like that. It's insane what you can do with that 1-2 strategy. But the fact that he's going for a fast castle instead is giving over an advantage here. Because now you're going to get Beastie up on economy. He's already up by +10. And the crazy thing is you have to keep in mind, like, usually when you have this 2TC versus Malians, what happens is you at least catch up somewhat with the Fulani. This isn't a Fulani build. This is just Farimba. And Farimba, to me, the problem I'm seeing in this game is your opponent already has 4 production buildings, right? He's kind of at Farimba levels of production value already. The other issue that makes me really hate Farimba now is whenever you do it, you can't play Cav, right? That means this comp is the correct comp. Archers and knights is all you need because your opponent can't scale sofas. They're too expensive without the extra food from the cows. Okay, now I'm getting more confused. Gully is added in 2 archer ranges. I am intensely perplexed by this. Outpost being rushed up. Beastie starting to get dove. We're about to save most of the villagers. So dive comes in, but I mean the problem here is it's not enough torches to take this out, right? He's wasting way too much time chasing one villager. I'm not liking the look of this, folks. 16 villager advantage now for Beastie. Army has eclipsed Gully's, and Gully, after stalling, he's looking to ball, and he's going pretty heavy on the javelin count, and now I'm worried, right? Like, so all of a sudden, you were getting ready with this idea of going for a fast castle. You bailed on it completely, right? And you haven't got anything to show for it. You were just sitting on over 1,000 resources with no decision being made. That's the worst case scenario. Like, I actually did not like the Farimba, but I liked it more than this. Because if Gully had wanted to do this build, he should have just done it from the get-go, right? If he'd been scaling non-stop, BC would have a bigger problem contesting right now. Still Dara's at least on the way home, but you can see Undermesh has been queued up at the exact same time. Archers need to be careful. BC really wants to focus on critical mass here so you can start shutting down javelins quickly. Gully is just trying to get the second layer up, right, which is mass javs. Behind this, Beastie's, weirdly enough, now starting to save up resources, so we might see him try to snake castle. Very dangerous, though, with his current comp. He's not bulked, right? So there's always a risk that if you do this, you're surrendering the second TC. That being said, with walls going up, if they'd gone up, it would have been somewhat free. But even if he now loses this TC, folks, you need to realize that Beastie is 20 villages ahead in a game where Gully doesn't have a single cattle ranch. When was the last time you could say that about a Malian player? Like, when was the last time you saw a top 100 player in AoE4 not build a cattle ranch by 13 minutes? This is a very, very different style of Malians. Lucifer done it a few days ago? I know they'll sometimes do it in competitive, but like, what I want you guys to realize, this isn't Farimba though. Like, this is not Farimba. Look at his resources. Look at his base. There's no value in Farimba. So I get it with Farimba, but this is something completely different. Yeah, this is this is organic vegan Malians. Wait, that's not true, dude. You're a liar. They're eating. Wait, are these synthetic cow? Is that what we're going for? They're ChatGPT controlled cows? All of them? Flash coming in. Gully. The problem here is he's just got too many spears. The archers are getting actually pretty good trades here. And TC's still up, right? Like, this is the big problem. If you're trading military like this, you're getting further and further behind in this game. It's 43 to 64 economy. And look what just happened behind this. Beastie just teched up. I can't believe that. I can't believe he was able to hold that while teching up. Gully, now an age behind, eating synthetic cow with 0 ranches, 15 minutes in a build that is clearly not going to be a Farimba one. It doesn't get more difficult than this. Beastie has the upgrades queued up. It might cost him the TC, but honestly, surrendering the TC now is fine. Like, actually, you don't care. If you have to lose the TC to get the Archer upgrade, absolutely fair. Instead, though, Beastie's being a bit greedy. He's trying to go in. I love the fact Torches just got held like that. So apparently the Donzos dip the javelins in flames and then hold them. That is actually the best torch skip animation in the game. A reason to pick Malians. Actually, this game's quite quickly looking like a reason to pick French. Gully has a clear military advantage, but a disadvantage in quality. This vet upgrade on the archers means they could even potentially contest Javs. Knight upgrade already in, more being queued up. Double monastery drop comes in from Beastie, telling you just how little he's worried about the pressure here. Gully adding in these Musafati. I think he's just worried that maybe it's a meta arm switch. I don't think it needs to be for Beastie though. House is now getting targeted. There's always something ironic about a Malian player burning down someone else's houses. Seeing as everyone always wants to kill theirs. Beastie. Defend his own base. Donzo's going for the charge in. Knight's going to look to wrap around the side on the jabs. Donzos are going to have to reposition, but that means they're not melee mosh pitting into the archers anymore. And that military lead, it kind of feels like it's shrinking a little bit. BC's army's definitely going down. But Gully, remember, his whole army isn't here. It's not 54. It's actually just 38 in this area. So 38 versus 20 isn't as good of a number for you here. He needs to get more troops across here faster. Behind this, Gully is at least ready for a tech up, but this is going to be the... In fairness to him, there is no point doing Fulani, but it's still painful to see a player with 3 Raxes and 3 archery ranges and now 3 stables do this, because none of this is free. At least you can focus on gold, but I see big food issues with this sofa detail especially. And interesting, BT said live that he thought he needed men at arms. Kind of makes sense, right? Like when his army's that much smaller. But I think he made the right call to try to get more knights and archers together. Dive now coming in from Gully though. Beastie not reacting. Oh no, he got distracted from the flank. Wow, that's expensive. Several villages going down. Still 69 versus 52. A nice lead for him at 17 up. I think the mistake here for me from Beastie was double Monastery into a double Monk Pump is a bit greedy. A very expensive investment, right? If it works, it works. But like the reality is it requires Gully to just chill and not send it. I am a little bit worried that Gully's chilling now, though. I think he should be finding extra kill points, not just walking back for techs. Arbitrary now getting added in. Beastie does seem to have survived this wave. The question mark is what's going to happen to the next one. Arbitrary is a very interesting detail here. It's kind of funny, actually, because Arbitrary aren't terrible at dealing with javelins. Because if you Pavis, you have the same range, but you have +5 armor. And although they do get a decent amount of bonus damage, you're offsetting practically all of that if you think of it, right? You get the 5 ranged armor. So you take a bonus 8. So it turns into a bonus of 3 on a unit that has 2 lower base damage than Arbitrary. And they have the same attack speed. So yeah, not the worst choice. And it guarantees surface will never work. Torch coming in, Gully. A little bit tunnel vision on that building there. Knights are just going to start A-clicking. It looks like they're going to get a flank through on the right side here. Mistakes made. Gully overextending, and with only 10 Donzos here, he's going to lose the jabs. He'll at least trade out for the archers on the back of it, but all of a sudden that number advantage in military has completely evaporated, as Gully will have to leave the base. By the time he gets away from this, is likely to be behind on military population. Definitely behind in quality as well, which is what makes this even more worrisome. The army value doesn't really feel genuine here to me. It probably is right as the javelin count, but where I think he's in trouble here is the knights now coming for Beastie. And the economy that's going to support this as well. Like right now, Gully looks okay because it's just rushing gold. There's going to be gaps down the line to this Farimba push. The tough part is Gully, he went flanking for the resources. That's why that dive was so weak. But the problem is he just wasn't able to find them. He might finally realize the stone being gathered here, but it feels too little too late. Beastie now has 1,200 stone. If Gully doesn't move quickly, this is going to be a keep drop to secure the base. Might even be a keep drop to secure the big resources in the center. Gully, I'm trying to figure out why he stopped going. I guess he's worried about knights attacking his economy, but like he's already walled himself in, right? My big issue here is when you see someone back up like Gully did, it's because you're going for relics. He's not going for relics at all. Instead, Beastie has gone for relics. And boy, is it paying off. 1 already banked, 3 more on the way home. The final one, behind a French wall. Gully once again into the breach. Unfortunately, the bad news has arrived. Castle's being built up, and there's no way he's going to win a fight over this. The melee line's just too small. Javelins are at least going to try to snipe out the villagers, but it's going to come at a price. Donzo count just down to 5. I mean, if the Knights just commit here, they should be able to clean this up. Castle's definitely going to be complete. BC taking the hit for it, but still, being up well over 10 villagers will make him happy, especially now that he's got 3 relics at home. Okay, things just got hard, folks. You're in a game now where you're trying to scale Sofa as the answer, but you have Farimba. On top of that, your opponent now has a castle, discounting all of these production buildings around it. It means Knights, Arbitraire, all these things, notably cheaper, right? Due to the 20% discount. To kind of really remind people how absurd that can seem sometimes. Your Knights basically become the cost of a Keshik, while still being a Knight. And remember, the French got this pretty cool little buff that we haven't seen used yet because French never gets picked. Look at the costs. Can you see a glimpse of that? 810 stone. Keeps are usually 900 stone. But France, in the most recent patch, got a tweak, giving them a 10% discount on these strong buildings. Love to see it being used here as well. Beastie, he gathered a lot of stone. Yeah, okay, there you go. I was about to say, where did it go? So this is a really cool build. A recovery TC after losing the second. I mean, I say recovery, he's still up by over 10 eco. And a keep drop on the front. That's kind of cool because your opponent probably saw you gathering stone, and now that he sees the keep drop, he doesn't suspect a second TC. Which is worrisome for Gully, because it now means he might take this a little bit slower and discover the hard way that he's even further behind. Villagers just trying to rush up the wall. Or at least force a flank a little bit wider here, which should buy time for an army to arrive if need be. And Gully, what's his win condition now? Because you don't want to go into the deep game here. I think you need to break the French sooner rather than later. In the late game, we're talking about an easy Imperial transition with the Guildhall. We're talking about long-term infinite arbitrary spam because of the Guildhall, right? Like, we've seen this with Zhone, and it works similar with the keep drops. Oh, is that right? That might be perfect. Actually, let me... Sorry. Just adjusting our new sponsor. Trade? Trade's an interesting idea. They still haven't fixed the trade taxation for Malians, right? So while trade can be good, it's not insane. And if you're at a point where you're trading, like, surely the French player can do it too. And France aren't bad traders, remember. They've got the Merchants Guilds, which gives them trickling of gold as the traders walk. Ganganel's now coming into play. Might be bad news for Gully. Most of his army is slow-moving. Donzos and Javelins. And he's running out of ways to get in here, right? The wood walls are gradually going up. He has at least got surface at the back, so it seems Gully... I don't think he's worried about trade. I think he's just waiting for BC to forget he's here. The BC doesn't have to care. Red Palace now on the way, and I think that is going to make this impossible for Gully. His economy is far too weak comparatively, and being an age behind as well is a death sentence here. Maybe if you can find a way to break Beastie, but the funny thing I find about the Red Palace is it's almost impossible to deal with unless you stop it from going up. Beastie's going to have to defend this. Gully, the problem is he has to focus the villagers, but if he does that, the archers will win out long term, so you kind of just have to choose your poison, how you want to die. Beastie on point with the micro to drag this back. Mango Knights come around the backside to draw more fire. And that means Red Palace is going to go up. Gully Deckle not able to stop the tech up. And unlikely to be able to play this game anymore. That's going to be it. The eco lead has at least been shrunk, but it's 2 TC behind this. You're an age behind. You've played Farimba. And if you're playing Farimba this deep in, without a substantial lead, you've basically lost. What a balanced landmark. Woo! Cool game between the two. Yes, careful with spoilers, guys. Remember, you may have seen the game, but many people did not. Okay. 1 second, I just need to update. What do you guys think of that sponsor placement, by the way? Because I'm trying to make, like I said, I want to make sure it's balanced, that it has its product placement, but it's not too intrusive. Was that good? I don't think that was... Could it be bigger? Or do you feel like it would get in the way if it was bigger? Like, honest outlook, right? Because obviously a sponsor's happy if they have more product placement. You've just used it? All right. Hell yeah, Brit Boy. What did you get? What are you trying? You going for a small package to begin with? Was there a flavor that got your attention? They've got some cool flavors on there, actually. Like, the ones they sent me are some of the most popular ones. Banana. Ooh, okay. There was an apple flavor, if I remember correctly, right? On one of these. I might be thinking the new Tropics, but I remember something had an apple flavor, and I was like, ooh, that kind of sounds. Yeah, so you went for the banana smooth sundae, right? That is their bestseller. This blueberry cheesecake riot that I've got, I think it's a little bit more, but it is pretty good. Actually, no, correction, guys. Yeah, it's slightly more. It's £1 more. It's pretty good, though. Yo, what is up, Zuby0T? Thank you for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. I'll drink to that. That's fair, Brit Boy. Yeah, so like to explain that to people, it works out at £1.41 a meal for these Protein Works drinks. That's not bad. And then if you go, so that's I think it's, so if you try the 8-meal pack, it's £1.46 a meal. The 1 kilogram is £1.35 a meal, and then the 2 kilograms is like £1.20 a meal. What's the I think like £1.20 is like $1.5, right? It's pretty good, actually. We talked about the value you get, right? Which is like, I think 24 grams of protein, we said. You get a decent amount of calorie intake. I think it's like 800 calories or something like that. It's pretty good. All right, I just realized while I'm doing my sponsored talk, I'm giving Spotify free sponsors. No. So, cool opening game. We've got plenty more to come, though. What I'll do first of all, guys, you know what I like to do at this point. I love to check the ladder live to see if we've got any cheeky gits looming around. Let me double check, because Louis changed his name again. This is Louis, right? Yeah, this is Louis. So Louis in game. He might have a fun one for us. New drops would be good to help gaming. I actually have a different sponsorship potential opportunity I'm talking to on that front. So I'll let you know on that one. I can't really speak to that one because I haven't tried it yet. I did say in the sponsor segment, they sent me a cherry flavor, and that's going to be very hit or miss because I don't do well with cherries. I've noticed this. But there's been some exceptions. Like I actually quite like Cherryade, right? The fizzy drink. So might be good. So Chinese versus Ibits. All right, that's cool. Did I miss anything else in chat? I don't think I did. All right, there we go. Let's get ready to go. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I think the sizing's good. I might resize it a bit again. I'll try to keep an eye out for it. Oh, that's right. We are live with Legends from the Ladders. And we've got two absolute legends here. Team Liquid's Dumu on his Chinese. A civ that I used to consider to be his signature civ, actually. Going up against someone who knows the Chinese inside and out, because actually, like, it makes up their insides and outs, because this is a Chinese player. This is the one and only Louis MT of Team Elephant on the Ibits. We'll be on EGC's Lippany. Nah, I'm kidding. No EGC Lippany. Just Lippany. But in fairness, not the worst generation of Lippany I've seen. The Sacred Sites are a little bit atrocious, but overall that detail shouldn't matter so much in a game mode when neither civ are playing the Delhi. The rest of the map seems to be relatively reasonable from what I've seen here. But Ibits versus Chinese. That's an interesting matchup. Who do I favor here? So Ibits, I think Ibits can be a little bit fast for the Chinese. But then again, I have seen some very interesting builds just involving this idea of playing the 2TC and ignoring the map. It sounds like a negative, a mistake, a recipe for disaster, but if you think about the comps that these two civs build, if you play choke points against, say, Camel Lancers, Spear Mass with Nesta Bees can win out. So I don't think it's impossible for Chinese to win this, but I definitely still favor Ibits because of their timing. That whole idea of scaling into Nesta Bees, Spearman once you reach Castle Age, it's a very slow process, right? You don't just blink and have 15 Nesta Bees. You have to take your time to get there. And usually the issue is, even if a Chinese player can defend their main base, they struggle to defend the resources outside of the base. That's the area where Ibits tend to get the advantage. This game should be opening up with a Desert Raider. Usually the Desert Raider is quite nice because at the moment, most of these Chinese players are going for their Imperial Academy first and then the Barbican afterwards, which means you can block out any aggressive Barbican. For example, one out here on the Deer. A Desert Raider should get there in time to stop. Moment of truth, Louis. Yeah. This wing is going to get nerfed. I will be baffled if we, 3 months from now, sitting here and the Ibid's Desert Raider wing is still what it is. It's far too good. The fact that you just get one of these mobile cavalry units instantly at start of feudal is the problem. Compared to Abbasids, right? Like Abbasids, it seems absurd that I'm saying 1 unit versus 4, the 1 unit is OP, but the difference is that this 1 unit, you keep getting more every 2 minutes, and then on top of that, it's a cav unit, right? An Abbasid military wing unit comp can't arrive as quickly. You can get your own tech up and react in time. Sometimes this Desert Raider comes in so fast, you don't have a defense in place in time, unless you open with outposts. You feel the Chuganu all-in should be good against Ibids? Quite possibly. I find the problem usually with that build is that if you're going for a Chuganu all-in, the Ibid player is getting Castle Age for free. For anyone who wants to make the Chuganu build work, I actually think that the Zhuji are a better answer for that build. Because remember, the difference with the Chinese and the Zhuji is the Chinese don't even pay 600 resources to access Chuganu. Well, that and then the 150 of the racks / archery range, right? But with the Chinese, you have to pay a lot more, right? You have to get the tech twice. So you're paying 1,200 resources to get the chance to build Chuganu. That's insane. When you consider the Zhuji by default, because of Tang Dynasty, get I think it's a 15% discount, which means that they are paying 510 resources and then the 150 wood afterwards. That's a huge difference. I don't care like that China gets Imperial Academy, they get these extra IOs. That's a very big delay to your ramp up. Outpost already going up as well, so in the event there is some aggro, not too much to worry about. Wait, what is it with... we cast Louis the other day playing Jeanne d'Arc on this map, and he got this exact same spawn next to his base. What the f... Our spawn's just now based on whether your name is Louis MT. It's actually a pretty good spawn overall, right? Like, the gold is fairly defendable. This outpost doesn't really feel essential, though. I'd say you could have gone for a short wall, 2 tiles long, and then put the outpost here instead. Because there is always a risk that Dimmu comes in with archers and hits you from the right side. It shouldn't really matter, though. Like, my eyes on this is Chuganu take too long to arrive. And there we go. Barbican goes up. So it looks like he did beat the Desert Raiders to the punchline, but it came at a price, right? He had to pull 7 villages out to get this Barbican up. So you see why it's so critical to get this Desert Raider, right? He's already forced a reaction, and it's going to be worse than that, guys. The looseness of this Barbican. Has he found a line? Okay, maybe not. Well, that is a dead scout. He has at least got the Desert Raider in, though. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't just wrap left side, because he could have been here for free with no difference in time. So a little bit of a whoopsie there coming from Louis. But he might have thought there was a wall there or something. This is problematic, though. Dimmu now has to go and build archers. Because that's the quickest way to get rid of this Desert Raider. Actually, you could go for Horseman instead. He'll probably go Stables. The difficulty with going Stables here is you know your opponent is going fast castles. So if you build Stables, when you eventually get Castle Age, you've now got a building you can't use, right? Because you will not build Lancers into Camel Lancers. People asking about Lenok. What happened to Lenok? I'm not really sure. Lenok he kind of retired from AoE4, right? I don't know what he's doing anymore. I know he was with that Korean team that turned out to be not so legit, from my understanding. There was a very big issue around like the LAN. Well, not so legit might be the wrong word. Basically, they were planning a LAN and it more or less read out like the people coming to watch the LAN were kind of kickstarting the LAN. So that LAN never happened. Sorry, I got to stop using the word LAN around Age of Empires 4. It's not the right time. Second Desert Raider in. And Castle Age about to be triggered. This should be a growth wing. Another reason why I really like Ibids against the Chinese is when Chinese try for this 2TC builds, they kind of screw themselves over because not only did they get blocked out so easily by Desert Raider, they then have this awkward situation where they won't be contesting relics at all. If you get your TC up quickly, theoretically you could wall off the relics, but that's the other reason why the Desert Raider contract is so good. You just have these Desert Raiders camping the relics so that if you walk out to wall them, melee mode activated, and all of a sudden you're dead. You guys know that there's one type of villager that can take on Desert Raiders in the game? There's one type that can actually beat Desert Raiders. Do you know what it is? Gilded Village. No, I'm kidding. It's English villagers. Because Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor, but no ranged armor. So the villager short bows do 5 damage pure, But a villager with a shiv would do 1 damage. It's atrocious how bad villagers are at dealing with Desert Raiders. Horseman to at least get rid of the Raider. Second one could actually have came in there, but now that you see this Horseman, there's no point. If I'm Louis, I'm very happy right now. I've gotten Castle Age for free, right? Your Song Dynasty has built you a small lead, but it's not insane. Like, what Louis has done here is he's constricted the advantage of Dimmu. With Song Dynasty, he's only a few villages up. In fact, this is a deceptive number because remember, Imperial officials aren't villages. So the reality is Dimmu's only about 2.2 villages ahead right now. All of a sudden, look at what's coming in less than a minute. It's going to ramp him up. It's going to put Louis ahead on raw villager economy. And Biz villagers would not do that well against Desert Raiders either, because you're still up against 5 armor. So Biz villagers would get the +2 melee in Feudal, and they get the melee armor. But you're still doing practically no damage, right? And also the difference is it's much easier to maximize DPS with a ranged unit than a melee unit. They can run. Villagers from England can run as well. The difference is I can run away from you and start a step shoot you, right? Outpost up. Dimmu finds out the bad news. Arrowslit's also in, so it hurts just that bit more. Oh, and tech up now complete. So we've got the stables already dropped. Should be a Camel Lancer pump straight away. Dimmu's already given reason with the Horseman arrival. Desert Raiders are going to commit in. The interesting part is if you can force aggro onto scouts, it's really good here. Unfortunately, Louis a little bit subpar on his micro there. Hung around a bit too long with the Desert Raider. The issue I take with what he done there is you could see that Dimmu was just focus firing a unit. So if you pull that unit back, the other ones could wail on them, right? Instead, Louis peeled the unit back just 1 tile and then turned it in again, which is never going to work because Horseman 1.88 movement speed compared to the 1.62. The only way you get an advantage there is if you keep running. Double Dervish on the way. This is such a Louis thing. Interestingly enough, a few more players have started getting back to this. I noticed BC started doing it a lot again. He used to do it quite a bit, but I feel like he took a big break from this type of build. For me, Louis has been the one most consistently for a very long time now, going for the double Mosque Creed. And it's really good in this matchup, right? Like, Dimmu's busy teching up. He can't invest more in Feudal. He knows he can't. Last of the Horsemen look like they're going to go down. First of the Camel Lancers now hitting the field. And Dervish is alongside them. And Dimmu did indeed go 2TC. You have to here. After all that happened there, if you don't go 2TC, you just lose the game, right? Because your eco lead is going to get clipped. So this will at least allow him to catch up, but this is now kind of a hunker down type game. He's going to build in the Spearmen, but the Spearmen aren't going to be able to guard the mid relics. They might be able to guard the safe if it wasn't for the fact that Louis is yoinking those ones first. Correct choice being made by Chinese Kid Prodigy here. He's also got Camel Lancers now marching towards the main. So how does Dimmu now win this? If you can get Imperial Age, right? Like, Dimmu's job now is to survive more than anything else. You're entering the strongest point in the game for the Ibids. They've just got Castle Age pretty quickly. They are going to get 5 relics. They'll likely go for a second TC behind it. But the reality is this is not a civ that functions well in Imperial. Ibids have got a phenomenally large question mark over their in-play. So for Dimmu, it's all about inflate your eco, get the farms up, get Imperial, and then just show how powerful this civ is in the late game. So that puts the pressure in Louis' court. He's going to have to attack. I'm hoping we're going to see, like, say, double ram very quickly here to break the Barbican defense and just start hitting the secondary TC. Because if you do that, Dimmu doesn't really have an answer right now. He's only building spears. He's yet to even queue the first siege weapon. And there's a good reason why he's not, right? Like, with his economy being what it is, if he'd rushed Nesta Bees right at the start of the age, Louis would have just built a Springald. And then you would be up Craps Creek without a paddle. It should also now be Sacred Sites being captured. This is an insane amount of gold being pocketed. It means that even though when you're up against Clock Tower Nesta Bees, Louis could have siege advantage due to the raw amount of gold in his pocket. So Palace Guard being added in is interesting here. I'm not a big fan of Palace Guard being rushed into, just because when you're against Camel Lancers initially, it's rough. Sure, you got the spears, but I think you want mass spears first with Nesta Bees behind, because Palace Guard is a very expensive element to add into your comp. To get value out of it, you have to scale it. To scale it, you're going to need substantially more food than what you currently have. Second Sacred Site locked, third to come. And Ram is now being built up on the right flank by Louis. So it looks like he's trying to break in on the villages first, which is pretty smart. Should pop block Dumu and slow down any scale. It's also playing to the side of the base that's less congested. You don't want these choke points. These choke points are what allow Nesta Bees to always win. So when you play a little bit more wide like this, it's very difficult for Dumu to get maximum damage done with the siege. Behind this second TC now on the way from Louis. So build going exactly as expected here. Third Sacred Site now also being locked in. What's the next comp for Louis? Oh, this is interesting, actually. He's going for the Veterancy on Desert Raiders. I very rarely see that. I don't think he's going to scale Desert Raiders actively. I think his thought process is he's got 2 right now. Over the next few minutes, we'll get several more. The tech will pay for itself. Dervish is also here, so will be assistant seals. And 3 Nesta Bees revealed. 4th one now on the way. 3 Sacred Sites locked in the meantime means there should be enough gold to get some Springles online. In fact, right now, I'd be surprised if Louis doesn't just triple barrel on the TC count, right? Go up to 3, and then add in a few Springles after that to keep your opponent in his base. Dumu definitely starting to stabilize a bit. And definitely benefiting from the extra berry saturation on a map like Lipany. Yes, Dumu may have that eco lead, but that's why you do this. The eco lead isn't as big as you think as well when you consider the gold, right? We're talking about 700 gold income per minute. That's almost 20 villages. And sure, we can talk about the Imperial officials' supervision, but at the same time, the Ibids do have their own little quirk. It's not as good as the supervision, but a 10% gathering rate mitigates that lead to a certain degree as well. Springles now being built into Dumu. Now looking to scale this Palace Guard, but he really needs to start prepping the farms first. The problem with the Palace Guard being scaled this early is, like, if you punch once and it fails, then you just have no food left. The game's over, right? But Dumu, I guess he's playing with confidence here, right? The Nesta Bees count is good enough. The crossbow Palace Guard count will be good enough. Then nothing will stop him. Going from the left side in the meantime. Dumu's going to march the spears over, so this shouldn't really do too much damage. As long as Dumu uses the line formation, you should be able to pinch them here. It's always difficult to get the drop on camels, though, because even if the scout wasn't here, you'd have the extra vision on the camels by default. While the traction is going on the left side, main army is almost ready to start pushing in. Sacred Site is going to get decapped on the right side. One difficulty with what Dumu just done here is he revealed the Palace Guard. And he's intentionally scaling into it, right? So I think it might have got glimpsed early, and that's why he doesn't care. But, you know, you got to be careful about showing your intent there, right? I think it's why you only see a handful. Is if he did reveal those handfuls at his back of his base, because he had 2 at the time, then Louis not going to think much of it. Because what you want to be able to do is get away with adding in 20 Palace Guard here. Because the issue is if you're just spamming Palace Guard and your opponent sees it, he's going to go Camel Lancers. And even these Desert Raiders are actually really good at dealing with Palace Guard. Don't mind us, folks. We're just watching camels mate in the fields. What am I? I didn't want to say it. I was like, Rams, I'm just going to keep saying this going to do Rams. I don't even want to think about it, but it's happening. It's happening a bit early, though. Louis isn't at Golden Age 4, so he doesn't get the discount. These are expensive. Already a Springall poking at him. Nesta Bees coming in. It's incomplete. Louis! This is so awkward! He's going around the back with the Camel Lancers, though, straight onto the siege! Oh my god. He's actually going to get away with this. The Tower of the Sultan can't be fixated on. It's too tanky. So instead, Lancers get around the backside. Nesta Bees all get taken down. He cancels it anyway. So Dumu able to push him away. It looked like for a second there, Louis was going to be able to hold in the area, but instead he has to fold his hand and leave. Even though these archers should have been able to take out the remaining crossbows. Louis says, not worth, I'm out of here. I'll tell you what was not worth. That Tower of the Sultan. 1,000 resources there. I really want you guys to just think about what that could have been. That could have been an extra, what, 7 Ghoulems? Oh my god. Behind this, Dimmu is indeed underway with the granary transition. Already getting Kushki in the back of his base. Meanwhile, Louis is just going to keep playing pocket resources. The upside, at least, is you are playing as a berry sieve on a map that has more berries, right? So your gathering rate is really impressive here. What was not so impressive was that weird giant wooden structure that was being built. I think they were burning an effigy. That must have been what that was. Ooh, Dimmu. Now going for the keep drop, right? Should be, what, between the farms? Or is he going more aggressive? It looks like we're going aggressive here. That's interesting. Yeah, a keep drop to get rid of the Sacred Site win condition. Louis doesn't know about it at all. In fact, by the time he does, it's going to be too late. Remember, that is 33 villages, 33 Chinese villages building a castle. No chance you'd be able to stop this. Camel Lance is also kept out by the villagers, so no getting in there from Louis. I'm getting a bit worried about this game, folks. I mean, the good news, at least, is Louis has shrunk the eco gap. But the bad news is, like, you eventually are looking at Imperial Age, and I'm struggling to see what the big advantage you envision there is. SCB flurries, big hits on the backside, dervishes. They could activate the mass heal right now that would offset half this damage. Instead, he just tanks it, and there we go. Nice trigger. Unfortunately, gets sniped the moment he uses it. So, limited value out of that heal. Maybe enough to break through, though. Louis dispatches the front line, hits the economy behind this. And remember, those are Ghoulems going in that are snowballing because they're up against spears with no armor. It means that they get kills quickly, and that allows them to then get the buffed up damage. So actually a really good fight here from Louis, and all of a sudden, he is now the one with the villager lead. Okay. We have a very peculiar game on our hands now. The Sacred Site is finally going to get a decap. There's no way Louis is going to commit to dive on that again. But all of a sudden, we have a possibility here of Louis trying to play Imp. Dimmu stockpiling a lot of resources, but what worries me is, you know, you need to get more troops out right now after the fight you just had. And as they approach that perfect eco pop cap, keep in mind that is where Louis' real advantage will exist then, right? The relics. That's the thing. You know, like, China can deal with that up to a point. The whole goal with Dimmu in this game was to inflate his eco quickly and then out-tech. But now you have an awkward situation on your hands. Dimmu is clearly trying to find a way out into the next stage. If he makes this choice, it's going to come at a cost. Louis, once again, if at first you don't succeed, give up your failure. No, go, try, and actually, you just keep trying because this probably won't work on its own, but this is a different style of game. Tower of the Sultan coming in. We'll give him that breach on the keep. We'll give him the breach of the Barbican. Dimmu. House Guard crossbow count is at least going up. Golem count inflating now at this point. And oh my god, he's just... I mean, they're only 3 population, guys. 3 population and 800 health, that's OP. Oh wait, guys, this is great. Someone needs to sub to the channel, otherwise I'm going to use follow camera on the Tower of the Sultan. Oh, this is our thing. You know how people have their unique little quirks on their channel? This is mine. Bribe me or I hit T. Who's got prime subs? I'll do it. I love the fact he's even getting greased axles. March now coming in. House Guard crossbows reacting. Oh my god, he's hitting the villagers with this as well. I mean, the Tower of Sultans actually have a lot of range, by the way, guys. 8 tower range total. They're a mobile tower of the Sultan. Yeah, that seems obvious now that I say it. Palace Guard in on the back side of this, but what is this micro? Oh my god, he's chasing for the Springald. Springald found a little bit of value, but not that much. However, In the meantime, the Barbican has been dispatched, and the Tower of the Sultans are still a big problem here. Asgard, I'm going to try to march in. Louis needs to start back. Oh, he animation cancelled there. He didn't finish off the attack. It will burn out in the end, and now the chase is on. 2,000 resources, folks. I asked you the most important worth. If you can kill a farm, mate, no. Oh my god. The only reason that I want to see Tower of the Sultans get built is the giant explosion when they die like that. That's the best part. But hold on a sec. Capture Age debated us. He was going in. What? Oh my god. Dumu just got baited. He needs to win a fight right now. Remember, it only takes 40 seconds to get elite status. So as long as Louis can dodge, he's in good state here. But I don't know if he can get away quick enough. Asgard are going to get cleared up. Crossbows behind this. Nesta Bees are slow to arrive. The Golems in the meantime are just fixated upon him. I don't know if you'll be able to get him though. Even the double strike, right? Moving like this towards the crossbows guarantees the Nesta Bees should survive. Barely 3 HP, but it's living. Archers in the meantime have found the pocket ecos. Dumu is desperate to get more food. The farms simply are not enough. Now the mango's being queued up. Golden Hat upgrades are in. Elite crossbows, elite Golem, and now it's difficult. Dumu, I think he knows it as well. He has to back away. What an incredible play out of Louis. Sneaking into Imperial with the advancement wing like this. This is a big problem. The longer you wait now as Dumu, the worse this gets. You need to find a way up, and you need it soon. Line spreading. You'd think these choke points would actually work for Dumu, but they're about to not. Shutter Triggers just got queued up. We are 40 seconds away from Siege Domination. We might already be there, in fact. Check this. Goes in with a snipe. Only one Nesta Bees left over. Soon to be none. And Dumu has been found again on the stone. Oh, man. Louis is such a frustration in the late game, man. You know, historically, used to put fear on the idea of going against Beastie in the late game, but I feel like Louis has really just taken that title as his own recently. This boy is disgusting and on another level. When you get 25 minutes plus in a game, with this guy on the other side, that's when things start to get shaky. Archers at least be cleared up. Great Wall Gatehouse is now on the way from Ben. Oh, he has to cancel it, though. I can't believe this. He was going for an aggressive Gatehouse. It backfires. Golem's crossbows now marching in. Dumu is going to have to choose somewhere else for the landmarks. He's going to have to do it quickly. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets. He's already starting to lose militarily. Nesta Bees is at least going to be a saving grace against the crossbows, but now the Springal's here. The only upside is that broken wall did just make it harder to kill the Mango, to kill the Nesta Bees rather, but now that it has been removed, this is where it starts to get a little bit spooky, right? Like, the military count has been shrunk on both sides. Dumu chooses to double down on Castle. 15 more Palace Guard on the way. Villagers getting ready for another drop. He's like, well, you're right. Low ground was a mistake, KP. We're going to go up the hill a little bit. So 16 villagers getting him up into Imperial Age. Louis has got a keep drop coming to secure more gold. No Unitex yet, though, is a big problem here, guys. I mean, Golems could have theoretically won this, but you need to get elite army tactics for that to be the case. Springled. Staying alive. The Palace Guard trickle's kind of worrisome as well. Mango should be able to get one more wallop out before it goes down. And a heavy one as well, taking out 4 units. In fact, clutch heals there. Louis keeps both siege weapons alive. Okay, this is sick. I can't believe he's doing this, but finally it's going to end. The Mango does go down. The fact he got that much value out of it, though, is absurd. Castle is now up, so that should reset Dumu. And Dumu, I mean, he's pushing like this before he even has the elite upgrades. How are we 27 minutes into a game? Both players are Imperial Age, and neither has more than 25 military. Okay, let me make it actually scary, though. Look at the hand cannon in the account. Look at how much that less than 25 military is premium. Now, Dumu, if Dumu can actually survive the next few minutes, he will be in control of this game. The reason why Louis looked like he could take the win is because he was an age ahead. Once Dimmu cracked into Imp, this happens. Pyrotechnics. I don't care how good you think you can be when you eventually get your Adabegs. Even if you had that for the extra 20% health, doesn't really compare to an extra 1.5 tower range on a 4 tower range unit. That's almost a 50% increase in effective range. Gullums are looking to march in the back of the base though. Elite Army Tactics is on the way, right? So that's where the Gullums kind of get a little bit insane. They're already hitting for 15 on the first, 21 on the second strike, but then you just add in the fact that with Elite Army Tactics, you go from doing 36 damage to doing, what was it, 43, 44 damage? It's pretty insane. And not to mention the health increase. Boom. 270 HP on this unit. The combined damage output bring them up to 43 in less than a second and a half. Gullums have always done that, Philly. It's you gotta remember the double strike, right? You have to calculate for both. Because it's like having a knight on 2 feet in a weird way, right? Because they do the first strike, second, so like I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's 25 first and then 18 afterwards. Right? Wait, am I getting that right, chat, or is that the way around? Dimmu. Good thing you mentioned the goal, because that's where we're heading. Key drop already here is a problem, though. Bombard is at least on the way to clear that out, but it's going to delay him, and that should buy time for Louis to get more troops over here. I think this is the last Dimmu has? Yeah, this is the last one. So he's got 1k gold left here, and then he needs this Fat Vein. This is good strategic play by Louis. Just setting up on the flank. And it's not that Louis needs the gold, he just knows that Dimmu does. That's why Dimmu is hard committing like this. Bombards plus the Pass Guard do clear the castle. In the meantime, the walls have been cleared though. The Gullums are in on the farms. He's going to keep him in his own base. There's a flank move coming in here. Wait, what? What is going on up here from Dimmu? He tried to sneak the gold, and then for some reason... No, that had to have been a misclick. Was that a miss? I'm trying to figure out why he built a marketplace here. Well, several more villagers going down in the meantime. Villagers are being pushed away on the left side. Dimmu, the only thing he's missing right now is Yuan. If he gets Yuan, this game gets difficult for Louis. Because Louis doesn't have good defenses yet. He's now fixing that. Stonewall's coming in. This is important. You need Stonewalls up when you know you're up against Imp China. Because they are just a stone's throw away from having two-legged cavalry. I'm impressed with what Dimmu's doing here. I mean, if he waited even a minute longer to get on that gold, he'd have problems here, right? Because you have to remember that Louis is going for the premium comp. He's going Han Cantonese. And if you only have 1k gold left, you're not going to be able to mirror him or match him, right? But what Dimmu's done really well in the last minute or so is he's stretching the map wide. He's distracting Louis in multiple locations. This is the value of China at this point in the game. And the crazy part is he's done all of this before they get their real power, which is the movement speed on their infantry. Keep drop now coming in from Dimmu. That's 6k secure, but it's not 6k, guys. You have to add in the Imperial Officials taxation, so 7.2k gold still there. Han Cantonese pushing the choke point, but the problem is they keep coming up behind. I do believe you're going to have to see Red moving away. Louis, one big edge he does have, as I mentioned, the extra range is really good in equal Han Cantonese accounts. When Louis has the edge in terms of raw quantity, he gets quality. And what I mean is this. The Mamluk's Bravery adds in +9 damage. You get Gunpowder Tech as well, and it's absurd. The problem right now is you don't. He needs to find that tech, because if he doesn't have it, then Pyrotechnics plus Gunpowder gives China an advantage. Castle drop now coming on the way. Bombard in the meantime is trying to get through the castle. That belongs to the Chinese. I'm not really sure what Dimmu's troops are doing. It looks a bit scramble-brained, right? Like, the rally point is off there. He just sent so many Pass Guard in to die, and they've achieved a nothing there. Han Cantonese trading out. Castle is going to be blown to bits. Looks like Louis did cancel in time, still has a Faust Stone to work with. Hand cannon near count is now favoring Dumu on the defense. However, behind this, that's a hell of a lot of Golems coming in from Louis. Oi, 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 Dumu. He needs the front line ASAP. If the Golems start leaking in like this on the Nest of Bees onto the hand cannoneers, he's not going to be able to keep that quantity going. Newcastle being built up. Looks like the Chinese keep is doomed at this pace, right? Like only 200 stone left over means you can't keep clutch repairing. I have a feeling Dumu is going to lose his gold, and if that gold is just taken out of the equation, the game is quite conclusive here, right? Like you will not be able to match the Ibid's gold economy. Castle now on fire. Little breakthrough. Golems and hand cannoneers moving in. It's turned into a massacre. Taxman goes down. That's a lot of extra gold removed from Dumu. And hand cannoneer count really isn't where you want to see it, right? 10 approaching 15. At this point, you want to be 20-25. I actually think Dumu needs a distraction attack. The longer this turns into a funneled, focused engagement, the more it's going to favor Louis now. It's all about that gold. Second wave Palace Guard arrives just in the nick of time. It seems all fixation is now here. Louis knows there's no trade. He's actually outposted the flanks just in case there's any attack there. I don't think Louis is going to rush trade himself either. There's just too much gold left on the map currently. It's like it's going to be a reset, but keep in mind Dumu, he's only got one bombard, so this will buy some time. Golems. We'll be able to mop up the Palace Guard. Dumu just needs to be careful not to overextend with these guys. Like, this is the backbone of your push, but you need to have the hand cannoneers there to get good trades, right? So it's a balancing act. Rams now coming in. Guys, he could have built a Tower of Sultan for almost the same price, but he chose Rams. That's all I'll say on the mana. And well, it looks like Louis is now going to go for the trade. Gold Vein is what? 3.6k left over, and then he's out, because I think he's got 190 over here. And it looks like he isn't going to be able to get this gold anymore, so he understands he's going to need to play further down the line. All right, what do you guys think? Ones, if you believe in the power of Ibids. Twos, if you believe in the power of the Chinese. Because the one issue I see with the Chinese is they haven't gone Dumu haircut yet. They haven't become aerodynamic. These Palace Guard are not moving faster. Golems, however, are. As soon as they get a kill, everything ramps up. I don't like the look of this. The Golem's going to break through. And without that extra move speed, you can't even run away successfully here. The Golem Flood, it's getting too good. Dumu, where are the Palace Guard right now? I mean, they just feel lost, missing in this. What are they doing? Oh my god, he went for a raid. That cost him dearly. Hand cannoneers have been wiped out on the defense. And for what? So that you could not skip leg day? I can't believe this. He's running into the choke point now at least, so maybe he can get an eco trade going. Congo line continues in the meantime. Cannon placements are there. Dumu, I mean, he's attacking all the wrong things right now, right? That you can't be coming back like this now. You need to go in for some kills. If you're running all the way back to where the fight is, now you're getting no value. And losing everything on the other side of this. And this is it. Look at the count. Dumu is down to 90 economy. By God, Louis done it. And guys, the crazy part is it wasn't even really about the hand cannoneers in the end. It was about the Golems. Louis MT, the biggest Lord of the Rings fan in China here, shows us exactly why this is his precious. Palace Guard at least trying to equalize the state of the economy, but I just don't see how it's ever going to be enough. He hasn't even scouted the trade after all of this. Oh, what a game. Dimu is actually miraculously going to snipe this at the backside and see the trade, but I just don't even think it's about the trade as much anymore, right? Like, people keep saying in chat, 5 relics, 5 relics. Favlop's not wrong there. That relic gen is helping so much with pumping Golems. Dimu has, by some miracle, got back up to 13 hand cannoneers. The problem is, once again, he doesn't have a front line for them. Oh my god. I mean, this isn't even optimal from Louis. He's just chasing the Great Bombard. Clock Tower Bombard, rather. Feels Great Bombard when you think about the health on it, though. 432. I think this is it. We're probably going to see a wave of the white flag in a sec here. Dimu getting swarmed in the back of his base at this point. He's at least trying to find a way into Louis' economy. It never feels like enough damage done here. It's always just more ground given, less gained. So Dimu now officially out of gold. I think he's got, yeah, 2 villagers over here gathering the final 100, and then that is it. You can see him now prepping for the trade. Unfortunately, he didn't scout the outpost, so even if he starts getting them out, the cannon placement's going to be there to start shutting him down. Main TC is also being dented. Dimu should at least be able to clear these rams up. It's the next wave that I worry about, though. There's a lot more rams coming, and there should be a bunch of hand cannoneers and Golems to assist them. Last of the Pass Guard raiding have been found out, so trade is now fully unlocked. And yeah, guys, this is reactionary trade, by the way. Your opponent's doing it, now you have to do it. But as we said, with that cannon emplacement coming in, yeah, I think Dimu just got the bad news. He would have just seen it for the first time, so that outpost is going to slow him down here. I can't believe we're 40 minutes into a game with the Chinese and there's no Yuan Dynasty. This is wild. It's crazy because it would have made a big difference as well. Like, that raiding group before would have been more chaotic and more dangerous to Louis had it had the 1.5 plus movement speed instead of the 1.38. And the bad news is in. Luckily for him, I think the traders shouldn't die straight away due to the attack speed difference. But the return trip is going to be painful. Rams are here. Golem count looking good as well. And Dimu has resorted to spears. Okay, that's sick. Louis, we're in a 40-minute fight. And he chooses to go for the Dervish mass heal play. That's so smart. That trickle of health on every single one of these units spread out the lines. That's such great value. We don't see it often in the late game, but it actually does make a difference here. Is it going to be enough, though, is the real question. Dimu definitely had more pass guard in this initial engagement. It feels like some of the Golems are being held back somewhere. I mean, they're definitely not all here. Yeah, only 19. There seems to be enough. Pass guard do get mopped up. Last of the hand cannoneers now being targeted down. Rams are going to distract the melee force. And it looks like villagers are now being pulled, or sorry, pass guard now being pulled to deal with the outpost, but considering it has 1.7k HP and fire armor, I don't really see it dying anytime soon. Hand cannoneer Golem spread out again. This is why this is endgame comp for Ibids, by the way. It's all about Mamluk's bravery. It's really your only military advantage in the late game. Solon's Mamluks, the buff on Golems and hand cannoneers, high damage units that are likely to trigger it quickly and benefit the most from it because they're some of the tankiest units you have. Really cool fight here. Dimu will be able to hold on, but you notice the difference in quality that's starting to emerge. It's no longer mass pass guard and a bunch of hand cannoneers. It's a rabble, a small little squadron of hand cannoneers, an army that is becoming majority spears. And no, Ibids do not get fire armor if the building's not connected, but if you fortify an outpost, it gets 5 fire armor. Hence why it's not 1.7 HP, it's a lot more. And hence why, with the trade being found, that's enough to convince him there's no way back. Dimu calls the GG, and Louis MT not only shows you that Golems are Ibids' S-tier late game unit, but also that Dervishes are a surprisingly effective support. That was a cool game. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I feel like Abbasids don't care as much about Golems in the late game. They can use them, but like they have other options, right? But when you're playing as the Ibids, I genuinely think that is your best unit. It's insanely valuable, especially if you have gold advantage and the map's starting to dry up because your opponent just can't match your gold income, right? And if you can't match the gold income, that means you're resorting to, what? wood-based units, so basically things that don't have armor. Okay, so I think that one would be good for the channel. What do we call that one? Boom. Sorry. I got mastery progress. Wait, did I? Who? Rogan? I don't know. Wait, did they finally realize that observing should let you get all the stats from the person winning? Yeah. There's a red one. Oh, that. No, I think it's just I never bothered to check those and, like, decheck them. Yeah. Wait, where's the progress? Oh. Woo. I don't know. I just never pay attention to these. Oh, I better restart because I heard there's like a memory leak with it or whatever. There's something that can cause a memory leak with that, so let me just quickly restart. What do you guys think of the sponsor integration? Good size? Wasn't getting in the way at all, was it? I don't think so. I had that yesterday? Damn right I did. You mean Tuesday? Oh, we weren't live on Wednesday. Have you just not slept? Alright, little spoiler alert, guys. I actually, yesterday, got 2 hours sleep. I got sleep proper today. But I was staying up very late. Like, I was on a call with someone about Age of Empires for 3 hours. Whew. Your boy's been busy. You hate notification dots? Oh, dude, you'd hate my emails. I don't bother to, like, delete. I don't bother to clear. I need to go back and delete some more crap. Holy crap. Okay, so let's have a look at Live from the Ladder. We'll see who we've got playing some live video games right now. Burn the Midnight Oil. I mean, I didn't go to sleep until, I think it was 4 a.m.? 5 a.m.? 4 a.m., I think. No, it was like 5, actually. God damn, I really like this. This has a very milky texture to it. No, milky. It's the cheesecake-ishness of it, you can tell, right? It's really good. Wait, Louis and Dumu queued into each other again? I mean, do we just run it back? I kind of wonder what this would be like if I used milk instead of water, actually. Shall we just run it back? Sup, you Fasa? Another day of letting your boss down? Dude, no. You're not letting your boss down. You just need to tell your boss about the stream. No, don't do that, dude. He'll block it all. Thank you, man. Glad you enjoy the content. Glad everyone's enjoying the content. Oh. Alright. Oh, wait. Guys. Huh? This ain't Louis. Everyone? What? Voldemort, you trying to say you're not enjoying the stream? Bro. Why you gotta do me like that? How's that poll doing, by the way, on what we're gonna do on the weekend? Is Voldy winning or is Voldy losing? Oh, wait. How do I see the end results? It won't let me see the end results. That's being weird. Okay, wait. Oh, there we go. So results are looking like people will want Louis MT versus Lucifer on live. Oof. Sorry, Voldy. Don't worry, I will definitely cast the Voldemort Leona show match later if I don't do it on the day. We're just weighing it up because basically there's now multiple tournaments at the exact same time on Saturday. Right, so we checked Louis, right? Wait, so who was... Why were people saying they have him back-to-back? Because I swear I saw Dumu's name. I guess he was from against someone else. Let me have a look. Oh, wait. Did I click on the wrong name? Yeah, I must have accidentally hit the wrong name. I thought I hit this for observe. There we go. So we can do it. I'll speed up the early game a bit so we can get close to live. You love Roos and FFA? Ugh. What's wrong with you? No, don't shame him, chat. Don't shame him. We don't need to be like that. Oh, dear. Anyway. Okay, so let's hit the 2 times to the early game so we can get as close to live as possible, because this is happening live on the ladder right now. We have got Louis MT on the English going up against Dumu on the Byzantines. It's funny because I used to call this matchup English and good English. Now I think it's different, though. The English aren't as helpless as they once were, and it's all because of this 2TC build with the Abbey of Kings. It's very difficult for even the Byzantines to deal with in the early game. And I think you have to address it in the early game, because reaching a later phase in the game can feel like a huge negative in this matchup, considering that English will usually have more economy, and that defensive network they extend means that their men-at-arms with armor-clad can take really good fights against Varangian spam. I'm actually wondering if Dumu's maybe going to revisit an old build he done. You guys might remember when the Sultan's Ascend first dropped, Dumu had a pretty intriguing strategy for the Byzantines he came up with, which was a fast second TC. I was a really big fan of this particular build. The whole logic is that you would get your hands on the TC a little bit, tiny bit after you teched up off the straggler trees and gathering stone. Because remember, you start with some stone, and when you build, you get stone as well. So it's a very efficient way of getting a second TC. Doesn't look like we're trending towards that this game, though, right? Like, he's only got 3 people working on the wood. Grand Winery is already in the way. So I guess instead, Dumu's real objective here is likely Fast Castle. And if you're wondering why Fast Castle, why not all on the Feudal Age with Byzantines, I think if you play all in, you know it's going to be 2TC, likely, and your opponent can gradually scale to Lombos and just outmass you. I think it's very difficult to swarm an English player in these type of games. In fact, guys, this is like one of the very few maps that still exists in AoE 4 right now where English can go Council Hall and it feels good. Because the distance is so short. The problem that Doom is going to have here with hitting his timing is because he hasn't started gathering Olival until the Grand Wire is built, he's not going to be quick enough to get the Longbows in to block his opponent. Then again, considering the way that Louis is doing this, it might be Dumu that needs to do the defending. We're about to find out. That's a lot of wood gathering. There's been no commitment on the stone. Yep. Yep, it's going to be the 1TC all-in feudal. Okay, this is sick. I really like this build. I rate it insanely highly, especially on maps like this. The distance to cross for a double archery range spam isn't that far. And now, by going for the Abbey of Kings, one, you kind of bait Dumu into thinking you might be going for a second TC, but the more important detail is this new build, where you're essentially going Council Hall afterwards, gives you the old longbow campfire effect, right? Because the king has a mobile healing aura. It's the same logic as old campfire. I'm a really big fan of this build. I actually think it's going to take over pretty hard. The only time you'll like this Council Hall is in matchups where your opponent is fast castle-esque and they're timing-based, right? So, for example, against an Ibid opponent, because of, 1, the Desert Raider counters the king, and 2, you need to be so quick, a Council Hall makes a lot more sense than an Abbey of Kings. The watch range pump now on the way, and if I'm not mistaken, did Dumu glimpse that? I think he did. So he knows it's coming. He went for the Silk Road, right? So we are going to be getting javelins. It's a little bit problematic getting enough of those out. And it looks like Dumu is trying to defend himself with villages. What? No. There's no way he thought Akratoy would be good enough there. He did. He actually did. Guys, Akratoy, it does increase your damage, but it's not insane, right? It's not like you're a real spearman. You hit for 8 damage instead of 6. You don't hit for 18. So this king Getting kills, but even if he wasn't, even if he was just idling, it's worth it here. Oh my god, Dumu's desperate. He needs to get the olive oil to start pumping the contract. He's still short of what he needs. Lombos are about to arrive as well, so all of a sudden Dumu might find himself with the capability of pumping one group of jabs and one group only. Scout sees it coming, he's going to have to move away. Dumu might lose a villager or two for it though. Oh wow, he's lucky actually. He idled for a sec there. Louis could have got a third worker kill. But this is already looking a bit worrisome, folks. So he's only got one Limitane. The first batch of javelins are on the way, but they're 45 seconds out. That means your opponent could actually have double the jav counts with Lombos by the time you get them out here. This is brutal. An interesting experiment by Dumu trying to defend himself with the Akratoy, but I think he's learned a harsh lesson from that one. He needs horsemen with what food? I mean, I guess he could start gathering in mass now. Like, this is the interesting thing about Louis' build, by the way. His food income sucks. He's built a farm cluster. Dumu got a fantastic rotation at the start of the game, if you guys noticed. He mirrored the scout and then bypassed it. So that's why, if you look, it's 7 sheep to 14. Well, this is English for you, right? Oh no, I don't have sheep. Build cheap farms. Another difficulty, the reason why I'm not a really big fan of this contract, by the way, is 4 jabs shouldn't really be enough to insta-snipe a Lombo. So if you do not get a kill and they walk away injured, the English King's going to heal them off, right? So you have to get in and get those kills. And that leaves you a little bit more desperate, a little bit more predictable. Lombos are going to reset. Admittedly, Louis wasn't being optimal there, right? He's a bit slow to get reinforcements out. Creeping back. Dumu isn't even thinking about horsemen. It's a great, interesting idea, right? But I think he's worried it will get seen and he won't have the access to food for it. He needs blacksmith techs more than anything. Actually, this is really smart by him. I like this a lot more. Undermesh is huge here. I actually think Lou's making a bit of a mistake not getting blacksmiths yet. We should be seeing that being dropped any second now, especially now that he's seen his opponents. What do you do here if you're Dumu? Maybe Outpost could help you a bit here. It's kind of an interesting thought, right? Like, you do get the passive stone. An Outpost here of Arislits would be big because your opponent's Lombo will in right now. And all-in doesn't really do it justice, does it? 16 archers now. Still down on the way. I think we've got a quick game here, folks. Dumu's getting a bit baited. This is not the fight you want. Limitane getting cleared out, which means he's going to have to spend more on spears. Means Horseman's even harder to do. Oh, man. This is brutal. Steel Arrow's still halfway to go, but, you know, even with the fact that you have this huge damage exchange advantage, you need a second group of jabs ASAP. Luckily for Dumu, his wish... the Byzantine's command. It's now on the way. And is this Louis? Wait, did someone else have a similar name? I'll double check it. It's Louis. Or someone has almost the exact same name. No, it's Louis. I can confirm it's Louis Sassi. He's 6th on the ladder right now. It's Louis' profile. It's just if you check on AoE4 World, there's a few things missing in-game. So he doesn't have, for example, the horse and the clown. One more count. Scaling upwards. Dumu, I mean, this is a desperation ploy, right? Like, if you start losing a few jabs early on, you have to come out to get more like this. This is what Louis has been patiently waiting for. Limitane gets stripped back. Lombo is now moving. Undermesh isn't there yet, but it just doesn't matter. And Dive's going to start coming in from the King. Remember, this is a Lombo battalion up against a single outpost. There's just not enough room. Dumu, more villages being lost. All of a sudden now behind by 7. Scout is going to go down, so that's a bit of a whoopsie. That was definitely a missed micro by Louis. The Scout should never really be going in like that. Vision is critical in these type of engagements because you're playing very out of position with Lombos. And can we just, like, show respect to Louis for that, right? Like, playing this far out of position with Lombos is not easy to do. there's always a big risk associated that you get backstabbed. But he can see just how desperate Dimmu is, and he's using it against him. Maybe Keshik's the choice. The problem with Keshik's is you're on a short ramp map, so your opponent could just add spears and you're dead, right? I think you have to go Lombos. Lombos feels better. He just believed he'd be able to get enough jabs. Like, I actually think this is more on Louis' perfect timing there to stunt the growth. The mistake that Dimmu made was more in the Akratoy detail and fighting with villagers against the king. That king got way too much idle time value without even dying. That's what screwed Dimmu over in this game. Because if he got the olive oil efficiently, he would have had his double contract of javelins in time. And I actually think Louis screwed at that point. But this king definitely won this game. We say that so often right now, but for different reasons. Like, but at its core principle, that one move put Dimmu on the ropes. Dive now coming in again. A little bit ambitious here. I think Louis rushing a bit and he needs to calm down. Just chill, get siege engineering, break the outposts, get some permanent damage in, right? Like, you are camping the area that has all the berries in right now. Farm cluster count is at what, 2? If we get to 3, Louis could just start saving up to castle as well. That's another way to play out of this. Dimmu, meanwhile, I feel like you might need a second TC brother. He is finally going for the horseman. Okay, so this is big. This is actually huge. Louis lost his scout a few minutes ago. He doesn't... Okay, he does. He gets a bit too close to the king. So, reasonable nerfs, by the way, for the king. I kind of feel like his vision should be bad. He sees so much. Oh, wait, yeah, it's Lombo. I'm an idiot. Actually, like, that's a fair point. Why do Lombos have such insane vision? I guess it's attached to attack range, but it does seem like a weird advantage. Because, like, you'd want Lombos to be a double-edged sword, right? But because they see warnings coming so far off, right? It is a bit of a weird one to me. I want to stop talking now because I can feel the burning hate from English mains that like longbows when I say these things. They're like, no KP, don't do it. Don't make them take it away from us. It's very powerful though, because like it's so difficult to get the jump, as you just saw here. Dimmu. I think this is over. I just don't know how you clear with the Lombos. This is like a Chugenu type feeling, right? There's just so many. Javs now being sniped out. Worst case situation, right? Down to 5 Javs. And yeah, I do think he is only on 1 stables. Now, it's a little bit different though, Sassy. You have to remember... Okay, no, sorry, he is double stables. I just don't think he had the food. I was about to say it's different because of this. Remember, you've got the influence. So you don't need as many as other civs usually. So you're pumping every 16 seconds. So it's pretty good from that POV. Well, yeah, like to that point, Index, I think the idea is like if you nerf the English Lombo vision, and you just add the campfire to them again, right? Like have it on them and the scout. So there's like if you really want to see, pay 25 wood. So then it's like it's a nerf, but it isn't an outrageous nerf. You still have a way out. And the reason you go for the Abbey of Kings here is because you get the old campfire we talked about, the free one that would heal you up. That's what makes it so good. Because like the problem that you have here, it's even worse now to play javelins into this, because if you can't get critical mass to kill, which is what Dimmu struggled with, then everything that walks away gets healed. So you're just losing over time, right? I said this before, healing in Feudal is a very OP element. And the king, like the problem is he doesn't really have any limitations. Like he obviously has the delay, it has to be out of combat. But the fact that as you bulk more and more feudal, he buffs the entire army on the go, is what feels so insanely powerful. And like the difference as well, like think about it this way, right? Because someone's going to bring up the Ottomans and their Imam AoE heal, right? That's different because you get 2 of them. And when they die, you have to go Castle Age to get them again. You could lose 4 kings and still keep building them a feudal age. And it just puts the pressure on, right? Dumu has to keep fighting like this. Attack speed or gets up. Great outpost coming in from Louis. Horsemen are at least going to get on top of the targets, but I don't know if it's good enough here. That attack speed aura, it's going to be a tough one to break. Barely any horsemen left over. King now dives in onto the javelins, and at this point, Dumu is far out of position. I don't really know what you're meant to do here. It's age 3, right? You had to strike now. You don't have a choice. Veterancy coming in just a few seconds, and I think that is going to be a GG from Dumu. He started to save up the resources, but on a map like Cliffside, with what's about to be 30 veteran Lombos walking towards your base and only 15 seconds away, this game is over. King may be a problem. You know, I said it needed time to settle, but I still think the detail that sticks for me is the healing. The healing feels a little bit too damn good. Maybe if the King's healing only worked on cavalry or melee, that would be an intriguing change. But really, if we're being totally real, the reason this game looks so damn good wasn't because of the King heal, it was that initial attack, where Dumu tried to defend himself with Akratoy, and now there's no defending the comeback. Louis, Lombos reign supreme. Even if you want to do it with the assistance of a king. I'm British. What can I say? We live and die by kings. Maybe you need a tech for getting the heal? Possibly. But, yeah. Akratoy defense against king? Oh, what the hell, dude? Why is my thing not typing? That's a bit weird. Alright, there we go. What if he buff damage instead? I don't think you want to go that way. You really want to go the way of buffing damage on a Civ that has an attack speed buff as well? It's dangerous. Sports shirt, KP? Yeah, I got some new shirts through. What do you think? You like the color? It's a nice color, right? Does it look like a baby blue boo? The 200 res, and it was already a good question. Wait, sorry, did you say that? Where did you say that? Oh, do you think 200 res in Feudal made the King great, or you reckon King was already good? And I think the 200 res in Feudal made it great more than anything else. But in some ways, like, I like the idea. It's just I think it needs to be recalibrated. I really like that change because, quite frankly, all you could do before was Council Hall, right? But the way it's been done. Like, here's another thought. What if the King wasn't on horseback? Right? It's a men-at-arms. You could even make it a better stats men-at-arms. I'm okay with that. You give him, like, what? More melee armor, less ranged armor? Let's say he has, like, 5 melee armor, 2 ranged armor. Or something. We can figure out the detail. But they see that, you know? Or maybe, like, you just go with the 2 melee armor, 2 ranged armor. But you give him more health, actually. You give him more health. Let's go back to English, no mobility. No, dude. I know what you do. You buy the cat. You buy the horse. Boom. Either for a tech or, like, each time he dies and respawns, you buy his horse for, like, 60 food or 80 food. Actually, probably gold. Pink shirts? I have some nice pink shirts. I don't have sports pink shirts. Horses have rights. That's why we must pay for them. All right? You've got to pay to get their services. They won't just work for free. Don't tell me they've queued again. Do we mix it up? I feel bad just doing all the games. was kind of hoping that Louis would queue into someone else, actually. Is anyone else live right now? As in, live queuing. Voldemar, where's my games? Mess up Filio Sass? Hell yes, Voldy. Get queuing, my friend, get queuing. I don't know who this is. Alright, we'll do this one, and then we'll switcheroo. Because I haven't seen Delhi vs Malians in a while. You misclick Mana Lords, you piece of shit. You're gonna get 4-0'd in that show match. Look, all I'm saying, the other day, we literally watched Elyona stomp Beastie, and every single time I've seen Voldemar queue into Beast. Okay, I'm gonna stop. All right, let's get to it. We're basically we're a show match at this point. It's just back-to-back games between Dumu and Louis MT. We'll probably try to mix it up after this one, but I haven't seen Malians vs Delhi in a while. I don't know about you guys, but this is an entertaining matchup to me. Even though it's one that I think Delhi win, it's the way they do it that's usually quite comedial. The aggro play, the focus around the gold veins, the fact you can wall the Malian gold veins, it's far too entertaining to me. We are going to be on Lipany, so that might be a saving grace for the Malians. Just kidding, that means more berries for the Delhi. However, the map spawn might be doing Dumu some favors here. That's a fairly defendable spawn if you get the walls up, right? You're going to have to come out a little bit to get them, but if you short wall the center here, jackpot. The negatives, however, is if your opponent short walls, might be a little bit difficult to stop a Sacred Site win condition. Is there fighting in Mana Lords, or is it Medieval SimCity? I think there's meant to be fighting, but right now it's more focused on kind of an Anno strategy style thing. Someone correct if I'm wrong. Which is perfect, because I've watched Voldemar's Chinese games. He loves building the economy. Sorry, Voldemar. So we'll slow the game down in a sec. I just want to get through the first 5 minutes so we're as close to live as possible. Tower Victor in the way, Manticore on the other side. Gold Veins, a little bit of flexibility here, so Dumu doesn't just get blocked out in one location, but also, this is something that can feel rough about Malians, is look at the gold spawns. This happened on both sides. The berry spawned in the gold. This is a nightmare as a Malian pick, right? Just so many things getting blocked out. In this case, I think you're missing out on, what, 2 houses here? On this one, you're going to be missing out on... I think you got lucky there, and it's maybe only 1. But imagine, for example, Dumu had spawned up here. Like, that gold vein is worthless. What, a third? Almost half of your houses are missing. Tech up complete. How does Dumu win this? Because I think this is very Delhi favored. The problem is you could try to fast castle, but the Delhi will just build infantry and prep and wall up. Right? Because like Delhi with attack speed, just building spears and archers. If you're fast castling as Malians, that means you aren't going to have mass javelins, and you're probably leaning towards sofas. And even if you do the javelins instead, the wooden walls will be up. So I feel like you have to find a way of playing the Age. Something that is quite unexplored with Malians, actually, is the idea of sofas. Sofas aren't bad. It's just the issue is Ghazi, right? But the idea of building a few sofas to just actively raid, similar to what Ghazi do, isn't the worst of ideas here. And then you just prep the infantry comp at home. Just pick Mongols on Lipany. 1 tower equal deny everything. That's true, but you've picked Mongols and everything else is bad. You go back to the menu of a loss. You will not pick Mongols again because you like winning. Ghazi queued up. Pretty standard. Right? Like, if you can, you will always open with stables as Delhi. Ghazi are just too damn good. I think we were casting with Krakody a few weeks back, and he made the comment that he thinks that all horsemen should be this good by default, and they wouldn't suck. And I giggled, because I actually don't think horsemen suck. It's just horsemen, they don't just do one thing, right? If you're an A-click brain gamer, then you're going to suck with horsemen, right? You have to raid with them, you have to move with them, you have to time an engagement with fight. Ghazi, in a lot of ways, feels the equivalent of A-click braining, right? Like, you can legitimately just go in. And look at that. See, right there. Phil's bow. A-click brainer. Remember, this is the guy that saved up $10,000. It does require micro, I agree. But if you put that micro in, you get a lot of value, right? Like, one big thing I love about Horsemen is they can deny scouts and feudal. No other unit can do that. And there's no denying Ghazi are just a better horseman. And I think Delhi really show that off with how often that is literally all they care about. So far, we're only getting Ghazi, nothing else. This has added value as the raiding element, because now you can try to torch down the houses. Duma, in the meantime, is he just not engaging with any of this? Okay, Rax is coming through now. That felt quite late. Ghazi arguably worse versus ranged units than Horsemen, but better versus everything else. So I've had this discussion before, Sassy. It's kind of interesting. You're alluding to the attack speed, right? The problem quite often with the attack speed is unless you have enough units to clip your opponent, to bunch them and trap them, they'll just move, right? Like that's the thing I've noticed is the difference in attack speed to make the difference in damage doesn't really hold true. I mean, for a start, yes, you pay more for Ghazi, but it's still a unit that has more health, right? 125 versus 140, decent chunk extra. On top of that, 12 damage versus 9 with a difference of 0.25 attack speed. Like it doesn't make up for free damage. Then you add in the fact that quite often, similar to Horseman fights, with Archer fights, like if your opponent starts stepping away, you're having to chase them again afterwards anyway. So your units keep moving. So a lot of that value of a lower attack speed is kind of lost, right? It's why if you can get a stationary fight with things like Gilded Archers, it looks insane. But if you have to start moving all the time, it looks cringe. Nice burn down initially from the Ghazi. Archers are following this up, by the way. And it's going to be a double archer range pump. Interesting choice by Louis here. So if you're wondering why didn't he actually just bank the Scholar, it's because the Skulls are away from home right now. They're going for the Sacred Sites, right? So he doesn't want to be weak on his scaling point, so he just sacrifices the wood to get that production online. Because it's easier right now to sacrifice more wood than to go on the gold, which would idle you walking out there for a one-off, considering you're about to get gold trickled. Knights suck hard in this game when you compare res. Okay, Sassy, this is why this is why you will never ever be the biggest content creator in AoE4. All right, because there's so many golds, plats, bronzes, silvers out there that are saying Knights are OP. You've got to see. I'll teach you, Sassy. We're gonna make you a big content creator. Knights are broken. Oh my god. One comes into your base and kills 15 villagers. Spearmen don't stab them and kill them in one. GG. Relic, please. All right. Check me on the directory tomorrow. I'm going to have 2,000 CCV. So Dumu, get the defense together. We've got quite a lot of Donzos coming through. Javs are now finally starting to layer into the cake. But remember what we said about the issue of how this matchup now goes? It's not about your base anymore. It's about the Sacred Site. So what's really important is Dumu gets into Castle Age quickly. I'm glad to say that it looks like he's on course here, right? He's got 4 of the Ranchers filled right now. The count for Louis isn't out of control yet. 10 Ghazi is a little bit spooky, but you should have enough to kind of hold in some choke points. The issue is if these Archers start funneling in quick enough. You think AoE 4 is infantry focused? Well, we can fix that, guys. We talked to Faye about this. Magadai just need to have hop abilities so they can jump over walls. You know what's funny to me is the whole this thought of like AoE 4 is an infantry focused game. Do you guys not recall how AoE 4 began, where everyone thought that the Cav was OP? Magadai, Knights, Horse Archers, Scout Rushers. Demo. What is the comp here? Because I don't know if you really want to be going just Sofa straight away. I feel like just sticking infantry is better. The problem with Sofas here is actually Ghazi aren't that bad at trading with Sofas initially. Especially when they have bulk advantage, right? Because they get the bonus heavy, which kind of offsets some of the armor intricacies. So I think from Louis' perspective, he has to understand that Castle should be coming soon. So he might want to consider starting to save up himself. One kind of weird thing I've noticed here is that Louis opted for a wall on the left side, never walled the short ramp. So he wanted Dumu to keep coming out, right? Like if you were trying to be greedy, if you were Louis here, you would not, like you would wall this up because you wouldn't want to get rushed when you go Castle. So this suggests that Louis is more all-in centric with this play. And the fact he's adding in Spearman kind of confirms that. AO4 began with Spears not bracing unless you told them to. Yeah, also remember when AO4 like first came out, Spearman had half the charge time of what they have now, right? Because what was the... I think they charge for 10 seconds now? They used to charge for 5 or 6, if I remember correctly. More walls going up from Dimmu. It's interesting, really, because like I feel like Dimmu's one of the players that tries to go out of his way to not wall whenever possible, right? It just shows you how critical that Gazi component is and how much he respects it. Like, we just watched a game earlier where, you know, Dimmu waited quite late to put his walls up when he's playing Chinese. But it just shows you how threatening the Gazi mass is. It comes in so fast, so early, you can't just push it away with a handful of spears. Archer coming in. Blacksmith being targeted. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit late on the burn down. And the issue is, like, with all this hybridized ranged attack, you can't even commit, right? You lose too much. This is why I'm not a big fan of Marlian design. Yep, I said it about a Civ that isn't a top 8 Civ right now. The problem I have with Marlian design is this comp is a premium comp. And you pay a premium for it. But from a defensive standpoint, I think I've highlighted this before, like, we talk a lot about English defending and how obnoxious the attack speed aura is. Well, it's not an aura. This full hybridized ranged army is kind of nuts. Right? Like, the Donzos, at this scale, you come anywhere near them, snipe. You walk away. Okay, you come back in, it happens again. So, what I think is quite frustrating about facing Marlian players when you're trying to all-in them is they force you to truly all-in. You can't probe, you can't trickle, right? And you can't poke. Because you just don't have units as the deli that can poke. You need an all-in fight. Marlian's not top 8. I might have to do a tier list at this rate. Maybe, okay. I'll have to assess. There's somewhere between, I say, 10th and 7th, probably. There are worse civs in the game, but especially since they don't really counter English anymore, the value prop has fallen off the side of the cliff. An interesting time for a Ram. I'm a little bit confused by this choice right now. So Delhi are making spears for quite an interesting reason, actually. I'm glad someone brought that up. There's an interesting little trick in fights like this to make Gazi feel better. We were talking about bracing and how it never used to exist in the game. You feel like bracing doesn't exist when you're against spears, because I've seen Louis do this before. It's really smart. You send the spears in first, the Donzos get melee engaged, and then the Gazi can just run on by without getting braced, right? Or attack. So it's like, it's a way of just blocking the stun in the root. So the logic here should be that Louis looks to go in the spears first. He engaged the Donzos, and then the Gazi run past onto the jabs. However, it just got a lot harder with that tech up. And now he's going to be even more happy he's got the spears in case of sofas. But this clash, I don't think it's going to work. I think Louis is going to lose this. I mean, the mass is big, right? You need to get around the back. The Gazi are trying, but the Donzos, just enough there to block. More troops are coming out. Looks like the Gazi are going to leak around the back here a little. Donzo count has trickled down, but with 12 left over and the Archer mass getting dented like this, I just don't see a world in which Louis has enough firepower to end the game here. All of his hopes and dreams seem to be in that one round that has done absolutely nothing in this fight. Dimmu's army is shrinking quite a bit, but now we're at the tail end of the fight. You've mainly got javelins versus archers, right? There's a trickling of Gazi, but nothing major here. Yeah, I'm not sure this was enough. I mean, Rams are at least hitting onto the pit mine on the left side. Dimmu has the Fulani, though. Like, it's ridiculous how you can now just have 20 plus of your eco idled and still do something. So Louis has to keep fighting non-stop. Now, credit to him. He's doing a decent job of that. But my worry is the amount of Gazi that had to die for this. Your army is primarily just archers now. What a fun Civ Marlians are to play. No, I'm not going to... Delhi, we watch Delhi win all the time, actually. So if Marlians come out ahead, that ain't too bad. The problem I'm seeing in this game is I don't know how Marlians going to with like this eco difference, right? So I think Dimmu's going to have to start raiding now. Because I'm pretty sure Louis' intent now is to back up and tech up. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It looked a bit dented the fight, but in fairness, Dimmu, a lot of his economy got stuck in the crossfire of that. It's a little bit deceptive with Javs versus Archers as well. I find I always get baited into this, that I look at the fight and I'm like, oh yeah, Javs should win this. But you have to remember, 2.12 attack speed, these Archers get buffed at 1.37. So even in a situation where like you outnumber and you're a better quality unit, all you end up getting for that is you overkill and your opponent peppers more arrows out. It's so obnoxious. I won't give him credit though. I feel like I've done him a little bit of disservice there. Louis, that was actually a pretty impressive fight. The Ghazi looked like they were getting at no value, but he leaked a few onto the economy. It leaked a few onto the economy afterwards. And I think that gave him enough of an edge here. Louis, well, we thought he was going to go for the tech up. He's kind of doubling down here. I don't know if I like that. Because you've went away, you've come back in, and Dumu, with that little bit of breathing room, I think before your advantage was overwhelming numbers. That doesn't exist anymore. Ghazi at least going to get around the backside. Dumu just trying to out-micro those, dragging the Donzos through the javelins to get on top. I think he's went from in control this game to slipping by. He's relying on the Sacred Sight, right? But Dumu, can he break through this wall quick enough is the question mark now. I think he can. The army's a little bit small, so if the javelins camp and this spearmen just burn, it's going to be a decap on the Sacred Sight. Oh, wow. I can't believe that. Louis. I felt like he had this game if he just accepted and embraced Castle Age. But the way he's now played this, can't help but feel like it's somewhat slipping away. I can't believe this, man. I actually can't. I mean, Louis, with this type of economy lead, if you just went for a standard compound defender build, I guess he was worried about just having to go and start from scratch because there's no way you get veterancies. But now, you're just getting it scratched off this map. Javs sniping out the Reigning Archers. Donzos are being whittled down, though. The decap, it's going to be a close one. Sofas are starting to arrive. Dumu, he needs to get more troops out here ASAP. Oh my god, are you kidding? How? Like, how is this Civ not a... I don't know if it's Louis or Delhi. It's the Louis. Are you kidding me with this Civ? That attack speed is vile. Right? Because it's not 20%, it's 15%. Yeah, even 15% looks this absurd. I don't know how Delhi haven't really changed in like over a year and a half, and I still get baited in games like this when I watch Javelins versus Archers. In some ways, it makes me a happy bird because it means that I can still just be surprised, right? I don't want to know the outcome. I don't want to look at this and go, I know blah blah is going to win. I want to be halfway through the fight and go, nani? But there's nani, and then there is, and this is the latter. I can't believe he's done this. Louis MT now just a minute away from victory. And Dumu, despite the fact he's in Castle Age, despite the fact that the Delhi have just thrown bodies onto the furnace here, it doesn't matter. There's no way I can see Dumu breaking out now. He's going to have to make a desperation play. He's trying now, but you realize the walls are up. He's going to shift to the left side, but like, where are your torches here? Half of your army are range units. Oh my god. Why is he building rams? Because the ram was a fantastic cheerleader last time. It's going to be a fantastic cheerleader again, but it's actually going to hit something. Stable's being targeted. Dive into the eco. Now, this is the problem. Dumu, he might get the decap, but he's going to get decapitated for it. The cows have been reached. The base has been breached. And I have become a Delhi preacher in this one. What a Civ. Always so absurd, so dominant and competitive. And every time you see it on the ladder, that first 20 minutes, I can't think of a single Civ that makes the first 20 minutes of the game more uncomfortable than the Delhi. Branches now just being taken out. That's going to be permanent food sources gone as they're going to be killed on the spot. Decap is at least coming through 17 seconds from a victory for the Delhi. But it feels like a victory elsewhere. He's not even killing the cows. Come on. Unbelievable Civ. Cows are finally being walloped. Actually, credit to him. Dumu got most of them out of the way. I think that was suboptimal from Louis. He should have clubbed one down everywhere. Military is evening up. Honestly, I think Louis should have just killed the cows and moved on. I don't know why he wasted this time on the ground for Ilani. Okay, there you go. Compound defenders on the way. I still think you could have got more value out of just killing the cows. Now, another interesting thing is with the way that the walls have been put up, there's 4 relics up for grabs for the Delhi here. Army has been reduced again, but I think Dimu knows there must be a tech upcoming, right? Like, if his opponent isn't double downing into the base with a bigger army, then it's pretty obvious that the castle's coming. Are you kidding me? I mean, Louis, if he just kills those cows and then wraps to the east, it's GG. But now all of a sudden, yes, you do have Castle Ace. Yes, you do have an insane eco lead. But you've given Dimu a chance here. In a game that felt like it should have had none. Louis should just defend the sites. It's a tough choice, right? Like, I actually agreed with Louis' choice to go into the base. I just didn't agree with his choice to kill the ranches, but not kill the cows. If he killed 2 cows at each of these locations with a little bit of micro, then killed the rest of the ranches, it's GG. Because Dimu wouldn't have enough food to do anything, right? He'd be dry. Now, he has an opportunity to strike out. This game is wild. You can't believe how big the smile on my face is right now. I love the fact that, like, this game is swings and roundabouts. Because a few of the games we've had today kind of felt like they were clearly trending in one direction only. But this one is swing 3 times, I feel like. Now the relic grab attempt, not going to work out. Warlord gets blocked there. 2 more sacred sites to be decapped, and it looks like they are going to get decapped quite quickly here. There are at least going to be 2 relics at home for Louis. However, I'd love to see Dimu trying to snatch some away here. Because right now, the Delhi are trying to escalate the lead with that. This is also another weakness of Compound Defender at this point in the game, right? It's like, now that you've let Dimu exist in Castle this long, he's going to be surging out. This landmark you've built doesn't really get any value until you're like 5 minutes into Castle. Because typically, you're not going to rush keeps up before you have village fortresses, right? Not unless you have a clear win condition such as a Sacred Site cap. So for the meantime, I'm just going to go ganking. Not a bad choice. Unfortunately for him, we can see by the map that Louis has spread out like a nice small knob of butter across an entire loaf of bread here. He is not leaving himself on a bit too thick in the center. So good dodges here. Does look like Dimu is going to find something for his troubles, though. 22 villages down here. Now, funnily enough, actually, Dimu could have just Louis rather could just walk through the gate. Instead, he's going to run back to safety, which somehow is going to be less safe. What? I'm a little bit perplexed by Louis' choice to run south instead of northeast there, but okay. Does cost him a few more villages. He is now on the stone, though. So keep drops should be coming in soon. More of the scholars are coming home, so we'll probably see a quicker unlock on village fortresses. He has also got a mango for the center. But Dimu, I love what I'm seeing here. This is the winning comp right now. If there's a comp that looks really good for Malians at the moment, once you reach Castle, this is the one. Musafadi plus Sofas. It's all about gank and spank. You don't want to fight, you just want to outmass your opponent, raid their eco, and then fight. Sofas hitting the backside. Jabs in the meantime are getting walled by the mango. Front line should be able to stabilize a little bit here for Louis. However, I don't think he's got enough on the back to protect the mango. It's a good dive in there. Dimu immediately taking out the siege, and all of a sudden this game is looking firmly in the grips of Dimu. Count definitely in his favor. And the Delhi, I mean, the Delhi has to play a slow comp here, guys. Your only advantage is your attack speed. Everything else is looking grim, though. 71 to 52 eco. About to be 4 relics up for the Delhi. Fulani is something else. The Malians are something else. Benny Boy himself is something else. A man so strong, so powerful, that Sweden adopted him just to have him present at a LAN. So many eco losses here. 53 to 69 now. The pushing continues. I think Louis just won't be able to get production together at this pacing. Looks like Scholar is going to get sniped down before he can return the Relic all the way home. There is at least some Mango to scare Dumu off for the time being, but the thing that worries me is in the event that you can hold your base, you're going to have no food, right? Because that's the thing for Louis. He has to play flank resources to try and compete. He has got to keep dropping the left side, which should be turning it into a TC soon. But he's also going to need a farm transition in the next 2 minutes maximum here. In fact, he might need it even sooner. Oh boy. Plenty of gold, but nothing else. Look at Louis' food income. I think this is over. I'm watching the map with great curiosity as to what the hell you're meant to do here. You can gather stone, you can build keeps, but it's the farms that are the problem. He's building them on the right side right now. I just think that's too big of a delay, though. Even if the keep somehow goes up, like the reality is you're going to be at a burning point here, where there's enough torches to just rush down the buildings. What an insane turn. To think where this was, like, I'm not just imagining this, right? Because we've got high-level players in chat that will confirm, like, I'm happy to say if I'm a pleb here, like, I feel like this game, Delhi were so firmly in the driving seat, there shouldn't really have been a way to lose this. But Dumu, by some miracle, by the power of, well, not Grayskull, he's got no grey on that beautiful head, but the power of Dumu's skull here, he has somehow done it. Crossbow mass at least going to be able to take out some tricklings, but I mean, crossbows are terrible here, guys. And also, you know, the units you're facing here, I get it for the sofas, but everything else, right? You'd rather just have archers. That would also at least be more affordable for a guy who has no food. He might have no food again. He's been found. Musafadi on the flank. He gets what? Free 400 food and then has to run. This is not sustainable. Dumu, now only 10 villages behind. Village fortresses might be there, but it's using them as the problem. He's at least got a farm cluster on the left side, but outside that, Louis has no food income. Archers, jabs, they have reached the eco again. Mangoes are at least trailing, but you know, the game that we're looking at here, the eco lead that was at such an early point approaching 20 plus, it's now a difference of 5. The irony now of the Malians starting to take some Sacred Site gold. Behind this, I think we are just going to keep seeing what, yeah, Javs now getting added in. You could probably go for a Siege Workshop. I actually think the GG play now for Dumu is you build a Siege Workshop in the center of the map. And then you just build a few Trebs, build some Springolds. Because right now, the only thing keeping Louis in is Siege. He's channeling his best Siege acuity here, right? We've got 4 Mangonels in an army that is 24 bio large. Stonewall's now coming up. We actually do not see the Delhi ever do this. This is very rare. But that should tell you how in trouble he is, right? The fact that he's willing to commit to this. It's the correct choice, but it just doesn't feel good to be in a position where this is necessary. But this is the effect of Musafadi and Masofa, right? Like, it is basically like playing against China with Palace Guard, Yuan. It's just this non-stop pump running at you. Dumu, my god, look at his resources. He's going into Imperial Age. Do you just landmark drop the central sacred site here? Yeah, you do. 4 of the Huntress now on the way from Dumu. Now, this should be 4 of the Huntress into double Siege Workshop and Woodshop here. And then it's just going to be Bombard pushing to death. The problem that you have now if you're Louis is you actually don't have an answer to Bombards at all. Right, you can try to go Springolds, but really? You want to go Springolds against a Culverin Civ that's in Imp? Doesn't work. And yeah, interesting that a high-level play, Malians and Delhi are 50-50 win rate. I always say this about Delhi where it's kind of disingenuous because I don't feel like you see many players grinding Delhi compared to other civs. As for the most, they've kind of figured out what they want to do with the civ, right? Like, it's quite cut and dry. It's not often you go off the beaten path. The first 20 minutes of play is... It has differences, but the core strategy and the tactics you take are quite honed in compared to any other Civ in the game. That's why I keep saying I actually think Delhi are due for an insane overhaul. Like, I actually want to see them change something around sacred sites, because there's two Civs that need substantial changes because they're impacting map design right now, and it's Delhi's sacred site issue, and the other one is Roos's bounty issue. Neck and neck on Eco, but not on Age. Imp upgrades now being queued up by Dimmu. Bombard's already queued. Double Siege Workshop as anticipated here. Louis may finally have some farms to gather from, but I don't know if he's going to be farming Elo off of Dimmu anymore today. This fight is so bloody annoying. He actually has the stealth again, so he could just disappear. Just fade into the ether as if you didn't exist. First Bombard coming. What is the recovery arc now for Louis? His win condition, I actually think if he can get into Imperial Age with a fully fledged farm economy, Ghazi Raiders are no joke in the late game. But that is such a huge ask. So basically, you're playing survival for quite a while here if you're Louis. You could actually set up some proxy bases here. You've got to keep dropping the left side. Imagine if you just built, let's just say, some stables, right? And pump a few Ghazi. Or you go for some men-at-arms and you rush into the back of the enemy base. If you shut down the Fulani now, there's a chance. The problem is, all these things I'm suggesting require food. Food, still very much an issue for Louis. Only 26 farms in. No alternative source of food on the map. Unless, of course, you want to eat cannonballs. There's plenty of those showing up in your territory. Spearman's at least going to come out. Yeah, Dimmu hasn't prepped a Culverin yet, which is a little bit surprising to me. I guess he doesn't care. The sofas can deal with siege. There is quite a lot of them. The whole idea of Fulani changing losing situation to winning one, by the way, I kind of get where you're coming from, but I think that's not entirely true with the Fulani. And what I mean by that is there's at least set up to make the Fulani work, right? You have to get the ranches. You can't just build a Fulani. It's like, I win the game, right? It's not like, say, a Palace of Swabia. Yep, I went there. Where it's like, oh, wow, look at this thing. I now win the game. Wait, what? What? Louis. He's like, hey, I'm going to add more rocks to the wall so it builds quicker. It's not how it works. He's that worried the sofas are going to come in. Oh, this bombard's being annoying. Tech up did at least complete. Louis chose to just tech up. This is a weak tech up, though. Anytime you're going into Imp as Delhi with less than 20 scholars, you aren't efficient in your unlocks. It's going to take a very long time. Look at shot triggers here. 3.5 minutes. Bombards. Proving quite the pain in the ass. Mangoes? I'm trying to snipe them. I can't believe he's doing Dimmu! He's having a field day with this. Baits the mangoes. Dodges them like Neo. And now the army's ready to go. It's 113 bar to 39. The walls aren't going to go up. It's a choke point. But I don't see a way in which Dimmu chokes in here. Trip Mango turns around, but it's against chunky sofas. Musafadi are just spamming on top of each other. It's like watching everyone on Black Friday as the supermarket doors open. And sure, a few people get trampled on. Many of them are going to die. But as long as you get that plasma TV, who cares? Dimmu, he's like, plasma ain't going to be good enough. I'm going to want the plasma TV. I'm going to want the PS5. Give me that new headset with a discount. And don't forget to throw me in a bunch of Protein Works' ready-to-go replacement meals. Thank you very much. Because I will be taking everything in this store. Louis, nothing left to give. Sick turnaround. What an incredible game. This actually might be one of my favorite Marlin games I've watched in a year. Over a year. This was incredible. Delhi, such an impressive Civ, but you know what's more impressive than that? It's Benny Boy. Adopted both as a UK esports player and also a Swedish one these days, showing us exactly why. Woo-hoo, baby! What a game. That was a sick game. Let me quickly name that. What do we call that one? Dumu with... Wait. Dumu is so good. Countries adopt him to represent them. Oof. I'm gonna have to like Photoshop Dumu's head on a bodybuilder's body. What a Chad. Who's the new sponsor? The new sponsor is the one I mentioned there. We are sponsored by... I was about to actually... I've left the cap off. I was about to basically pour drink everywhere. We are sponsored by Proteinworks. So this is a meal replacement. You can also use it for kind of workouts. It has a lot of protein, actually. 24 grams per serving is not too bad. But yes, this is actually perfect for me because I usually have to go off for snack breaks quite early, right? Like by now, my belly's rumbling a bit. I'm like, I need to go eat something. Instead, I'm pretty confident we'll be able to go through until bare minimum dinner time without having to go for a break. So really cool. So yeah, these are pretty nice. And I was saying chat earlier, it's kind of cool. If you get even the small satchels, which is 8 servings, it comes out at £1.50 per meal. And it's like an 800, 900 calorie meal. That's pretty good value. But yeah, I like this. We're drinking we're drinking the Blueberry Cheesecake. Blueberry Cheesecake Riot is the name of it. This is one of their premium ones. I think you pay like 50p or a pound extra for the load. Convert that to your local markets because you can get them in different countries. But yeah, check them out. !Proteinworks will get you across there. And if you use code KillerPigeon at checkout, you will get 10% off. England needs better education? I'm sorry, what? Meal replacement? I mean, that's the term for like what those are. It's a meal replacement. Like, it's a meal replacement drink. Dog, that is literally what many different companies call it. You pleb. Plasma, what is this, 2009? Sorry, dude. I can't afford a new TV. The problem is there's not enough people that have subscribed to the channel yet. Because I know there's people with Prime here. I can see it. But I don't see a sub icon next to their name. That's all I'm going to say. When are we cutting my head? What the hell does that mean? Jesus Christ, Philly. What is this medieval draconian 14th century execution threats? My hair is... Dude, I got a haircut. Can you not tell? Did anyone else notice? I've had a haircut. Admittedly, they kept it a bit longer on top than I originally was expecting. But I didn't really notice because I had 2 hours of sleep, so I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, look. Do you know how bad it... Like, I mean... Anyone who's been watching me a bit too much will attest to this. It was getting pretty long. Ridiculously long. Like, the sides were puffed out like a 50-year-old professor who just can't be asked to get a haircut because he's too busy researching, like, dinosaurs, you know? Oh, thank you, Voking. Sorry, was I wrong? 215 calories per servings, not 899. Ah, let me double check that for us. You may be right. Sorry. Yes, sorry, kcal. You are correct. It's 890. So this bag right here has 8 servings in it, 500 grams. So in total, that ends up being just shy of 6,500 kcal. But I don't know, they're quite filling. I mean, that's kind of better than, right? Like, it's not insanely calorie dense to the point that you feel like you're just going to consume too much food in a day. Why not just eat regular food? Because if I eat regular food, I'm not able to use my voice to cast. So Proteinworks is enabling me to cast more. Let me put it in a POV for you. You know when you're playing a game and you're playing against a sweat lord like Dumu, And Dumu's just fully focused on the game. And there you are, trying to eat your food with one hand. So you're sitting there, you're trying to eat your food with one hand, while with the other hand, you're trying to sit there and play the game. And you're losing right now. And, you know, it wouldn't be a problem if you had, like, a girlfriend who, like, is spoon-feeding you. But you're a gamer. You don't go outside. You ain't got time to get laid, to go meet someone, marry them, serenade them, take them dates, dinners, whatever. You can just have your dinner at home on your own, thanks to Protein Works. Boom. You throw me softballs? Nah, dog. I'm dancing through the minefield here. This is why I get the big books. But yeah, no, that's pretty good, though. That's even better than it's low calorie, because I think a lot of people worry about the calorie element. Like 24 grams of protein and only 215 calories per serving, that's pretty damn good. And then, if you really want more calories, you can just sit here eating a tub of peanut butter. This is only £3.99. Like, I don't really buy much peanut butter, so maybe someone can tell me. I think it was either actually sorry, I think it's £2.99 for a tub for 1 kilo tub of peanut butter. Is that good or bad? $27 grams of protein per 100 as well. And this pub 100 grams has 600 calories. There you go. So if someone really wants the extra calories, just literally sit there in the dark, watching my videos crying, eating a giant tub of peanut butter. I think that's what people who just sit there eating peanut butter all day do. I can't attest it. All right. So that's cool. Let's get ready for another one. But no, Philly. The thing that I need you for is you're apparently going to make me a superstar and turn my YouTube channel around, right? I can pay you an exposure for it. Deal? Damn. You know, the thing is, if you ever tried to like do the pay you an exposure thing outside of esports, I feel like people wouldn't understand. I know that like it happens in non-video game markets, but it really is the bread and butter of this industry. Okay, let's have a look. Who's Gully against? Gully could be a good one. Let me have a look. Someone from Austria. Who is that? There used to be, I can't remember, who was the other guy from Austria? Also, Gully shows up as Germany. I thought Gully was from Austria as well. So, there's that. Or wait a second, actually, because I know what we could do. Is Crackety here? Crackety will know for sure. There's an account called MonsterCan on the ladder right now. I don't know if it's Zerton, Avali, or Core. I'm assuming it's Core. Nah, rank 28. I'll have to ask him on that one. We can watch some Crackety, by the way. Do you guys like Voldemort and Crackety? Wowie woo wow wow. You know the backdoors? What is the name? Their name is... They're literally called Monster Can, all caps. Monster Space Can. They clearly are not happy about the Red Bull announcement. We also do have Wham. Ooh. Wham played Dumu earlier. We'll probably circle back to those ones. Wham did play... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, I just realized. Wait, no. Wait, maybe. No, we can't. Sag. The Pub4 fan account just got itself privated. Sage. We can double check, but I'm pretty sure. You ran your script. It's cool. You ran your script. Definitely a script. So we could watch Core versus Vortex. Oh god, they had an Ibid mirror. That's no. But they did also have an Abbasid Zhone game. Abbasid mirror is kind of Ibid mirror is kind of special. I feel like they're not at the moment because people literally will both just do the Desert Raider into Growthwing, right? I wish it was more special, but I don't think the current way it plays out is. It would be special if they nerfed the Desert Raider. There, that's my take. It's only special when you invite Dinky King and Faye to play. Because then you get some weird ass crap. But these two would be sweaty as, I'm pretty sure of that. They'd be so sweaty when they get up from the chair. You know, like the Valkyrie almost noise when you pull away from lever. That's what you'd hear. And Dragavan, that's true. But then Dragavan, like, he would just sit there and go, why would I not just pick Abbassids instead, you know? Alright. Do a show match, but Faye decides the player builds. So I have contemplated, like, coming up with a tournament format where players are secretly handed a build they have to do. I wonder if that could be intriguing. It's like you have admins dishing out strats. I think you need the right map pool to make it good. You need more of a secretive map pool. As in, like, you'd need things like our new improved high view we came up with. Alright, so let me switch over. I already know how to do this. This is gonna get a chance of me getting to a LAN removed. Monster has entered Age of Empires 4. That's right. Red Bull gets announced and all of a sudden Monster... Okay, I can't. Core is clearly not happy with something here. Or maybe he's a bit too energetic. Either way, that is who Monstercan is. And on the other side of this one, another familiar face because we've got Vortex, of all people, on his Eddie Smurfy account, appropriately in the blue. But yes, this is actually Core. They're doing pretty well on the ladder right now. I think they are ranked about 36th in the world. The Eddie Smurfy account for Vortex is ranked in 10th, but this one right here, sorry, 28th in the world. And Zhone Dark versus Abbasid. You know, this is a really good matchup historically for Zhone from what we've seen so far. I'm curious if Vortex has something special in mind, though, because, you know, a few months back when Abbassids were in a worse place and Zhone was in a better, we started to see some glimmers of potential actually out of the Abbassids, a way that they can kind of all in, even on potentially one TC. And now, with the buffs to Fresh Foodstuffs, the buffs to Camel Archers, I think there's a more realistic realm in which you can take on Zhone. The question is, do you need 2 TCs to do it? Because that's the thing I'm wondering here. Like, you are putting this Civ in the hands of one of the most aggressive players. And I'm wondering, does he take the safe route? Because I actually think the safest route is you just fast castle. Like, actually, Core on the other side of this, show us a build recently, even against Ibids, that works, where you go 2 TC, you play Condensed, and you go Castle Age. And it looks really good. Playing longer Feudal does sound difficult, but it definitely feels like something that leans more into the style of play that Vortex is known for and comfortable with. And let's have a look at the Scout Hall. So 10 on one side, 13 on the other. This is overall looking like a decent one, but I think blue should get more in the end. Vortex, he's got more sheep to circle back on, and then there are some that Core didn't actually go to. So a little bit surprised by that. You did Culture Wing fast castle versus Voldemar, and you choked hard, so it feels rough. Okay, but you know what makes it easy not to choke? Our meal replacements, Protein Works. There you go. No solids, just all liquids. Enjoy. But no, in all seriousness, though, I think Culture Wing Fast Castle does work really well against Ibids. It's a bit map dependent the way you play it out, but you know you build a very big eco lead because you get that second TC pretty much straight away. And Fresh Foodstuffs is an insane boon, right? Because like the difference between when you get that and get Castle Age is going to be what? 5-6 minutes? Let's say 6 minutes there. So across 6 minutes, you're going to be saving. Fresh Foodstuffs takes you down to what? 34 food. So per TC, you're saving 58 food a minute. twice, right? So 116 food a minute for 6 minutes. I'm going to round 5 because it makes it easy for me to do the math. So you're saving 580 resources in that window. That's a pretty big advantage. You know what you do with those 580 resources? You get 2 Camel Riders from Melee Wing tech up, and then you build 2 more Camel Riders. You're welcome. Oh, you mean versus Zhone? How? Oh, you tower gold. Yeah, you got to tower the gold. Like, actually, I'd be shocked if Vortex doesn't do that here. But considering it's going military wing, it is at least going to be the 2 TC. I'm not sure where I sit on the idea of melee wing opener. In the Ibid example, you definitely don't want to do military wing opener. But there is some justification here because a lot of Zhone players right now are going 2 TC. So if you go melee wing and you have 2 spears, 2 archers, Zhone can't rush a second TC. They actually have to drop an archery range and build 3 archers straight away. So that puts you ahead. And I think that's what Vortex is leaning on here. That'll get him the space, because if your opponent has to go archers first before knights, that'll get you the space for a loose TC on the deer. So actually, if I'm core right now, the best thing I could do is move onto the deer and start shoving them around and shooting them. The problem is, even if you do that right, berries is always a decent backup option for the Abbasids. I think that's just another detail that makes this a very annoying Civ to face off against now. 2TC has been optimal for a long time, and compared to other Civs, they have a little bit more agency over doing loose and tight TCs, right? Because berries or deer are really good, and also if you have to do tight TCs because of the less food spent from fresh foodstuffs, you're not as phased or bothered as other Civs would be. It's the same reason why China works with condensed TCs, because supervision gives 20% more food, which basically balances out the extra cost associated per minute of producing villages. Moving in now, archers, spearmen over. Knight is going to have to waste his time here. So this is exactly what I was worried about, is that these units would come across and then Core would have to engage with them. This is what you don't want to have to do. And now, I mean, you have to go for an archery range, right? Like, you could try to brute force this, or if Zhone's ready to go level 2. Unfortunately, she's not there yet. Yeah, I feel like someone went a bit wrong here for Core on the timings. Chat always does me good here. Did he tech up with 3 villages straight away? He did, right? Or was it 4? It definitely wasn't a solo tech up, otherwise he would have had level 2. That hurt him, though. That gave a lot of initial value over the Vortex. Enough to get the second TC up. Because there's no way the Knights are going to get here in time. Oh, that was so close. Oh, wait, with the pathing? Wait. Oh my god, he's going to lose the scout. I mean, Core's backing away, but he shouldn't be, right? Like, just slowly delay this and then get the charge in. And then all of a sudden, jackpot, an extra 1,000 food for you. That's huge here. Zhone in the meantime. Looks like Core is trying to move the villagers out. Military wing units are just going to try to trade out against the eco. Cleave is going to come in big, though, so they're going to be mopped down. Only a single eco dying for this. Other side, though, I think there was a mistake made. Core should have most definitely got the kill on the scout. There you go. Our boy knows. So really big deal here now. Vortex is sitting on 18 sheep, but look at what that meant for Core. Core only has 7, so grabbing these 11 is huge. He just needs to take the scout over. There we go, he's on his way now. So second TC up, this should just be Castle Age now, right? But this is where I take issue with the build. Like, it's kind of crazy because what you just saw from Vortex with Military Wing there was probably the best value you would get out of Military Wing. But you have to sit here and think, was it better than just going Culture Wing and then Melee Wing on a delay, right? Because could Zhone really dent you quick enough here? I don't think she could. If you start with TC plus an outpost, and remember, the cool thing about like when you tech as the Abbasids is although you can't accelerate it, all your eco is gathering resources. It's not wasting effort on building, right? So you can still scale an army to defend while attacking. Now instead, it's going to have to be extra spears coming through now. I do think, by the way, if the choice for Fast Castle on Abbasids is either Trade Wing or Culture Wing in Feudal, you always pick Trade Wing on maps where you can trade, but you're against Zhone, so that wouldn't have been an option. That's why like Culture Wing to me is the go-to in this matchup if you want Fast Castle. And I feel like Castle has to be the way, because like Long Feudal here, really, what is your advantage? You can mass spears, you got second TC, theoretically you could get a big enough lead. But, you know, Zhone could have contested you second TC herself. She can also just try to all-in this TC early on. Interesting build as well. 1-1-1. We've actually started to see a lot less of Spearman with Zhone. It's just not a desirable comp anymore. Ever since the Blacksmith Preliminary nerf, you just don't get that, that immediate upgrade value. Vortex now moving out for the walls, so trying to just actually secure his flank here. Makes a lot of sense when you're playing against French civs. So what are the win conditions now for the players, considering how this is trending? Vortex needs a 20-minute deep... No, you can't. The way he's built himself is like he wants a 20-minute deep feudal age, but that would be bad because of Melee's Zhone. I think Vortex just needs castle. You don't know about trade wing, you get less value overall, but that's not true, right? If you continue to trade, you get more value. That's my point. On maps where you can get long-distance trade, it's really good. Even if you don't build additional traders. Because the thing that people really forget about Culture Wing is you get Culture Wing and Feudal, and that's going to get you 20% discount for Castle, right? So that's 360 resources saved. However, to get that, you need to spend on POC. Preservation of Knowledge costs you 100, so you're only saving 260 resources. And I know what someone's going to say, KP, the Ecotex, there's extra savings there. Yes, but in a fast castle build, you're not rushing those upgrades, right? If the goal is to get to castle as quickly as possible, I see more value in trade. Knights are going to stop the walls going up, so good timing there, cool. This is very important. Vortex was trying to min-max what he put into military to defend to get into castle quicker. Now he's going to have to double down on now. And that just doesn't feel good, right? Like, anytime you're against melee form Zhone, you want out of feudal age as quickly as possible. Because if that level 3 comes in, with that AoE cleave, in a big fight, think about the damage implications here. You dive Zhone in, let's say there's 10 units in range. Right now, she'd do 200 damage. Level 3, she'll do 350 damage. So the walls will be perma-blocked. Knights in the meantime now march to the backside. But that's kind of the crazy thing, the scary thing. And also, the longer this game goes on, right, like when that comes in, the support arc around her is huge because of the consecration scaling over time. There's a lot of reasons why Zhones love being in 1 TC long feudal situations. And other civs should never love it against them. Even something like HRE, actually. Like 1 TC on 1 TC, I actually think that matchup heavily favors HRE. But if you go deep enough into feudal, you start to lose a lot of value for the HRE, right? Like your initial gold, your wood lines won't be buffed anymore. And all the while, the consecrations are just giving bigger and bigger discounts over time because more options are being discounted. Vortex now moving into boot camp. What do you think, guys? 1s if you believe in Eddie Smurfy, 2s if you believe in the power of Monster. I gotta give it to him. He's definitely playing like he's got some extra energy behind him. Always there just in time before blue can get the defenses up. Horsemen have started to arrive, but the problem is you don't have anywhere near enough to dent these knights right now. And that's also why the Spearman detail was really smart. Like, actually, I think that was the play in the mind of Vortex here, is that you go for Horseman Spears, and then you add in like a Camel Archer, right? And then the knights lose the Horseman, and then you kind of swarm the back line. But now the Spearman complicates the matter entirely. And I believe we should have consecrations? No. Okay, that's interesting. Cool. There we go. I think it's because the consecration, when it was off cooldown, you hadn't built the racks yet. But ideally, you want to be consecrating racks as not archery rangers. Like archery rangers, you save 8 food. Racks as you save 15. So even if you're building twice the amount of archers, right? Like that's the only point at where it's starting to save you more food. Is if you're building double archer to spear. And as you can see, Core isn't really doing that. It's more of a 50-50. Looks like we've discovered the sneak out. Vortex on the north side has been seen. Cool, gonna start heading over there. Zhone looking to march in here. Immediately he doesn't want to turn with the spears, right? It's so difficult here. Cleaves come through. And this is difficult now because of the spears. If it was just knights and Zhone, you stand and fight. But because it's the spearmen, you can't afford to get baited onto them. All of a sudden, that north side, blue has to try and sneak further away. The problem that I'm seeing here is, are you kidding me, Core? Don't be one of these games again. He's had this before, where he doesn't like scout a small detail in the corner. It costs him dearly. If he gets these eco kills, it's huge. Vortex, he doesn't want to risk it. Like, little does he know, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The scout is here. Cool. What? Vortex sneaks off to the left. Now, it's a lot of out of time, guys. It means half your eco lead just isn't working, but at least they're alive here. A dodge of death for the moment, but you can see Purple's not letting go of this. Monstercan is looking to be a monster murdering villagers. He's on the hunt. Oh boy. I think they're going to get found. I don't know where they go here. They're actually running the worst way possible. Yeah, and they're running predictably over to the deer, right? No. Well, Purple knows something's out here, right? Because he never saw the villagers run back. And although it's improbable that your opponent will walk over to your deer and take it, he's going to check. Because on the off chance that he is doing this, you're going to look like an ass if you let it happen. You know what the crazy part is? If Core hadn't actually brought the Spearman, he would kill all these villagers. He might still if he's quick enough, but he needs to attack right now. Core, please. Oh my god, are you kidding me? This was a great read by Core. If he hadn't missed micro by sticking a villager, sticking a Spearman rather, in the mixer, this would have been 10 times better. He would have killed every eco unit even sooner, and he would have got back, and there wouldn't have been any wasted effort here, losing units to take down tower. So yeah, not ideal there from Core, but elsewhere things are looking good. Spearman Archer Mass is big, really big. Meanwhile, Vortex, a lot of horsemen, and I'm not confident in their ability here. Even if you win the fight, what's the cost going to be, right? Half of them goes down, 120 a pop. That's level 3 for Zhone. We're 15 minutes into the game. This fight's going to get her there. Spearman backstab coming in. Archer trade out begins. Needs to target fire onto Zhone, but instead he's looking for the Spearman. Runs straight into the Archer Mass. Mistakes being made. Spear's going to come back to deal with the Horseman now. And Zhone the whole while just ticking up the XP. All tickety-boo. And a boohoo moment here as Vortex now outnumbered. Zhone gets level 3 and does die, but it's still now a huge issue in the game where the Abbasids haven't even triggered their tech up, let alone won the fight. Even with Zhone going down, there's no denying it. Core got exactly what he needed here. And the Knights aren't even in yet, right? They're coming from that raid on the left side where he mopped up the villagers. They're now here to start massacring. This game looks over. I mean, Zhone, well done by Core as well. He hasn't spawned the units yet, right? He's going to wait until he's right next to the enemy base to drop the champions. Anytime your opponent's stuck in feudal, champions are good. Anytime they're in castle, Zhone's riders are better. And now with, what, a grand army of 13 units? I don't know how you deal with those champions. Huge miss macro rather by Vortex as well. Like 1,300 wood. You just can't spend it quick enough here. Cool game by Core. Really good timing. And GG comes out. You know, looking back at this one, Vortex, he's got to ask himself the question, should it have been Castle Age? Should it have been a quick way out? Because this long feudal was just a long death. Oh my god. We watched Core win a game. Wait, no. It's definitely Core, right? Like, all of a sudden, I need you to be not sure if it's Core. That's very important to me. So that's a clickbaity one, right? Monster has entered Age of Empires 4. No, I can't. I shouldn't upload that. Technically. Who won? Monstercan. I'm not bringing out I'm not bringing out the day since win thing. No, I'm not giving him the pleasure of it, okay? Is this Killer Pigeon playing? What are you on about? What are you talking about, Willis? Why do you think I'm playing? Yeah, I won that game. You see how I just destroyed Vortex? Old man should retire from gaming. GG. Just do good. Okay. have a look. See what we got. You know what I love about these type of drinks as well? Like, drinking it, my brain's like, huh, did I mix that with milk? Because it has a very nice kind of, not bad kind of like, how to describe it? It's the smoothness of it and the fact it's got a lot of taste. It's like, it's kind of weird sometimes when you have things like that with water. And you're like, how did water give this? God damn, that's good. Do you think Puppy Paw is better than Beastie now? The current tournament results show that, right? Is that correct? You want to break this down? You can break this down. Historically, no. But based on recent performances, like, Puppy Paw is top 3. Right? Easily. So... There's a better way of showing this stuff, right? But, like, if we go S tier... Like, Puppy Paw was 2nd place, right? And he took some games off Marine Lord, impressively enough. But then, you have to remember, to get there... He beat Beastie, right? He beat his ass. 4-1. Louis beat Beastie, right? And by the way, this is not, oh my god, Beastie has declined as a player. This is actually just the competition has improved drastically. Puppy Paw is on another level right now. He's playing his best Age of Empires 4x4. On top of that, Louis MT is climbing the ranks at an insane pace. Especially when you consider just like a few months before that EGC finals, Louis got kind of crotch stomped, right? Yeah, 3-2 by Puppy Paw. And like Puppy Paw, like I said, you know, he's done well, but not that well then, right? Like things have changed drastically. On top of that, like some of the people that are really up there, Lucifer on Vortex, obviously they've diverted time towards Zero Space, towards Stormgate. So they've kind of fallen off pretty hard. B also has fallen off hard because of that reason. So like, if I had to list the top players, it'd be like Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, Wham is kind of creeping up there. I think Wham and Beastie are kind of close together. Louis just behind them. Vortex and Lucifer just after that. Wait, would I put them just after that? I guess like just after that would make a lot of sense. But like, what was the other tournament we had the other day? I'm trying to remember what the Grew Up Bar, right? No, that didn't have them in it. There was one where everyone played. Wait, it's Slapfest, right? Yeah, Slapfest would be another one to look at, right? Where that was the Wham one, right? Actually, Anatan. Sorry, I forgot about Anatan. Anatan and Louis are like at the same level, in my opinion. Anatan is another one that is really leveled up. It's like what? Your top list is Marine Lord, Puppy Paw. Marine Lord, Puppy Paw, then it's Wham / Beastie. Wham, Beastie, and Louis are kind of very close together. Then just behind them, I put like Anatan. Kiljardi's improving at a rapid pace, by the way. Kiljardi's tournament progress has ramped really quickly in the first few months of 2024. Like, Kiljardi's tournament progress before that sucked. He couldn't play tournaments at all, and I think he'll admit that. Like, he just didn't have the flow down. But his rate of improvement has been insane as well. Outside that, who else we got, really? I mean, Dumu's still a very good player, but it's like, I think he'll admit it's tough to get the wins against some of these names you just mentioned. And that's not on him. That's once again the improvement that's come out of these other people. Is there anyone I'm missing, do you guys think? I think those are the obvious top players right now. There's definitely other people that play. But like, those are the big ones, right? Maybe if I have a look at the S tier event and look at the list of names, there's probably someone I've forgotten, and I'm going to feel bad about it. Mister's not active. Recon is really struggling. Zerton is on the rise, but like, not there again. I actually think Baltoon's low-key, like, he's making a run and gun at it. I've been really impressed by him recently. B is just not what he was. Similar to Vortex and Lucifer, he's fallen off really hard. Magic retired. Avali. I mean, Avali knows he's not there. Right? CSO is almost like a kryptonite of Louis, really. Elyona is actually the one that has surprised me a lot in the last month. Elyona's rate of improvement is really impressive. I said Numidan being named to watch. I actually think Elyon is eclipsing Numidan. Mark my words. Like, a month from now, this guy will be beating this guy all the time. Give us a wink. There you go. I got you. Okay, so let's do some more games. Hope that answers the question nicely. And I'm sure none of that got clipped out of context and I'm going to get in trouble. What's your fuel on GUA? Falling off really hard. And I think he'll admit that. Part of it is real life stuff. And part of it is, I think, his PC he's having issues, hardware or network issues or something. But giving anxiety, the biggest problem with giving anxiety, he's very good at aggressive play, which you'd think would favor the current meta. But where I would say there's maybe room for improvement, when it turns into a macro game, his comfort level, it changes quite a bit. You can see he's very good on the offensive and attacking, but the nature of AoE4 is inherently a more defensively oriented RTS than other ones, right? It's not like in StarCraft where if you get an army into the main, GG, right? If you bring 20 archers underneath a TC, it's not GG. Because if they're underneath a TC and a TC is going to kill them, right? It's a very different style of game. So like that's why you have to have that back-off moment where you're like, okay, actually going castle is the win condition now. Finishing castle and coming back in 2 minutes is better. Voldemar is definitely improving. I actually think Voldemar... Where would I put him? 13th, 14th? Maybe? No, 15th. I think he's on the verge of like being the top 16 of active players right now. I think that's fair. It's not quite there, but like it's getting close. Because he's warming up again, right? Like it's about getting familiar with the current patch. I think he's doing reasonably well though. I think Voldy can make the main event of the next tournament. Group stage, I've been impressed with playoffs, but like group stage definitely doable. Let's say it's like 24 players. Definitely think he could be one of them easily. I'm looking forward to the next gen, Dragavan and Gully Deckle, especially. Dragavan just like needs to... I think he just needs to work on his mid game a bit. He's got some nice cheesy strategies. I like his openings. I think the mid game is going to be the next big improvement for him that will put him over the edge. Dragavan is 100% going to get a clown carring nerf, by the way. Like, the Siege Tower build is disgusting. It's actually vulgar what he does. No one else has been able to get it nerfed, but he will. I'm pretty sure of that. Because, like, if he doesn't get it nerfed because of him, someone who has insanely high APM will get it nerfed. Because if you have a high enough APM to micro 2 Siege Towers, it's GG. You just die. He needs to stop trolling. I mean, it's trolling, but it works as well, you know what I mean? Like, it's partially trolling, but it is also super effective. Like, dude, he curb-stomped Vortex in an English Marlin game. You guys remember that? Alright, let's see who we've got live. Oh, what's on Saturday? Saturday, there's two things going on. There's actually a reverse draft tournament going on, and there's also a Voldemar versus Elyon show match. So, I actually done a poll to get your opinions on what you would like to have watched. So, let me get you the link for that. You guys can vote on that quickly if you want. But, you know, I wanted to make the choice for you guys to see which one you want to watch. I have a feeling most people are going to want the tournament, because the tournament is a reverse draft tournament that is going to have Dumu, Zertin, Kiljadi, Anatand, Lucifron, Louis, Puppy Paw, Beastie, and I believe Wham are all playing in it. It's going to be a one-day event. So yeah, I assume people want to do that. Is a link to the tournament? I don't think they've had a page made yet. I've been flagging this to the people who made it, because like there needs to be some sort of schedule so we all see things. But like I just checked the Wikipedia and it kind of wasn't on. I wouldn't say it was on the Elyon or Voldemar organizers' side that the issue was made there. Like because actually they do have a Wikipedia listing. But yeah, it happens. Hopefully we can start figuring that out so it doesn't happen often. Because they literally are starting at the exact same time. So I will end up casting them both in the end. But I think, like, I've got a feeling we'll probably end up, like, doing the Mutez thing. And then afterwards, the reverse showdown thing. And then afterwards, like, on Monday, we'll cast the Alyona Voldemar show match. Which is a shame, because I actually think Voldemar versus Alyona is going to be a really, really cool match. It'll either be very, very close, or Alyona will stomp it. That's no offense to Voldemar. It's more just I don't know how much Voldy is practicing at the moment compared to Alyona, who I think has been grinding daily, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that, though. I personally am leaning 90% close to it being like a 7-game series and super close. All right, let me open the matches because we have... Oh, my game just crashed. That's great. You think Voldemar beats Alyona? Interesting. I haven't watched Voldemar games the last few days, so maybe I'm off, but I don't know. Do you not think it's going to be really close? I'm overestimating Alyona? Yeah, maybe I'm leaning too much into that Beastie game the other day where he like completely stomped him. What was it? Ibids versus... Was it French or Joan? I think it was Ibids versus French. Yeah, I think it'll be close. Like I said, I need to check Voldemar's day because I'm not trying to discount him. It's just a case of how many games he's been actively grinding the last few days, last few weeks. He has been ramping up again though, so like, you know, because I think I said like last week, I think Voldemar's getting there. He's getting back on course. Okay, actually, no, you know what? In fairness, he has quite a lot of games this week. So yeah, I think Voldemar should still be like slightly favored. Last time Alyona beat him 2-1, I think so. I guess the challenge in my mind is you might be right in that I would say in a short series, Alyona slightly favored. In a long series, Voldemar might be slightly favored though. Because I think he has more experience with long series, if I'm not mistaken. You blame FFAs? Okay, so I'm kind of curious. Like, how do you guys really feel about FFAs? Because like the first 15-20 minutes can be quite inactive, right? Or like some cases they're not because of Dominion, but that can feel very RNG. Like if you're not near someone, you can't get kings. Do you feel good or bad about that? Don't play them anymore? Have you seen the free-for-alls that we do, Sassy? Because I kind of stand by it. I think I'm pretty sure I'd be saying it even if I didn't run those free-for-alls and hadn't helped create the rule set. I think they're so much better. And not just small maps. We do things like the player who kills the least gets eliminated stuff, right? So we have micro maps, we have small maps, which are ones where it's like 8 players on a map designed for 6 to 4 player size map. There's loads of cool things. Like I actually kind of want to do a tournament with that whole meat grinder mod where the player with the least kills gets killed, right? Could you imagine if you set the timer to like 25 minutes, still left Sacred Site win condition on, and it's like 25 minutes, whoever's got more points wins. I think that could be kind of fun. There's also another one that I'm looking into now, which is to have... You guys familiar with... Sorry, I just realized I haven't restarted the game after it crashed. You guys familiar with Company of Heroes' win condition? Because it's like the Sacred Sites. It's where the Sacred Site idea came from, but it's a little bit different. The way it works is that you capture victory points, and whoever's the majority, the other person's points tick down. If your points reach 0, you lose. I want to try to replicate that in AoE 4 and test that in a tournament. Because I actually think that... So here's what I've said this in the video the other day. I do not think that Red Bull was wrong for trying to find a different tournament format, despite what some players are probably going to say. The issue is that Empire Wars sucks because it's not been balanced. And I want to defend the devs on this. If we're being totally real, it was set up to fail from the point that no one plays it. I've talked to the devs on this. Like, one of the devs wants to balance it, but because no one plays it, he has no data, so he can't balance it, right? So, I mean, you could take blind punts. Like, I guess you should take blind punts at that point. But I get it, right? But the idea, like, I need to find someone at Red Bull to talk about this because I genuinely think if you made a tournament where the way the rule set works is you capture Sacred Sites and it ticks down the timer like Company Heroes, it's unique, but it's familiar enough to current standard format AoE 4 that anyone whining about it being different is just being, like, I think petty at that point, right? It's unique and it's different, but the core basis of a lot of Civ matchups and how your Civs function and the map pools are going to be similar, right? But like what I might do to balance it, I'm working on one of my models to see if they can do it, is I might tweak it so that, for example, the resume, so we'd use the resumable time. If you guys assume we do that, it's where the timer starts at 10, but if you get decapped at 5 and you come back 5 minutes later and capture it, it'll resume at 5, right? It stores your progress. I want to do that, but, and yep, I already see it about Delhi. This is how you adjust it. There's 2 ways you go. You trigger that win condition from only Castle Age and beyond, or you have a fixed point in the game where it can only start tracking real progress, right? So like, you could basically say that the resumable time only starts at 15, right? It only starts storing like that. Or you go castle. I think the 15 thing complicates it. The way I do it, and it would kind of nerf Delhi, so it would change that civ a bit, is I make it so that the Sacred Site timer will not be capable of starting to tick down the timer until 15 minutes. That's the way I do it. Because otherwise, if you have this kind of like interchanging, now it's storing progress, I think code-wise in the back end, it's going to become impossible to figure out. Victory points should be implemented? For real. Like, could you imagine if they made that as a separate game mode? I actually think that would pop. That would work better than Empire Wars, because Empire Wars is just kind of, for a lot of people, a worse standard, whereas doing that as a unique format, it's different, right? It's a similar idea of, like, I love that for team games, by the way, because like that's the thing. I talked to the Stormgate devs about this, is that the Stormgate devs, they were highlighting they don't like that all these games make team games, and the team games are basically just poorly implemented 1v1s in team settings. Because like the optimal strategy is take a player out, right? And then it's 2v3. But like what you could do with this format is you could make it so like you could even potentially have decent defenses in each player's base to begin with. Like maybe they have a keep next to their TC or whatever, as an example. So they can't just be all in straight away. And instead, you just have these Sacred Site timers, these Sacred Sites in the center that you capture. That's kind of cool, right? I know it leans into more like the campy style gets protected, but like if you format it so that the Sacred Site timer can start straight away ticking down a victory point system, that's a cool concept. Sacred Sites, so half the mechanic is there? Yeah. I just need one of my modders to work on it. I've messaged 1 or 2 of them, so fingers crossed we can get that. Because like what I'm suggesting here, like I want to try to get this piece together for when I'm back from holiday. Because guys, I'm going on holiday from the 8th to the 16th of May, I think it was 17th of May. So little one there, like that's why I'll be gone for a week. Please don't leave me. I'm still like being a content creator, like the idea of taking a holiday makes us so paranoid. But it's my first holiday in over 4 years. But when I get back, I want to try to organize a small tournament around that. Probably like July-ish. I might try to organize one to happen before the Norwegian LAN or just afterwards, right? Because I want proof of concept, and then I want to take this to like, you know, Red Bull and say, use this. This is better. First holiday by choice for first holiday by survival. Dude, it's like, I'm a freelancer. I've been doing esports since 2018. Since 2018, I've had one holiday, and that one holiday in all these years, and that was just as COVID was kicking in, like just before, not partying out. We like had rented a little place pretty out there, and that had to be local. That was UK, because I was like, I'm freelance. What if someone phones and they're like, come to France for a week? Freelance can be brutal, man. But yeah. Sorry, I just need to send a message quick. Wait, who's he against? Who is this? Wilsh. I don't know who that is. Not enjoying freelance. A freelance program is not too bad because there's always work, right? Like, you can legit just take half a year off and you know you'll have work when you come back, if that makes sense. It's very different with what I do. Weekly AoE Cup that would have little rewards to the winner. I don't know what that would be, though. The tough part is getting, like, all the names to sign up for that. Because, like, when it's not a big number, people treat it more casually. And there's nothing worse than a tournament organizer, the feeling of like you setting up a bracket of format of like round robin or whatever for 16 players and then only 8 turning up for the event. I think that's what's kept me back a lot in the past from the idea of those type of events. I actually do want to set up I actually want to set up a league system, a regular league system, because I actually think there's too much focus on weekends, and I want to bring focus to weekdays. So what I want to do is create a league format and just let people do their games when they want to across the week, and that'll give me regular content as well. Like, I don't know why Rising Empires didn't do it again. Cal and I think it was Road had the correct idea when they done the Chiefs of War Chief, and they just let people organize their games. Don't get me wrong, some people were lazy as goddamn hell. Like, that's why a few of the players, half of their games were DQs because they didn't organize their games. But like, you know what you do? You filter that out by like you offering a reasonable prize pool, and then in the event that people don't do it, you penalize them. So you say okay, you finished lowest the league, you're out anyway, but you can't come back to qualify for the next one. You have to wait one. I think that's something that a lot of people are scared of, is if people take tournaments for granted, they need to be kind of penalized, right? I'm being like, some players aren't going to want to hear this, but like, dude, I get it. It's not a lot of money, and you've got other things to do. But at the same time, if I or an organizer is putting all this time in to organize something, and then you're just bailing on us, we're just losing out, right? You owe us now? Hell yeah. I mean, there's another way of doing this, and it's like, it's actually buying tournaments. I wanted to do this in the past, but I don't know if it gets awkward from like a financial legal perspective, but the idea would be that you'd have players buy in for $25 each, for example, and that would all go into a prize pool, right? And then, you know, I mean, I put all that money at the prize pool, but like, you could even get to a point where you keep some of it. Like, that's how some people do it, but I just aim to put it all into the prize pool. It's literally how, like, it's how poker works. I mean, poker has a base like prize pool, right? But it increases based on the people that enter. No, but Phil's boat. That's the point, though. $25, but let's say you have 16 people, right? $25. Let's say you're top 4, top 6. You're making like you break even or make a bit of money, sort of thing. There's ways you can do that. That's the whole idea. It's similar to poker, right? Where it's like you're in the money, right? Once you're like, you know, 2,000 people enter. If you're in the top 60, you're in the money, sort of feeling. So there are ways you can balance that. And you'd be surprised how many people who just aren't competitive would hop in to play and see how they do for $25. Because like what is $25 to a lot of these people? I'll tell you what it is. It's a meal replacement, and then you still have some change. Go get some Protein Works. Exclamation mark Protein Works. But no, outside that, like $25 is just, dude, it's just going out for a meal. So actually, like, here's the idea, guys. Instead of going out for a meal for $25, why don't you go buy yourself these meals that work out at under $2 per meal, and then the extra money you can use to sign up to one of those tournaments. Right? KB is stealing people's meals. Nah, dog. This meal is a steal. Get it. So I'd love to see a 2K person tourney. Oh, what, you mean money? Yeah, you don't mean like ELO or whatever. That's basically the top of top. By the way, that's part of the reason I don't think I'll ever run money-based low-rank games, is people would just like, you think that people, let's say you've done a $500 tournament, you would think that the high-level pros wouldn't sign up for that and smurf it. They won't, but like someone who's just outside that, who's making no money because they're getting stomped by Marine Lord all the time, will. Like, that's always been an issue. Smurfing is such a really big problem with like low elo tournaments. Call of Duty. Whoa, I don't mean like someone will, is my point. Someone who never makes money off of pro tournaments will do it because it's free money, right? EGC has managed open for all tournaments before too, so they have experience, albeit no more Lord Petito. Okay, what's that in regards to? I mean, yeah, well, there's loads of people I think in the scene that have experience in running tournament rackets now. My issue is like being able to pay them. Sadly, the size of our scene, a lot of what people do goes based on good heart will and whatnot, you know? They'd ban you out. Just learn more Civ, lol. This is Dragonman's problem, dude. The bastard gets banned. He's like, how am I going to Siege Tower rush them? Wait, who's the... Please tell me that is him. It might be. The moment I see someone called Siege Tower OP, my immediate instinct is, oh, it's Dragovan. We said we are going to do some Voldemar, right? I think we can do some Voldemar. Okay, that's weird. Oh wait, I just realized why. They spelled Siege Tower wrong. Okay, they're 1100 elo. We don't care. I would click on it, but I am outraged by how many people are scams where they'll have like only builds rams and they don't. They're just lying to you to get free points. Where are the cojones in this community, all right? Have the balls to call yourself something and do it. Legend of Wall from Age of Empires 2. What does he do? He walls people in. Grow a spine, man. Ooh, Scarlet's playing. Let me check who Scarlet's against, because there's a lot of high-level accounts with names I cannot read, and Scarlet is like ranked 110 right now. Well, if the guy was a big fan, you just said we don't care. Wait, what? What are you on about? Nani? So let me get Scarlet. A round of 2048. Good God. Please stop. Wait, is this a different Scarlet Devil? The games aren't showing up correctly. Okay, yeah, the most recent game isn't showing up. That's kind of weird. Alright, let me check the others. If not, we've got some people we can watch, don't worry. I just like live games when I can. No chance I glimpse the outcome, which makes me happy. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, when will you all learn the way? That is not the way. AOE4 podcasts, weekly pro, 1 hour long. The problem is, like, everyone and their mum wants to do podcasts. And it's like, the problem is for the effort you put into podcasts, what is your projected viewership? Is always a challenge, I think. I've thought about doing a podcast before, but I don't know if I make it Age of Empires specific. An esports podcast is kind of intriguing. But, like, once again, like, compared to, like, the potential market for podcasts, you're then limiting yourself. It's always been a weird one, I found, that detail. Right? I think I need to figure out a way of doing a podcast and slung in, though. The reason is that what I've realized is I'm very good at talking to people. I mean, I should, like, dude, I'm an interviewer and host, right? But I do it all the time. Like, that's why the call that should have been, like, maybe half an hour long was a 3-hour call, because I just kept getting more info out of the person and talking about more things. I guess that's a good sign that people like talking to me, that they'll do that. I don't know. And I can just talk, you know? There'll always be someone to talk about. I remember I'd done it with a very famous caster at an event where I was interviewing him for a news outlet. He's like, I've got 15 minutes. We need to make this quick. The video recording was an hour and a half long. And he's like, oh, you're good. You are bloody good. Right? Like, he was angry that he was late, but at the same time, he's like, I have to respect it. You got me good. I didn't even realize we were here that long. RTS podcast also limited scope. Yeah, it's like, so what are you going to do? You're going to like have a podcast where you talk about the most recent patch. The problem with that is like, it's the same issue with patch note analysis videos. You get an initial boost and no long-term traction, right? You want to interview people. That's what I want to do. I want to bring someone on, and I don't want to talk about the fact that they're an AO4 Pro. Maybe they're like, they do other stuff as well, right? You want to interview the people. Those are the podcasts that last and have increasing value over time. And increasing value is important, right? Because like, you know, that's the whole point in YouTube versus Twitch. Is like, what Twitch is great for is the level of interaction in the moment. YouTube is great for like a year from now, depending on what kind of content you do, someone can click on it and it's still relevant. That's the challenge with casting type content, but the trade-off is that I cast a lot, so it's always constant content. But like that's why I do a lot of streaming, because like this angle of content makes a lot more sense to stream, in my opinion. Because whenever you're doing something tournament-based, in a lot of ways, when you think about it, it's a little bit like doing, not that. It's a little bit like doing news, because people want the latest stuff. And there are exceptions when you have an epic game of the epicest proportions. But outside that, right? Okay, so give me a sec here, darlings. Give you the Vikings? No. Actually, maybe We've got another Civ being worked on right now. It's not Vikings. But one of my modders isn't happy with just making Persia. They're making another variant Civ. Okay, so let me have a look at Wham's data. Oh no, he's had games against BC and Dimmu, but both of those are private, right? Let me check Philly. Philly, wait, did you say you had a good... No, Crackety told me you had a good game. That's a good idea. We're going to look at Crackety. What are we doing with our life? Give me a sec. That's actually perfect. So let me check Crackety. Ever get trolls still? From my experience, for some reason, more experienced streamers seem to manage to avoid them. I don't think I get that many trolls. I mean, I just kind of shut them down. Like, my mods will usually just go and ban someone that's clearly trolling. I'll initially engage with it in a way that I like to think I just put them down like a rabid dog. A lot of, like, I mean, I can't even be asked to... There's a guy on one of my YouTube videos recently that basically said, I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand competitive at all. And I gave him an initial response, and I couldn't even be asked to read his follow-up response, let alone respond to it. Like, did you guys see that on the YouTube video? Yeah, I'll say here, I'll show you. It was this absolute pleb. So he made a comment that basically said I need to get on their level, and I have no right talking about these things because I'm not on their level. Yeah. I suggest you kill a pigeon, by the way. Pigeon ain't spelt with a D. The only D is in your mum. Anyway, get on the skill level of pros like Beastie, Vortex, Lucifer, Marine Lord, or similar players before judging which tournament rules. Yes. That's definitely the only way that you can judge tournament rules. Running your own tournaments, running the most successful tournament in the history of like Diablo, running small tournaments, spending 6 years in esports as a caster, also assisting on rule sets for major tournaments, also being a former developer and a game design graduate. Like, all those skills, like, none of them are useful for this stuff, right? Like, the irony of the gatekeeping of this comment was baffling, but like, I couldn't even be asked to respond to this. Whereas, like, even considering Empire Wars, like, it's crazy when you get monkeys with keyboards like this, where they literally read they read 10% you, or listen to 10% of your statement, and they go over it, right? That's the classic, like, you know when someone misclips something? Like, that's why I always say, God, long-term, casting Age of Empires 4 is going to hurt my casting career. Because, like, when I get in a cast and I say, I absolutely hate China, right? If someone just clips that and ships that. I still remember doing that to Sneaper in the early days. When he just, the way he said it is like, he was just sounded like he was abusing the nation China. I was like, I clipped it. I was like, this is how we go now. But, you know, these type of people, they're so freaking dense. It's unbelievable. Like, you know, IQ lower than I have fingers. Because it's just like, basically what I said in that video about Empire Wars is that Red Bull weren't wrong for trying to find a way. It's just Empire Wars isn't the way. Empire Wars could work if they were to get consistent development on it. And a pledge from the devs to develop on it, but it wasn't going to get that, right? And that's why it wouldn't work. But the choice to try and do a different mode is not bad. That's good. Yo, what's up, Cal? Oh, nice. That's sick. Corvinus versus Sassy on Scandinavia. I would happily check that out. Yo, darling, do you want to do us a solid as well? Do you want to check out? Do you want to test out Pigeon's View as well at the same time? How many games they gonna do? Wink, wink. What's Scandinavia for? Is that... Well, I know what that's for. That's going to be for the LAN, right? You want Scandinavia in there. Right? Gonna make a group chat. Alright, I mean, if they want to squeeze extras in, no problem. If not, I'll try to fund some show matches in the coming weeks. You know, say this when you win Red Bull Wallow? Dude, that's the best part. That's what I loved here, right? So, like, that guy... What did he say? I need to get on the same level, skill level as Puppy Paw. Alright, I don't mean to throw shade at Puppy Paw, but I have won as many LANs as he has. Just saying. Like, you see how you just move the needle and just put stupid crap in there to twist the argument? Like, this is the type of people you're dealing with. Managed to beat Sassy in the free-for-all? Yeah, like, dude, like, all this crap that I'm getting, and it's like, I mean, this chump don't know who I am. I got 100% win rate against Supreme, 11k MMR gamer from Dota 2. Boom. You can pluck irrelevant, artificial, stupid stats, or you can be real about it. Like, the other thing that I always like to highlight, and this is why if you're going to ask players what they want from a tournament or whatever, you need to spread a wide net, not a thin net. Because what a lot of people don't really think about this for a sec, chat. If there's a format and I want to do a different format, and I approach the top 4 players in AoE 4 and ask them their opinions, I want you to think about what and I am finding a game, by the way. We're going to do some Crackety. I want you to think for a sec about the biasness, the likely biasness of their opinions. Because it's a different format to the one that they're good at. Now, that's not to say they're all going to say, no, it sucks, don't do it. But this is why, to be safe, you get different opinions. You get casters' opinions, because like we understand the game from player and entertainment perspective, and thus viewer perspective. You ask tournament organizers, you ask players, a wide arc of players, right? You don't just approach 2 pros and ask them. Because like, not everyone is going to be like Nilly, where Nilly was like one of the best deathmatch players, and he proposed Empire Wars because he knew it would be better for them, right? Like, people have their agendas. And sometimes that agenda isn't intentionally vicious, bias, or whatever. It's subconscious. Like, it's called... What's the term? It's confirmation bias, right? It's like, sometimes you are looking for an angle and you don't realize you're even looking for that angle. Because it's ingrained in you. It's the stereotypes that you grow up on or whatever, like, as an example, right? But that happens. Which is why it's important to get a wide arc of opinions. Do you guys want Crackety versus Voldemort or Crackety versus Sassy, by the way? Actually, pause that thought. Because I know Crackety was telling me about a game the other day. He had one versus Kaiser Johan as well. I'm seeing if it's here. If it's here, we do that. If not, we'll do either Voldemort or Sassy. So let me know which one you guys want. I don't think the game... No, the game isn't there that the Crackety recommended the other day. What's matchups? Good question. So let me have a quick look. So Crackety versus Sassy is Japanese versus English. Voldemort versus Crackety is Joan versus Byzantines. Or the other one is Ottomans versus HRE. Casters can give casters perspective and have a feeling for what could be interesting. Yeah. Pros can give input and what format makes sense. Yeah, but even the format thing is what I'm saying. Because like actually format matters a lot from a caster and a tournament organizer POV because they know what people are going to engage with. Like I had a discussion, actually, me and Cal were talking about the other day, and he showed me this cool graphic, and I went, the problem with that graphic is like 90% of casual players are going to look at that graphic, and their brain is going to, you're going to hear a farting, squeaky noise from their brain. They're going to be confused, right? So even to that level, you need convolute rules. Like I remember we talked about solutions to bad balancing issues before, and I've said it wouldn't work because it's too complicated for a player to understand. Because like, I used to have a term, and apologies, but when I was like design and develop oriented, I did have a like, my brain thought was like, everybody's an idiot. Calm down. What I mean by this is most things are over-engineered, complicated, and hard to understand. And the reason people are idiots isn't because they are an idiot. They are an idiot at pickup because it takes time to understand something. And to get someone to invest that time is difficult, right? Like, if you portray chess as a story, someone's more likely to engage and learn chess than if you tell them the technicalities, right? When you sit there and explain the rules, oh, the knight moves like this, the rook moves like this, like you go through down the list of details, someone's clocked out, right? There's an amazing video on, I think it's Anna, one of the like chess grandmasters. Her mum pretends that she doesn't know how to play chess, and this guy stands there explaining chess to her, but because he doesn't know that she's a pro, but he describes it as a story. It's like, and the knights must ride out into the field to back up the pawns to make sure the soldiers do not surrender the center of the battlefield. For if they do, the king is doomed, right? And like, I'm just sitting there listening to this guy's like, Jesus, I'm a storyteller, and this guy's making me feel like insecure, right? That's so smart. And it's the same logic with like, you know, when you think about tournament formats and all these details. So important. Unbeatable total game style, and then you can dictate the tournament must be 30-minute no rush. Yay, what a successful tournament. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's literally what we do with free-for-alls. That's what we've been doing with these custom format rules. Because I'll tell you, actually, one of the biggest limitations to getting people... did we decide on the game, by the way? Sorry, I'm just checking chat. You know how I am. I love these discussions. You know what? I'll choose. But, like, this is the fundamental issue that people don't understand around RTSs as a limiting factor. It's a solo game where games can go 2 hours. That's anti-casual. And team games are more likely to go 2 hours because they're bigger and longer, right? Inherently worse. Inherently so much worse. So, like, The idea of trying to come up with a concept where, let's say you had a guaranteed 30-minute end. Why is that important? Guys, why do you think Call of Duty is so popular? It's not just that it's easy to pick up, because it's like a Mishu gun, ugh ugh. It's like I hop in a game and it takes 10 minutes. Guaranteed. Right? 15 minutes. Guaranteed. I hop in a game at AoE 4, I need to make sure I've got 2 hours free, because it could be a 2-hour game. Or I need to leave. But here's the problem with just leaving. Once I'm past 40 minutes in, I have sunken cost fallacy. I'm like, I might as well see this game out now. Right? You feel worse about exiting a game that you're 40 minutes into because you've got no time than 10 minutes in a game saying I've got no more time. Right? So like, that's a fundamental issue RTSs have. That, by the way, is why StarCraft went from a 6-worker start to a 12-worker start. It's why they tweaked other elements. They were trying to accelerate the game. MOBAs have even done it. Like, MOBAs, the rate at which you get XP, gold, everything else in like games like Dota now is so much higher. The introduction of neutral items is meant to empower supports more, so they have more gold. Because they have more gold, they get like amplified quicker, right? All these things. So many games are figuring out ways of adding in extra mechanics to accelerate the end game state. Because that's what people actually want. People want more instantaneous rewards, more opportunities to play. And thus, when they have more opportunities to play, they are going to play more games hours out of the week because they can slot one in for half an hour here and half an hour there. So huge. All right, I'll catch up with chat and then we'll hop in. What's up, Nomad? What's our new sponsor? Our new sponsor are the wonderful people over at Protein Works that I've been chugging on this so quickly I'm almost done with. This was filled with a powder and water that tasted like blueberry cheesecake. So these are really cool meal replacements. This got like 24 grams of protein in it. You can get an 8-pack is the smallest one you can get. And they're actually quite cheap. Britboy was saying earlier, like it's actually really, really cheap. So like that works out at about £1.50 a meal. £1.50 a meal. That's not bad. And you don't have to worry about cooking. You can sit in game for longer hours. And I was really impressed with it, actually. It has a very blueberry cheesecakey. Like when I drank that, I was like, have I made this with milk? Because it had that kind of cheesecake element, not just a blueberry. But yeah, they've got blueberry cheesecake. They've got raspberry white chocolate chip, which I'm so looking forward to. Relatively opportune. Exclamation mark. Protein Works will get you what you need. Yo, what is up, my boy Yaki? It's been a while. How you doing, my friend? Yaki, everyone. Yaki is a wonderful lad. He used to work over at one of the army orgs in the US. You're now working with one of the charity orgs, right? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah, you were USO, I remember. Yeah, you were Make-A-Wish. Oh, yeah, dude, I think I was talking to someone who you work with, actually. I mean, maybe I should just go to you instead. You're on my Chadley Lord. Actually, no, it wasn't you. It was someone over at Player 2 working with you. Yeah. We might have to talk. Yeah, Protein Works. Check them out, guys. Use code KillerPigeon at checkout and you'll get 10% off. Really cool, though. They've got loads of different things. They've even got, like, snack bars. They've got, like, super greens. I need to try those. Yeah, it was Alyssa. Yeah. Bump me in Discord. We'll have a call. Because, like, I actually work with a bunch of influencers now. I'm repping some influencers, so... I got my own little fam of content creators that I'm trying to help get deals. Playing the tourney or casting it? I will be casting it, not playing it. All right, should we hop into another one? I think I'm caught up there. When I see a long game, I watch it 2 times speed, for real. And here's the problem. Like, the simulation doesn't keep speed when you get deep into a game. Yeah, like, even... So here's the thing right now. Just to round this thought out, when you see these games that go, like, an hour and a half long, like, we had that Puppy Paw versus Louis one, and it felt epic. It only felt epic because it was, like, a rarity at the time, because the current meta is fast. I am worried that if we don't change some things about the core late game or come up with some interesting new game modes, the meta will shift back at some point to Imperial Plus, and you'll have hour-long games all the time, and it will be boring. So boring. Because if you think about that Louis... Actually, I think it's a Marine Lord versus Louis game, right? It was the Abbasid Ottoman one. If you think back to that game, the last 20 to 30 minutes, it was obvious Marine Lord had won. But it took so long due to the tug of war to realize it, right? A redeemed tie? Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me put the tie on. I'll put the tie on now. Chill. Calm titties. Can I add Corvinus? Oh, dude. Have you not got Corv? Let me have a look. Have I got Corvinus? I think I have. There you go. Add them to your group. Boom. All right, let me put a tie on. Why do you make me do this when I'm wearing a freaking t-shirt all the time? You know how hot it is these days? All right. I guess I'll let this start, and then I'll come in to talk in a sec after I've tied my tie. Get some viewers, get some talent under him, and he starts wearing a chain. Dude, don't start. I still remember at Dota tournament, because Reddit loved me when I first started casting, and then they hated me, right? And I still remember someone's comment being, "Oh my god, look at this guy. He casts a few tournaments, and now he sits here wearing chains like he's everything." I'm like, dog, I've worn these chains. Like, at that point, I was like, I've worn these chains for 6+ years, I think it was. I've had these. Basically, one of these chains comes from my grandfather who passed away, and then one is from my another grandfather and grandmother who only the grandfather's alive. I do not take these chains off, ever. I legit, every time someone tells me about the chains, I forget I even have them. That's how much I wear them. Thank you for putting that tie on now. I feel very much more professional. Whoa, 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 it's happening! Hold up! He's done it. He's a filthy, stinking HRE main now. Crackety, the man who says they're broken, the Imber, they shouldn't be allowed to be picked, has picked the Holy Roman Empire. And on the other side, it's the kid. I mean, there's no way Crackety loses to a kid. A small, incy-wincy kid. Voldemar, noodle arm gamer from Denmark, a phenomenal coach, good enough at it that he makes a full-time living. I mean, you know, you've a coach, you play, right? You can't be both. Well, Voldemar's here to prove different on the Ottomans of all civs. All right, guys, this is just going to be an easy win. We should phone it in, right? Like, there's no way HRE beats Ottomans because this civ right now is uber trash tier in the first 2 ages. This civ right now seems to be all about the second and third age. And that second age looks absolutely disgusting. And this opening should be disgusting. Check this. We've actually got a double scout opener. Crackety has only got 12 sheep compared to 9, though. That's not crazy good here. That's unfortunate as well, because if you found a few more sheep, we could be looking at a Burgrave game. Instead, now we're going to have to see which way he wants to go, because this is an interesting matchup in that the Feudal Age right now feels ridiculous for HRE. All you need to do is spam out these archers with marching drills. It doesn't matter that the Ottomans can get extra attack speed. It takes too long to come online. So if Crackety takes more of an aggressive approach, he should be favored in this game. What worries me is if he goes a bit more chill and plays for a much later game. And wait, what's that? You couldn't use the code. Did you use the link? You should definitely be able to use the code to check out. Remind me afterwards and I'll have a look at that and make sure it's working for you. But yeah, Arkan Chapel now on the way. So Crackety is putting on the wood line. This could be either a boom game or it could be an archer game, to be honest with you, right? Like, that's the I think that's the crazy thing right now about the HRE. Is this Arkan on wood is always efficient. Like, I genuinely don't feel there's many situations where it's better to go on the gold anymore. You should always be prioring wood. Because you can either get a full archer spam all in feudal, or this allows you to set up farms quite quickly to go for a long game. And how are we looking for a mid game? 16 sheep in the end, so that's actually really good here. Only 9 for Voldemar. Not the end of the world for him, though. He has the Twin Minaret Madrissa, which is going to give him more food income permanently. And then on top of that, remember, most Ottoman players are going for the Anatolian Hills right now, which gives them an extra 2,000 food by spawning 8 sheep at their TC. What do you guys think, by the way? One's for HRE, two's for Ottomans. Because I'm wondering, like, has someone seen a way that Ottos can win this? Because I see this on paper, and I feel like this is 85% favored towards HRE. The one advantage that the Ottomans used to have, it's kind of funny, actually. Before the nerfs came in, Ottomans could play an all-in feudal and destroy HRE, in some cases, depending on the map. But now, between HRE getting the buffs for feudal they've got, and Ottomans feudal getting nerfed, it feels like the only way you can play this if you're Ottos is, like, Fast Castle or 2TC. But Fast Castle has its own negativities, right? Because if HRE go all in and you go Fast Castle, they just spam archers and spears and win. So tech up can play. We're going to see what Kraken wants to do. He's already got 300 wood, so this definitely looks like it's going to be a play in the feudal. Archery range now being dropped. Already has value for it, right? Like, his opponent opened military school, which means there's spears on the field. By the way, this is pretty standard. I feel like 95% plus of games right now, Ottomans always begin with a military school. They don't bother for a faster feudal, which is a little bit surprising considering I'd say the biggest saving grace right now for the Civ in feudal are the Sipahi. I would say if you want to do the spear play, at least use it to deer shove, because that's the one thing I don't like from Voldemar here. There's no reason to attack this mining camp, right? Like, now that you see that it's going to be an archery range, well, you should have seen anyway. Then again, it looks like he might not have due to the scout chasing. That's a pretty big detail. If he knew that there was archers coming, then he'd move the spears back home for a deer shove, because that's no small amount of food. That's 2,450. That's basically better than your Anatolian Hills. Oh, sorry, did I say 2,000 food? 2,500 food. So it's the same as your Anatolian Hills. But just think about the implication, right? Because I think there's value in doing something other than Anatolian Hills. And if you push the deer in, you can. Because all of a sudden you've replaced that perk, that Vizier point, with something that already exists. That's why you're seeing a lot of Ottoman players do deer shoves right now. So, Sipahi coming out. This is the correct start. Krakody has not... Oh, my Krakody. Don't do it to yourself. He's going fast castle. I'm hoping it's not. I think fast castle is a bit of a mistake here. I mean, Voldemar is already committing to Sipahi. That'll give him raid potential there. And the worry I now have is, like, if your opponent's spamming Sipahi and you're fast castling, how do you get relics? Right? Because if you mass Sipahi, they can beat back the initial knights. And you can't run out onto the field with Sipahi everywhere. You'll lose prelates every day of the week. This is weird. I'm wondering what Krakody's thought process is as to why he doesn't want to play long feudal. If I had to kind of hone in on it strategically, the logic, Krakody's probably thinking, if I play long feudal, my initial feudal is really good. My late feudal is bad, because in late feudal, the Archon will start not buffing the wood, I won't have as much food. Meanwhile, the Ottomans would have got a lot of Vizier points, so they'll be like feudal plus. So I think that's the mentality for Krakody here, is he's worried that the long feudal favors the Ottomans, so he's just trying to get out as quickly as possible. But there's already Spearman, and now there's Sipahi, right? So I'm glad to see he's adding a few more archers in, but considering the amount of villagers out here, the fact he hasn't dropped a blacksmiths or a racks, it's definitely looking like a castle build. Honestly, Voldemar could eventually just kind of go for castle as well, and then just spam Imam, right? The double Imam point. But for now, he's making the correct call to just keep investing. Meta has also been queued up. Military school count is at 2. Dive coming in. So it looks like he's trying to idle the timing. This is actually not bad because Krakody now has a huge miss macro issue. This is starting to look like a game more and more where he should have just built a few horsemen, right? Because look at his food, look at his gold. He's going to be at, what, 1,700 food by the time he goes for a tech up? Maybe 1,800 at this rate. And oh my god. He's going for an outpost rush on the gold. That is sick. That is actually disgusting. I did not expect that. Archers try to react to it, but that's why the Sipahi make even more sense here. So Spearmen are going to get mopped up, but now you have no way of stopping this outpost, right? One of the archers is heading over, but you've already lost control of your gold vein here. There's no way you stop this. And now you have to take risky attempts out on the map. What a cool build by Voldemar. Because I was worried that he was going to try to mass Sipahi for a dive, but there's always an outpost with E-repairs, right? This makes a lot more sense. One outpost, and here's the thing, it's not a loss for you because Krakody already outposted as well, and arrow slit as well. Sure, you've got villagers out here that now have to run somewhere else, but you know, you've idled 2 villagers to make sure your opponent can't even remotely have the hopes of Archon Chapel buff, which he was clearly going for with the double prelate. Nice deer shoving at least means Krakody will have a lot of food, but guys, food isn't the problem here. There's one reason that HRE are not going to look OP here, and it's because they can't access gold. So instead, Krakody has to build a marketplace to sell for the tech up. Ouch. I can already see the thumbnail for this. HRE are OP in like in speech quotations. And then nice macro, bro. Oh, man. Brutal. Regnitz is at least on the way. Has got the racks, has got the archery range. I think you have to go spears here, right? That's a lot of Sipahi and oh my god, the idle time as well, Voldemar. He hasn't even got undermesh yet. That's the funny detail. If he did, this would feel already over. He cancels it. Okay, this is getting worse and worse. I I can't emphasize how bad this is looking right now. Voldemar, also, because he keeps building units, more Vizier points coming in, right? So over time, he's snowballing to that kind of feudal plus. Voldy, hunting for more. No wheelbarrow, remember. Krakedy's playing a dangerous game. He's trying to keep up the men-at-arms now, but the dive's coming in. Idle time once again achieved, and these guys are looking tanky. He's got the ranged arrow, right? Yup. Switches over to the melee armor now. Dude, that's sick! The moment he got engaged with by the villagers, the meta melee armor came in. What a sick toggle by Voldemar. And look at the lead it's built. This is a massacre. Our boy's doing it. The kid. You know, so many people forget about this meta sometimes. They would stick on ranged armor because it's huge for the dive, but that choice to go into the melee armor for the +2 defense, stripping away a third of the attack damage from these villagers, was everything. 37 eco now to 21. And this is where I'm expecting Voldemar to just macro. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen a melee meta toggle that valuable in a long time. Tech up at least complete. Krakeny has got a few men-at-arms. For the spot, he did flop dead. Archer count isn't insane, but that's for good reason. Voldemar will look to block the relics and go for attack here. What a crazy game. Men-at-arms will at least be able to push away the archers, right? Same movement speed, so difficult to stay at range. Although there's men-at-arms yet to be upgraded, because guys, Krakeny still can't access gold. If he doesn't get the first relic, this is going to feel like when you're the Delhi and you lose your opening 2 scholars. It's going to feel over. Men-at-arms can at least chase away the archers, but I'm more worried about the Sipahi. In fact, at this stage, I would have loved for Voldemar to build additional scouts, because he's kind of blind here, right? You don't want to let a single relic get home. If you can do that, it's an insta-GG feeling 2 minutes from now. Prelate. Just about dodges death out on this flank. So it looks like one relic is going to be pulled home because Voldemar does not have anyone on the east side. Looks like he's hunting to see if more food is being gathered. Because the deer is really all that Krakeny has left here, right? Yeah, all sheep have been dealt with. He's moving out into the berries, but I hope he's going to place the mill here so his villagers walk in range of the Archon. Because if they don't, this is going to be very inefficient. Meanwhile, looks like Krakeny is worried about Voldemar playing out of his base on the food sources. Doesn't really seem to be an issue, though, for Voldemar. He definitely went for the Anatolian Hills point, so still 8 sheep left to work with. Tech up now complete. And Lancers immediately queued. And Krakeny, he's still selling food to get men-at-arms out. I'm hoping he's at least adding in some wood for sale as well, because this is getting brutal. 2 relics are at least home, so this is where he can start to trickle out troops. Problem is, right now, he's trickling out a one-dimensional comp. Men-at-arms only, knights, crossbows coming on the other side. Perfect solution. Voldemar, he did go for the Moss drop. He didn't go for the Imam points in the end, so he's now playing for relics himself. This is where the contest starts, the 3rd relic in the center. The other 2 a little bit too defensive, a bit too easy for Voldemar to reach here. A bit too hard for Krakeny. Prelate runs straight through the middle of the battle. Second wave coming in, and these are going to be the knights. Immediately should be going for the snipe here. Krakeny could try for the body blocks, but double knight means he's not going to be able to stop him. Attack speed aura guarantees it. And that sets Krakeny back. I'm getting a bad feeling about this game. Krakeny, the problem right now is he doesn't really have the depth to his economy to add in more unit types, right? Like, we're talking about 17 villager lead. Add in passive production as well, and I don't care how good H3 Archon Chapel buff is. It's nothing here. Metas do at least get sniped out. He is once again using that melee defense armor, which is insane here, by the way. That takes away, what was the correct calculation? 15%-ish of the enemy damage. Voldemar. Problem there, sir. Wait. He does react. Krakeny will not be able to sneak that one back. Other relic is already being grabbed by Voldemar. So it looks like we are heading towards a 3-2 split. Men-at-Arms are going to dive in to try and shut that down, but the problem is it's going to cost them their lives. Now the Relics just feel too close. This is the only one you can contest right now, and you need to pull all troops over there. The problem is Voldemort should understand this and be doing the exact same thing, only quicker. Yeah, if I had to highlight one thing, Voldemort was a bit loose on relic protection. We did highlight this, right? Like, he put everyone north side, even though, as was being mentioned in chat, he grabbed the central one for free, he grabbed the right one for free. I was a little bit surprised Voldemort did not stick an early Sipahi over here. That was the big shocker, because if that relic doesn't get picked up, it is GG. Voldemort. Now I'm going to be shutting that down. So there's a tug of war with the prelates and the monks here. Unfortunately, with the size of the army Voldemar's now got, I feel like the tug of war has been decided. There might be a play for the east side one, but you can already see a march across there now from Voldemar. And I'm sorry, wait, are you really going to say that this was fast castle by Ottomans? Are you high, sir? He built double stables and spammed Sipahi Archer at the start. Huh? Dude, your idea of fast tells me just how slow you are. No, this was played correctly by Voldemar. He went castle after he'd done a lot of damage. It was really well played. I'm actually a big fan of his build here. You know, I've watched games where Ottomans stomp Japanese, and I still think this is the most high-value meta armor toggle I've seen all year. Prelate. He's going to try to sneak back. However, Voldemar's army is getting to a stage where he might just start diving again. Spearmen are at least getting added in now by Crackety because they're correct cool. It looks like there is a sneak out now into the flanks. So Voldemar playing onto the deer. He's looking for it, though. It's a game of battleships. And he just sunk yours. No hope. Crackety does get found on the tree line. Oh, that is brutal. 2 more relics. Still on the way home towards Voldemar. He's now banking them. Men-at-Arms are going to start diving into the main, but the new Lancers and Crossbows should be able to clear that up. And now I'm worried with what happens next. Like, the size of this army. If Voldemar just decides to go full Pikachu use headbutt on this, the results are going to be shocking. Because Crackety's army can very trivially be pulled apart. That's why I like that he's at least gone for Siege. This is one big edge you get. He's essentially playing a poor man's Chinese at this point. Right? Springolds, Mangoes, hold choke points of melee. Voldemar should now be looking to lock those sacred sites. Because that's another way you can deal with someone who camps like this. They can't come out. You force them to come out. So, like, my opinions on relics, actually, is... My only downside with relics, I hate how they become an eco tool, and they don't really have any aggressive place after a while in the game. It's why I said it'd be cool to see a mod where relics stored closer to the center of the map gave more gold. That would be cool. Right? Because, you know, unless you want to try to use the worst tech that Abbassids have, you have no way of replicating that wall law effect. That's why I at least like what the devs done with the Japanese, right? With the Buddhist monks. The whole idea that you buff damage and movement speed by wall lulling. Voldemar ramping up into a very scary army here. Crackety, meanwhile, has attended every Brittany concert since 2004. Like, this is not a very scary army. Sacred Sites are also locked in, so you can't utilize choke points anymore. You're going to have to come out. A little bit of poke damage coming in for the Knights on the backside. I mean, if Voldemar just starts sieging with the Mangoes, he can start shoving through the base slowly. All right, I don't think there needs to be a rush here. The thing is, like, as long as you don't get too close to the core of the base... Sorry, I should say that with Crackety in the game. The Springolds can't really come out to contest you, right? Because it's just too much cav. Mangoes aren't going to back off the moment. So Crackety's way out is genuinely to just gradually get towards Imperial Age here. It's just Voldemar's very all-in. However, with all the gold trickle now from Sacred Sites and Relics, like, imagine if he just goes towards Imp as well. Army's still big enough to fight in the meantime, though. Attack speed aura has been activated. First line of Spearman trying to hold. Being baited out of position. Mangoes are not reacting just yet. Mango Wallet does come in from Crackety Big, though. Crossbows hit pretty hard. However, it's difficult to defend this in this choke point. It's a T-joint. Lancers just trying to get in. Spearman count is getting low, though. It's down to 24. Good TV show, but a terrible number for this fight. The Mangoes have now been repaired. Interesting choice on the outpost crawl. I don't really think it's essential, but what's interesting even more so is what Voldemort done here. This is the GG push. He took the Janissary point. This is huge. 10 Janissaries against Mass Spears. As long as you can clear that Mango, it's an easy win. Flash comes in, Springholds overcommitting. Archers are moving in deeper. One anti-siege gone. I think this is it. This is the end of the road. Voldemort, he's done it. Crackety simply does not have enough of a front line anymore. GG Gould. Voldemort, the kid, able to show us that HRE aren't broken. They just need to be broken. And funnily enough, Ottoman's melee armor is exactly how you do it. Woohoo! Cool game. Hold on a sec. So it was going to originally be something teasing Crackety, but I actually genuinely think it's about that melee armor. I'm trying to think what I call that one title-wise. Probably something to do with the meta. I think meta toggle wins the game. I'm trying to think what I could call the title. Voldemort makes... Voldemort... Nah, you know what it is. Voldemort crushes Crackety with one button press. Oh. Oh, that's strong, right? That is... Oh. Oh, and it's so true. Should have gone Burgrave. He needs more gold for that, though. Like, dude, guy's full Paul Poppin, isn't he? All right. So hopefully we'll have a Corvinus versus Sassy little show match in a little bit. Have you played Godsworn? I haven't. I took a glimpse at it. I need to check it out. It does look pretty cool. Second outpost to keep the gold safe? Yes, most definitely. I mean, who expects to get outpost rushed by Ottomans, though, right? Like, that's so weird, right? I mean, it wasn't a full rush, but legit getting outpost dropped by Ottomans is not... I don't think that's on anyone's bingo card, right? Out of all the civs that would outpost you, they aren't exactly like one of the most obvious ones. Who is Chicken Man? Let me have a look. I'm curious now. Rank 513th? Oh, is this... Oh, that's Farm Man. Farm Man, you're a piece of crap. So Farm Man is choosing with English. That's why he's ranked 513th. Because it's quite a big improvement, right? He's ranked about 3,000th in the world last season, and then 7,000th before that. You cheeky cheeser. So we've got Lash, we've got Dragavan. Ooh, Anatrad. Love me some Anatand. Okay. I think I'm alright with this mirror. Yeah, Godsworn does look kind of interesting. I don't think it's going to be like the next big RTS, which is kind of a shame, because it's got quite a pretty graphic style, and it's very reminiscent of WoW, of Warcraft, rather, from what I've seen. But yeah, would be cool. Haven't got insanely high hopes for it. But I'd love to be wrong. Like, whenever I say these things, I really actually hope I'm wrong. And I'm like, that's not going to be big. I actually want to, like, eat my words. All right, I said this about Bar. I'd love for Bar to be big, dude, because I grew up in Total Annihilation. I love Total Annihilation. It's part of my genetics in my blood at this point, right? But it has issues that make it out of place with more modern strategy games. If there's one mirror. Nah. I think there's more than one mirror, but this one. This is an interesting one because although they may be playing the same Civ, it's a Civ that is still not figured out. Like, no one is sure, in agreement on what the best build this Civ has is. Because so many of them feel bad when they have to be pitted against any other Civ in the game. That's right. We're watching Order of the Dragon, and we are indeed watching recently signed to My Insanity's Anatan going up against one of the pillars of German Age of Empires 4. It is, of course, Lash. Rocky River map of all maps. Kind of sad what's happened to Rocky River, actually. I don't think they needed to nerf the ponds as hard as they did. No one does it anymore. Like, honestly, at this point, I think you could just remove the ponds and it wouldn't matter. I guess for that reason, just... sorry, remove the fish. For that reason, just keep the fish, right? But I feel like 1 in every 100 games, I'm seeing someone go for fish. That's about it. And yeah, this is pretty cool, the 2-farm opener. There are some interesting details to this, right? Like, you build the farms a little bit quicker. You gather from them quickly. It's kind of like that Archon feeling, but you already have the Archon in you. Have you ever realized that, like, HRE is real life, and then Order of the Dragon is kind of like those animes where the power is inside you all along, you know? You got the crap kicked out, you're like, wait, if we just looked inside of us, we would have realized that we were really, truly the powerful ones. Ah! It's that type of feeling. I think that's why he went for this build. It also allows him to keep his scout out theoretically for longer. The problem with that idea, though, is I feel like that's a bit of a bait on a map like Rocky River. Usually you don't have a reason to keep your scout out for longer because your opponent tends to block you off halfway across in the center. And even if you did stay out longer, because the power is inside you, it means that you gather through your sheep really quickly. So you still have to come home a lot sooner than is ideal. Double Archon. Okay. Yeah, not surprised there at all. I mean, the reality is if you play Minework here, you're just going to fall behind on Eco, I think. Because one of the problems is, like, one of the big upsides of playing into Minework is playing Men-at-Arms. I just don't think in a mirror, Men-at-Arms rushing works that well. We've actually seen this before. If you guys remember, in the very early days, we had Wham versus... I'm trying to remember who it was, but they both ended up agreeing eventually that Gilded Archers was the way. Like, the player who Wham was up against built Men-at-Arms, tried to rush him, and Wham on 2TC as well managed to buy enough time to get Gilded Archers and just spam them. And then his opponent had to do the same, right? So I actually think like that's an interesting detail with Order of the Dragon is if you play along Feudal, it actually becomes all about archers. The Men-at-Arms are pretty irrelevant, so this is 100% the correct call out of the two of them. This does, however, mean that Lanzknecht isn't really an option, but I don't think it really needs to be here. To me, Lanzknecht can make a lot of sense in other matchups where your enemy has a big clump, right? But when you play Lanzknecht in an Order of the Dragon mirror, you both have less units, right? So there's less spread damage value there. Right, tech up's complete and confirmation now in. Anatan knows that he's up against Archon. Looks like Lash is about to find out the exact same thing. I'm wondering, is someone going to just try Fast Castle here? Because here's the thought for you, right? Like, we highlight that Gilded Archer spam is usually the way to go, but the thing that's a bit scary about Gilded Archers until you can confirm your opponent is staying in Feudal, if you, for example, start scaling Gilded Archers and they go Fast Castle, a Heavy Knight or just their own Gilded Archers with the Dragon Scale will win on smaller numbers, right? And it looks like Lash has opted for the Spear. I'm a little bit shocked by that. I don't really think the Spearman has too much value here. Because if you're going to try to rush the gold, you're too late. Like, look at the gold income. I think you're just not going to get there quick enough. Takes a while to produce and takes quite a while to arrive. Oh, wait, I just realized, can we do predictions? We can. I mean, we are dealing with a live game here. It's still very early. It's going to have to be a 30-seconder, though, I think. Actually, I'll do 1 minute. I'm kind like that. All right, get your votes in. Because we're already seeing a slightly different approach. Outpost coming up. This is what I was worried about. The problem with trying to spam a spear into your opponent in this matchup is it's different than other matchups. Like, it's bad enough you're spending 150 wood on a building, but then instead of spending 80 resources, you're spending 160. So you're down the drain 300 plus resources. And an outpost just shuts this play down. So I don't really know what Lash was expecting to come with this play. It's crazy that he's still ahead on economy, though. Like, it's the farm difference, right? It's like he's playing loose with his food. Like, he's going to be very limited. Meanwhile, Anatan, I mean, he decided to stay at home. Like, the problem now is whenever you go Arkin, I think you tunnel vision wanting to be underneath the Arkin. The sad reality is in this game, Lash probably would have got a lot more value out of walking out into the deer. Like, or shoving the deer in even, right? Bring the scout over, get the deer to here, walk the villagers out. And people asking if you get your unit change visually on what? On the Golden Cuirass? Yes, you get a golden effect when you get close to dying with them. We won't be seeing it this game, though. Instead, we're going to see the fast castle on both sides. So pretty Resident Sleeper beginning. I'm going to hit the 2 times because there shouldn't really be any aggro play. Instead, Lash is just going to camp the central relic. Prelates will be pumping out soon. Anatan notably later here. How is he looking on the sheep count, though? He's a lot better off, right? Yeah, so he's sitting on 11. Only 6 on the other side. This is going to become a problem in the early mid-castle timing. Because you haven't added in farms yet, right? Men-at-Arms are going to get added in straight away. I think if Anatan just drops a stable, he's looking a lot better here. It feels a bit weird when you see a spearman already. But you should understand that, like, your opponent showing spears like that, there's no way he wants to blind play into that long term. And you have agency with the knights, which is why I love that Anatan already prepped that stables. And the reason why Lash got into castle first was the double farm. Double farm, so you spent 150 wood and you had your people building that up, right? That was the difference. Prelate picking up first. Knight is on the way. This is big because one spearman, I don't care if he's an Order of the Dragon spearman, shouldn't be able to stop this. And it's all about timing, whether you can get there quick enough. Knight is now coming. I'm going to slow this down a little bit. Actually, Anatan's doing this a little bit wrong. It's micro-heavy, but we've seen it from B before. B was one of the best players at doing this. Get in front of the Prelate. Body block. You can actually buy enough time. Instead, he has to settle for sniping the secondary Prelate. He might still be able to get this one as well, which is expensive, but at this point, the Relic is in the base, right? You may be able to kill the Prelate, but you have already given a Relic over. Charge in on the villagers. Warlord's going to come out. Anatan will have to shift away. But is King Eco kills in the meantime, right? And because your opponent only built 1 spearman, he actually doesn't have an answer to mass knights. Like, look at the count already. Anatan. Already 3 gilded knights in the field. And this is where it should get hard for Lash to get any more relics. So we might be looking at a 2-3 split. Clash in the center in the meantime, and you see what I mean about these spears, right? They may be very powerful, but against another gilded unit on horseback, it's not even close. Crossbows now being prepped. What worries me is that Lash is going to rush out with these gilded crossbows. And you're just going to get killed one by one, right? Oh my god, Lash. Are you kidding me? That could not have went worse for him. He comes by the relic, which Anatan is grabbing. Prelate is going to get chased down. Gilded Knights are on the way, though, and this is exactly what I feared for Lash. Charge comes straight in. Crossbowman gets killed. Prelate is going to flop on the floor dead with the relic there, but now Lash has his work cut out for him. The Warlord can be triggered again, but it's just worthless at this point. The Gilded Knights hit way too hard and way too quick. Wow, this is getting expensive. Lash, how many Prelates has he lost now? Is that 3? Maybe 4. It's 4. He's lost 4 Prelates compared to Anatan, who's lost 1. I can't believe this, man. It makes a lot of sense, though. Like, Gilded Knights, the mistake made by Lash is not scouting. If he'd scouted what his opponent was doing, he could have just spammed spears. And it would have been more cost-efficient than going men-at-arms. Now, this Gilded Crossbow count, like, you have to wait in your base, right? Which is what he can't afford to do. If he does that, he loses the game. Because it'll be a 4-1 relic split. More spears are at least being queued in. In the meantime, villagers are also just being carved up like turkeys. This is brutal. Remember, Gilded Knights 2-hit the villagers of the Order of the Dragon. Are you kidding me? He even gets away with the Knight on 4 HP. Now, it looks like spears have mass here, so maybe he can now recover the relics. I'm a little bit surprised Anatan has backed off this much, but... Wait, was that a miss-rally? He must have miss-rallied. There's no reason you bring the Knights back this far. That misclick might cost him. Knight does get sniped out. All of a sudden, Lash, although it's been delayed, although it's been expensive, looking like he should be able to get 3 relics off the map. Hello, Freya. Where's Mummy? Mummy shouldn't let you in here on your own because you break Daddy's green screens. Freya, say hello. Hello. Okay, she's shy today. Oh, she just waved at me going out the door. Knight's in. Lash. Warlord's at least going to be there, but what does that do for the villagers? Oh my god, Anatan. He's actually making this look so easy. This isn't a discredit to Lash. This is just a praise of Anatan. This is sick. It's 7 worker kills in an Order of the Dragon mirror. This is an absurd difference. And even if he somehow now got the extra relic, he'd still be a mile behind. Prelude's on the way back over. Extra Knights coming in. I just don't see how you get this now. I mean, Anatan might accidentally lose the Prelate again, but he has another one nearby on the Sacred Site, right? So you just see what's happening here and just get him with the Knights. Instead, he doesn't care about it. This is so Giga Brain from Anatan. He's like, you want to focus on the relics? Okay, fine. I will focus on your economy. Because one way or the other, you're losing out, right? Like, you either lose on the relic or you lose on the village account. That's wild. And behind this, look at what Anatan's doing. It's fast imp. I really like his approach to this game, man. This is so cool. I mean, you build knights, you're not designed for a main fight, right? So you might as well go for this instead. And what's that wall? That is a please don't come in my economy wall. But it works. So 3-2 split, but look at what happened elsewhere. If you think Regnit's gold is big and cool, sure, you get 160 gold from 1 relic. Meanwhile, Anatan, nice healthy 300 gold from Sacred Sites. What a cool build. I swear, Anatan is just on another level recently. I think in my rankings, my power rankings, I put him like top 8. And I stand by that. He's that good at the game right now. He's on the verge of just pushing the Spanish bros out, I think. That's his next challenge to overcome. Oh, you meant the hole. Yeah, we did talk about that. It's a different form of gate, you know? Lash has to move fast for this. I just don't know if you can be fast enough. Outpost defenses are in place. Anatan should really consider buying a Springwood here. I think it's a little bit of a slip up to not be doing so. Knights are in again! This is getting out of hand. Lash, now behind by 10. The idle time alone as well. He's trying to get some stone together for the static defenses, but even that, right? Like a Springwood shot doesn't really do as much as you'd like against a 400 HP Knight. Lash, maybe moving a bit too slow for my liking in this game. And I think you'd agree looking back at this, because Anatan now on the way into Imperial, the Palace of Swabia. Lash, none the wiser as to what his opponent is doing. This is the value of playing knights like this. Lash thinks there's more out there. He panics. He sets up walls. He plays a little bit slower to come out. And Anatan is exploiting this perfectly. That's also on the way back. At least the one upside is by having this outpost relic, you get insane vision. I still think that this is a detail around Order of the Dragon and H3 that needs to be nerfed, is the relic effect on outposts. Damage and range is one absurd thing. The sight is truly disgusting, though. It's like you've got a mini Imperial Palace here. Only it didn't cost you a landmark. Love this from Anatan as well. Inspired Warriors tech. Super effective with Knights. Remember, it's a base damage increase, and this is one of your highest base damage units. Even in Castle Age, 36 damage on a Sword Strike, 45 on a Lance. Just watch these stats pump up. You're going to see it in a sec as well. So 36, 45. Boop. All of a sudden, 41, 52. Ooh, lordy. Lash, no choice but to go, right? He might try and save up behind this, but he needs to fight first as well. I mean, he already was notably behind on economy, but now with the fact you're a 3 TC versus 1, it turns into a very uphill battle from here. Sorry, 4 TC, right? Lash. What worries me now is unless he can find some loose economy, which just doesn't exist, he's going to have to dive static defenses. Cannon placement is coming in soon, right? If he's got it caught on the forward, yeah. He's got the relic in as well, so watch this blast. Straight away, shot comes out. Straight away, Lash with his tail between his legs. Now, upsides at least for Lash. He did decap those Sacred Sites. He is taking them for his own. Downsides for Lash. That Inspired Warrior buff. Not sure if it's going to last long enough to get in, but what is going to be more impressive is the elite status incoming. It's like you get Inspired Warriors buff permanently in a way, really, right? That upgrade in damage is big enough. And it just came in. 57 on a lance, 42 on a sword. I mean, this is GG. I think this game is actually over already. That's kind of the wild thing of Order of the Dragon, right? Is the game can be over with such a small quantity of entities. But it's because of what those entities do. Gilded Knights, in these situations, look like French when the game first came out. Just a handful of Knights to get a GG. And there's no doubt about it here. Lash is at least going to try to dive in under the farms, but with the cannon placement in, this is all over. What a cool game. It's crazy to think, right, that Lash was able to tech up first, but yet it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But that's kind of the nice thing about doing mirrors on civs that haven't been figured out in the early days of their existence, right? Is like things are less etched in stone and a bit more flexible to design and discovery. And true, no blacksmith techs at all. I actually think blacksmith techs are too weak on Order of the Dragon, by the way. The problem with Order of the Dragon is the aggressive tech should probably be +2. Because of how some of the units are designed, right? Maybe I'm wrong with that. I'm curious how people would feel. But it's like, when you think about how high the damage output on a guild crossbow is or a knight, I mean, you have got quicker attack speed, so maybe I'm wrong in that. But usually I feel like while Undermesh can be valuable in non-dragon matchups, usually a lot of the other techs are shrug. The exception is probably that melee tech feels like it should be better. Range tech shouldn't. Because Gilded Archers just attack very quick, right? But like sometimes when I look at the melee choices, it looks a bit weird. I'm probably wrong on this though. If they'd done it a certain way, it might be that Cav should get a bigger... No, I'm going to stop, dude. The more I think about this, the more I hate myself for it. Because like if you do full melee, Landsneck are broken. They're already broken. Keep drop now shuffling out. Lash and him playing the same plays. Pulse Swiper is on the way. Yeah, I'm intrigued that Lash hasn't GG'd yet. This is an absurd position to find yourself in. You're down by over 40 economy. Like, Anatan has a bigger villager lead than you have existing villagers. Anatan now just getting ready to spam spears, interesting enough. Sacred Sites have been locked in. Small wall coming in. The problem right now is Anatan is rushing for a keep drop here. This could just end the game. Lash may have decent passive gold, but the upgrades he's going to need to get now, with the elite statuses, with the type of units he's like to build, it's not going to be cheap. I know. Oh my god, it's worse than that, guys. The Knights are here. Anatan? What? He must realize something's not right here. Yep. Yep. He's like, wait. Oh, I see what you've done. Oh no. And Lash, he sees the keep, but if you try to run away, you're dead to the Knights. Yeah, that feels pretty over. Lash is about to lose a quarter of his economy. He may have Pulse Swabi to rebeam him behind, but it's just the type of lead that Ano's built up yet. We're now starting to see the massive military coming. Half the villagers run, half head back inside. There's no doubt in my mind, there's no getting out of here. Keep drop completes. That's an 8k gold secure for Anatan. And an even bigger villager lead locked in. Oh my god, he even finds all the villies as well. With the Inspired Warrior tech, it's just such a quick kill. So what is Lash's route to recovery here? He still has relic advantage. If you can carve up the map evenly, long term you can get back in. But if we're being totally real and not delusional, his comeback is in the next game. It's 34 economy versus 94. I don't think I've ever seen an Order of the Dragon game that's had such a big disparity in villager count. Absolutely wild. So what's Lash convincing himself of that makes him think this game isn't over? Probably the fact that it's just Knights. Like, Knights aren't really a game end state now that you're at Pasoswabia. Lash needs to see Siege or he needs to see mass melee. He's definitely going to be seeing mass melee. That's a lot of spears. Sacred Sight's also now being decapped, so less gold for Lash. Problematic considering he's trying to go into hand cannoneers. Even more when you consider he only has 1,300 safe gold in this game. Well, the good news is Lash now has more villages existing than he's lost in the game. The bad news is what Anatan's doing. Oh, no. It's heavy torches with Gilded Spearman spam. Elite stats coming in soon, Inspired Warriors buff. The only thing really missing here, guys, is Elite Army Tactics. If he gets Elite Army Tactics with AoE torch damage, oh dear God. I want you to realize how quickly all these farms are going to disappear. I want you to realize how quickly all these defenses are going to disappear. It's Fireboy time. Just a casual 28 per torch. And watch this. Woo-wee! Dive comes in. Nice to overwhelm. Spearman helping as well. Oh, there's no shot. There's no chance in hell he survives this. It's too many units. Now you're probably wondering why didn't he build Landsnecht? Because there's not enough units to justify it. Lash is looking for that as his route to recovery though. Landscar coming out. Anatan just throwing a lot of bodies at the equation though, and I have to say that this one is over. There's nothing left standing to assist the Lansk. They can come out and swipe once and then die. Oh my God. Spearman's still just burning everything down. Anatan at this point must just be typing in the chat, dude, just get out of the game. Okay. Oh my God, that was brutal. What do we call that one? Is that uploadable? I think that's uploadable. Maybe. I'm gutted we didn't get to see the Torch Spearman effect to its full power, right? Because it never was really needed there. Oh, that was brilliant, though. The bigger... you know what? Like, I think I know what I call that one. Order of the Dragon's biggest win/loss. Actually, that works perfectly. I have simultaneous... No, simultaneous work? OT get the biggest stomp. And defeat at the same time. That works. I like that. Is this griefing? I don't know. I think he just believes in the power of Swabia. Like, it's one of those games where you're in a mirror and you got 3 relics. It's like a bit of a weird one, right? 1 second. Let me quit out that one. Let's find some more games. Let's keep on rocking. Whoop, whoop. Yum, yum. That's pretty good. I'm kind of tempted to try one of the protein bars. If I do, I'm going to have to tell my partner to cook later. Actually, I don't know. Is Emma even here? Let's have a look who we've got. Who's yellow? Because we have... Because Beastie is green. I don't know who yellow is. No one we know? It would be... Dude, imagine if all the top players just start calling themselves colors. You know what's annoying is like... I can't remember. There was a scene I cast in where one of the players had like... His name was a color. I think it was blue or something. And it is so annoying to cast. I've had a player called Player. That was also annoying to cast. Some kind of sponsored drink? Why, yes, my most esteemed viewer. It is the delicious and nutritious Protein Works. You know what? It works. It's got protein. It's got flavor. Dude, I honestly, like, I'm going to have to talk to him about maybe longer than a month, I think, you know? I'm half tempted to make another drink. A game, Ing versus Byzantines against a Conk Free. Wait, against a Conk Free? Why? What happened? Jesus. Oh, okay, Conk 2. Okay, we don't care. We don't care then. Should we check in on... Oh, Vortex already finished the game. I'm going to check live from the ladder. If not, don't worry, guys. I think we've got maybe some Wham or Puppy Paw replays we can check out. Let's have a quick ganders, though. So, let me send a message to my partner to eat a bit later. Alright, there we go. Let's have a look here. Timur. Lash is up against the blank. Do we know who the blank is? Let me have a quick look. Need low elo legends? I mean, I want to get to that stage. It's going to take a little bit of time, though. We might... I think I put on the schedule, we'll probably try to see if we can do some low elo legends casts tomorrow. I need more replays. I need some bronzes to be honest and come out of the woodworks and say that they got beaten by a weird strategy. 1700 elo. That's not too bad then. They're even Stevens, right? That's like top 100, top 100. Oh no, you're wrong, dude. The blank is not 1700. Blank is 1950 elo. So this is a spicy game. We're checking this out. Actually, it's going to be quick, dude. He's playing English versus OOTD. Jesus. But yeah, we'll look to do some low elo games if we can find some tomorrow. I'm going to check out some of Papa Samba's games. So we'll see if they provide. But if people know of cool low elo ranked games, share them. You think this is a tough matchup for English? Oh, honey. I think you're in for a surprise. So I just read in chat that this is a matchup where Order the Dragon looks good. That's apparently the feeling that I'm getting out from my community here. Oh, honey. I don't know about that. I don't know if I go that far because the English, it feels like they're on top of the world right now. Now, in theory, Order the Dragon like this matchup for a prolonged feudal because you can kind of gun your opponent down. The problem, though, is in theory and in practice are two different things. And right now, practice and reality is proving that English get to that late game far too fast. I'm sorry, Wicked Skies. Did I make you too big of a person? Wait, oh no, we're in high view. Alright, I'm gonna just lay the gauntlet down now. I'm gonna slap it down on the ground. I am fixing this map. Thanks to getting someone else to fix this map. Big shout out to Kaivayu, who's working with me to make this map better in upcoming tournaments, because this is a pile of trash. All right, throw it out. Don't even try to recycle. There's nothing to recycle here. Highview, in its current form, has no form. It has no brain. It has no logic. It's a terrible map. We will fix this, because the issue with this map lies in the trade posts, and it lies in the sacred sites. Just overall bad design, data design. So fingers crossed we can get that fixed. If this goes late game, Lash has 0 wood. And by late game, depressingly enough, you mean 40 minutes plus. That's the issue of this map. It's so many problems. I don't think it's going to go that deep, though. You know, Order the Dragon can win this if they play very aggressive and get control of the gold on the map. I actually think your goal is still to rush Imp, though. If you can get into hand cannoneers and men-at-arms, there's a realm in which you can be English. But it is a little bit reliant on an English player being somewhat gold-starved and also not going for Wingguard. And considering this guy is a top 3 Chinese player, I think he's going to go for Wingard. What's the deal with the trade posts? They are way too easily usable. Trade should be something fought for, not just given. And trade posts in corners behind your base like this with tree lines that hide it, it's given, dude. It's basically donated. Like, at this point, you've walked into a charity store and they've been like, you know what? It feels unreasonable to charge you for this. Just have it. Philly, get the hell out of here. Abbey of Kings versus Arkan on the way. How are we looking on the sheep pool as well? 12 sheep to the 5. Something went terribly wrong here, actually, for Lash. I think he missed 2 or 3 sheep. I mean, this is really bad to find yourself in this position, right? Like, 6 sheep means you're going to have to play out your base very fast. You also built Arkan, so you could admittedly go farms instead, but if you're going farms, then I, as the English player, am definitely going 2TC, fast castle. And there's nothing you can do about it. In fact, the funny thing is, in this game, Teal could have just went for a fast castle build. I don't mind that idea against Order the Dragon. The reason they're going 2TC is because they actually, funnily enough in this matchup, kind of want to keep Order the Dragon in Feudal Age, so they can't play for the relics instead. It's not often you want to do that, but I think that's just how powerful the English 2TC build is in this matchup. Oh, that's interesting, Philly. So this guy has some questionable decisions. I should point out, when he says top 3 in China, by the way, that actually has relevance, that has credence beyond just China. This person is ranked 35th in the world. They are very good at the game. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, they had some consistency there, right? Yeah, Season 6 was a 431st finish, but Season 5 was 35th, Season 4 was 57th. Funnily enough, back in Season 2, they were a lowly Platinum player, believe it or not. So let that be a low note. I know I've got a bunch of plat gamers that like to hop into my free-for-alls. It's time to go stomp Beastie and everyone else on the ladder. Come on. I feel like I gun for Beastie a lot. I mean, it's probably the most known name alongside Marine Lord in our scene. Rackstrop coming in from Lash. This is a reaction to the king, right? But the problem with that is, like, if you're just building Spearman to react, it's a very expensive way of defending. Like, arguably, Outpost is a better way of defending. Second TC will be coming in soon. I'm imagining we're going to be seeing it dropped. Do you go aggressive on the deer? I mean, there's something insanely valuable about a TC drop here if you can defend it. Deer plus the fat gold vein is insane. It's probably going to be safer though, right? Like, usually a lot of times, English players will go for the home gold. The reason is that when you go fast castle, you drop the white tower to defend, right? And the white tower goes between the 2 TCs. Which means if you put a TC here, your white tower is in the middle of the wood, which you can't even do. You know what you can do, though, guys? You can get a wonderful taste in your mouth. You know what taste I've got in my mouth right now? It's the taste of blueberry cheesecake. Exclamation mark protein works. Use code KillerPigeon for 10% off. No discounts coming in for the English here, though. I mean, they got their initial discount on the king, but this is a fully priced TC. The issue on the other side is Lash is going fast castle. What I don't like about this build for Order the Dragon is the king blocks the relic race. That's always the problem here. And the white tower means that the English actually get their initial knights out very quick when they arrive on a delay. So this is going to be a little bit scrambled for Lash. This is why he went for the spears, right? Is he wanted to try and push out and deal with this king. The problem I usually have is the spearmen are so slow to scale, rather, that if I was the English player right now, I'd drop an archery range and just build 4 Lombos. Because at that point, your play falls apart, right? You can't gather any relics. In fact, we watched Vortex do that exact strategy against Lash. So how does Lash win this now? I'm looking at the relic spawns as they stand. There's a good chance he can blind punt out to 2 to 3 relics unseen. Because one of the downsides with the King and the Scout is, like, you kind of want to keep them close together so you can see what you're doing. That's also why I like the Longbows, by the way. Minus the Stealth Forest, they see a lot. Right? They have ridiculous vision. I think I was just saying this in the previous game, that my take is Longbows' vision should probably be nerfed. They are way, way too good at seeing the map. Farm layering coming in. Regnitz is now going to be on the way, so First grab's probably going to be straight down the center. That sounds ballsy, but if you think about it, right now the English King is patrolling the backside of the map. You kind of have to go for the more risky relics, because the weird one is in this type of game, I think Teal's expectation is for you to take a safe relic first, because you have no presence on the map. Right? And you have to remember that you are predictable in your timing coming out, because you can't build prelates before age 3. I actually think that might need to change with the dragons, by the way. They probably will need some form of getting prelates, and I actually think I know the exact way. You ready, guys? Unique landmark time. Arkan Chapel or Minework should let you build prelates in the Feudal Age. Let's farm cluster online. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Lash now ready to rock and roll. I'll let that one just brew in your brains for a bit. It's an interesting thought though, right? My only worry is if you put it in the Arkan, you're going to have to actually nerf the Arkan gathering rate back down because it's going to be too good. King in the meantime is going to die through though. That's actually pretty good. Getting a single kill here is huge considering how valuable these villages are. Not just a 28% base increase, but then 15% on top. These guys are insanely better than HRE villages compared. I'm sorry, did someone just say needs cheaper wonder? Okay, I'm gonna hit this one. You know what? I'm gonna take the bait. The issue isn't the cost of wonders. The issue is what wonders do. Wonders are one of the most anticlimactic forms of super weapons I've seen in RTSs. They can have occasional epic feelings when people are trying to push the last few seconds to end the game. But quite often, what ends up happening is the wonder either flops in the first few minutes, or it's inevitably obvious that you cannot get the wonder kill before you're even a third into the timer. That's my hot take. So what we need is nukes. Tactical nukes, please. Imagine if you could just load cows full of TNT and then catapult them into the enemy. Okay, I'm going to stop. White Tower is now in the way. Only one farm cluster, though. Wow. Yeah, usually you're like too deep when you're making this choice, right? But you can see that Teal didn't want to contest at all. I think that's a bit of a mistake, though. If you just built Lombos at the start of your Feudal Age after the TC, I think Lash has a very hard game. Instead, he already has one relic home. He's likely to get 3 more relics in this game, as things stand. Age of Mythology down the corner of Titans. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to that. So, my big issue with Age of Mythology, and I want to be wrong so bad about this. I think Age of Mythology isn't going to be a big hit, because I don't think it's going to be esports focused. For a start, like, think of it from Microsoft's perspective. They already have 2 esports focused Age of Empires games. Do you really want a third, and do you want to market that? So it's going to have to be forced in that regard by the community. And the other thing is, despite the fact Age of Mythology is easily one of the greatest RTSs ever created in the history of RTSs, like actually up there with the likes of StarCraft 2, at least definitely from a campaign perspective, most people still haven't heard of it, and most people are going to see it as a remaster, not a new game. And whenever you're talking about remasters, that does trim the amount of viable gamers you get on board, because a lot of people's brain is like, oh, old game, and they have no nostalgia with it. That being said, if I was in charge of the marketing effort on Age of Mythology, the marketing is very simple. You just show countless clips of Minotaurs headbutting peasants 20 feet away. Pressure being piled on. Lash is reacting pretty heavily to this, and it looks like we are going to be seeing longbows after all. See, I take issue with this. I actually think you could have just dropped archery ranges early and done this. You're late to the relic race, right? He's at least walling on the safe ones, but this is a 4 relic game for Order of the Dragon. You are over 20 villages ahead, but those numbers are deceptive. Add 28% to Lash's count, and then considering how much of his eco is still underneath the Arkan, add another 15%. Actually, let's be fair. Let's add 10%. So Lash, then when you add in the percentile value you get out of all these relics, which is 160 gold per, he's going to have 4 relics. So that equates a value of 640 villages. So you're looking at about 15 villages there? It's fair to say that Lash's economy is not behind here. Alright guys, what do you think? 1's for teal, 2's for green. I think this is a good point to get people's POV on this. We've got some Lance next coming. I like the siege engineering detail. The one issue Lash is going to have here is diving English base is difficult, right? So like you actually need a clean way of executing that white tower. I actually think a proxy siege workshop would be a lot better here. So Teal's strategy, by the way, his win condition is just to camp underneath the white tower, swat away 2 waves, and then you go into Imp with a huge eco advantage. You can even see he's saving up for it now. So it really is on Lash to push this fast. Now, the interesting thing about Lanzknecht here, he can clown car the ram with the cleavers. That's huge because right now, the only thing that Teal can bring to bear to try and break rams are villages. In fact, if Lash wants to win this game, he just needs to clown car crossbows as well. Just go in, micro kill, micro kill, micro kill. That's how you kill him off here because if Teal reaches Imperial, this is already over. The first wave of footmen, the first wave of raiders will just kill you out. In fact, I think like it would just be 1 contract of rangers, 2 of footmen, and GG. Lash moving in, crossbows. I'm going to start sniping. Longbow count going up. It's critical that he uses this ram though, because if he doesn't, the crossbows will lose the longbows. Both units move at the same speed, but one has an extra 1 tower range. Always sounds underwhelming when I say it like that. Ooh, wow, a whole 1. It's a lot. No, we will call it clown carring to the end of time. It is the perfect name. Nice push away here. Wow. Lash just gave it over. A little bit surprised by this, actually. I'm wondering, like, I haven't tested Gilded Crossbowmen in rams. Can you attack quick enough to not get targeted? In theory, but I guess against Longbows it's harder due to the attack speed aura. Either way, that ram really didn't do anything here. Alright, we have a problem then. Because Teal should just start stockpiling. 3rd farm cluster. Okay, wait. What? 2nd farm cluster coming. These are some very weird farm clusters. Oh my god. I don't know what is happening with Teal right now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were gathering mass wood and they were ready to spam farms. But then, of course, they got idled on the wood line. So then something went really weird in the schematics and their plans. They're getting plenty of wood on the backside now, though. So this should be 4 to 5 farm clusters into Wingard. And then it's going to be a surge. Lash, right now, is looking to all-in at Castle. He's got a huge Miss Macro issue here, though. And this is exactly why I wanted to see a Siege Workshop. Imagine what you could have done with 2.5k gold here. That could have been double Mango. Spring was also to defend. That could have been additional rams coming out even quicker without idling your army. Instead, he's just repairing a ram and looking to go again. Okay, nice. Looks like we're going into Imp. Much better outlook. So Lash will be dropping Pals to Swabia. I do think he could have been more aggressive, but in fairness to him, with the 4 relics we talked about, and with the eco-inflation, there is a way. One thing that scares me, it always scares me, is if you let this now go to 200 pop now in this matchup, Order of the Dragon are actually a lot weaker. Longbows counter a decent chunk of your premium units in the late game, and if you're hoping Men-at-Arms are going to win out, I've got bad news for you. Men-at-Arms suck versus Footmen. Because Footmen take 1 pop, Men-at-Arms from Order of the Dragon take 2. But from a statistic standpoint, the Footmen are almost as tanky as Gilded Men-at-Arms. Now, if it sounds like I'm working hard to get Footmen nerfed, maybe. I think that unit is insane. For those that don't know, it has 280 HP on what is a standard Men-at-Arms. And it costs like what you'd pay for a Men-at-Arms. Right? You pay 600 resources to get 6. It costs less than a Men-at-Arms, actually. They're 100 resources each. Tech up complete. I imagine Teal's going to be macroing up now. He's looking to punish in the meantime. Flash with the forward outpost. We'll see it coming. Has this downsized batch productions? I don't think that's a downside. That's 100% upside. If you rush Imp especially, because you just don't have many production buildings. So having all these things come out at one, right? It's kind of like a Burgrave effect. Just because you have to wait doesn't mean it's bad. Actually, it's so much better because, like, let's say someone's diving your base. If you have a Burgrave and you start spamming units out, they get sniped by one by one, right? If you have a Wind Guard and someone's trying to dive your base, 6 units, surprise, mother ducker, right? All of a sudden, you can't just trickle snipe them. Wind Guard is so much... Oh, my... What? Why? So Teal doesn't like winning. There is a Berkshire on the way. So Lash worked really hard to win this game. That's impressive. GG, well played. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this landmark anymore. I don't feel like I ever was. You guys remember the old school days where, like, in an English mirror, if one player built Berkshire, it was over? Because unless you built the Berkshire in the enemy base, you just lost long term. We're kind of back to that. And it doesn't just apply to mirror matchups anymore. This is a huge negative for Teal. And Lash, well, with the Palace of Swabia, and the fact that you now don't have that surge point as the English, Lash's eco should inflate. He'll get back. I'm a little bit perplexed. I guess he was scared that he was going to get rushed because his imp timing was so much later. Whatever it was, about 10 minutes from now, it's going to feel like a raw mistake. Even the position is perplexing. Yeah, actually just hit on that at the same time. It secures stone for another keep, I guess, but really, it's not protecting anything core to your success here. Right? Like, if you come through this area, you're out of range of the Berkshire, you can still hit the TC and hit into the farms. It's not securing a big gold either. Like, I'd at least understand this drop if it was on the gold here. But dropping it on a 1200 stone instead of an 8k gold, it's a waste of a landmark. You think I'm over-exaggerating how good it is? Okay. Invictus, you watch a decent amount of the channel. Are you sure about that statement? The amount of Wingard Palace rush games we've seen. You don't think the timing that that gives you. It's basically Burgrave for Imperial Age. It is really that good. I mark my words, man. Like, Wingard is going to be the #1 reason you just see English winning in tournaments constantly. I think, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, you're trying to say it's not like OP strong. I think it's borderline OP strong. It's the fact you have flexibility as well. Like, we often see the footman scaling, but let's say you know your opponent hasn't walled up. You go Wingard Raiders, you destroy them. It's just too much cav. You're drowning in horse at that point. You feel like the giant tub at the glue factory. It's ridiculous. Instead, Teal's going to have to go for something a little bit more standardized. Mass men-at-arms on the way with archers. Other side of this, we are seeing the hand cannoneers. Lash is a little bit slow to get his comp together. Looks like he's leaning into footman hand cannoneers. That's pretty... sorry, not footman. Horseman hand cannoneers, which I actually think is really cool. I wish it was footman. Because here's the other thing. If it was footman, this comp doesn't work. If you had footman plus rangers, or even just archers, you destroy horseman plus hand cannoneer. Because remember, horsemen take bonus damage from footmen. Instead, you've got the situation where Armor Clad will make you quite tanky. But the cool thing about horsemen here is look at their damage stats. They're only in veterancy, and they do 20 damage. Right? So you get these bad boys up to elite, they club pretty hard. And it gives you a unit that arrives quickly. That's the thing I love most about it. Is like, if you build men-at-arms yourself, you lose them, it takes a year to get them back to the front line. Horsemen will be able to just funnel in very fast. Oh yeah, I remember when footmen didn't actually get bonus heavy damage against them. That was hilarious. I can't remember who it was I watched, but I remember watching them shoot at them with crossbows and do 3 damage per shot. Oh, goddamn. Thank God that at least got fixed. Chem now on the way. Remember, chemistry is huge here. This is why I love Inspired Warriors buff. Like, the overall buff is insane, right? You're already getting +6 damage from Inspired. Now you're going to get Chem for the +7 standard, right? So you're going to be hitting for over 50, and your attack speed is 1.12 a second. 1.12 seconds, rather. It's ridiculous how quickly you can gun down the front line. Elite upgrades to the archers coming in the meantime for Teal. Looks like he's trying to flank around. Notice the eco lead is shrinking quite fast here. 116 to 86. At this stage, Lash is definitely ahead on economy. You can even see it in the raw numbers at the top. Corvin's also prep, which means that now Lash could even opt into Mangoes if he fears the longbow mass. We can see he doesn't need to though, right? He just needs to find a way through these men-at-arms. But this also guarantees his opponent can't go Mangoes to clear up the hand cannoneers. Not that you'd want to, because you need so many to kill off these guys. I mean, they're 250 HP. Wait, is he worried about trade? I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, when you get to the late game, we see this from Old Dragon a lot, but we're not there yet. Yeah, I'm glad he's heading in for a raid, because if he was just sitting here expecting trade, he's 10 minutes too early. Crossbows are mirroring the move. Flash in the center. Cannon placements on the way in. Hand cannoneers have to back up. Love the fact he's using his own builds to create a little choke point here. Horsemen, look how quickly they're getting through this with the hand cannoneers. But the Lombos, quicker through the back line. Great volley snipe. Takes out the back line of cannoneers. And Lash has just lost way too much in this fight. Oh my god. You know, the big mistake here is Lash. Because he has the front line against the men-at-arms, he wasn't on the Lombos at all. That was wild. I can't believe that. And the raid is hitting deep here, right? A bunch of villagers get chucked down the south side or out up. Front side is at least going to hold off the back of the outpost eventually. But step one in this war has not gone the way that Lash was expecting. An expensive loss of hand cannoneers there. And all it cost Teal was a few nibbles at their economy. Men-at-arms spam is exactly what he can maintain this entire game through. And the raid did get mopped up in the end. So he idled out towards the Palace of Swabi. He killed off a few villagers. It did get mopped up in the end. But really what matters is down the center here. Weird mistake made by Teal there. If I'm not mistaken, he clustered his Lombos. So he did just die to a cannon. Which probably shouldn't have happened. Oops. Wait, why has Teal stopped producing Lombos? I mean, I know you're up against Horsemen, but yeah, you need them. It's the only way you actually kill the hand cannoneers. If you're going to basically run men-at-arms into a line of hand cannoneers, it's like those scenes in the zombie movies where the slow-moving zombies rush towards the machine gun emplacement, right? They just get Gatling gunned down. And yes, I made the mistake of coming to a high view game because, you know, it's Order of the Dragon. How long could it really be, Baltin? Huh? How long? How long? All right, guess how long this game's going to take to end in chat, guys. If you guess less than 10 minutes, you're wrong. Men-at-arms spam getting big, but if I had to choose between 60 men-at-arms or 15 gilded hand cannoneers, I choose the hand cannon. I always choose the hand cannoneers. The crazy thing is if Lash just adds in 2 or 3 Lancenet, this is just dead. Like, it's the easiest fight ever. Just look at the attack speed on them, though. They're hitting for 46 damage. Lash is making 1 critical blunder here, though. No prolets. That's being fixed. He hits 4. Can I get a higher bidder? 52 damage. Also, in the meantime, did try to wrap on the bombards. That is going to work. Ah, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the true answer to hand cannoneers. Bigger cannons. It's not the worst idea, right? 3 pop versus 2 pop. But a lot more range. Yeah, Teal is playing this game on hard mode for some reason. All they need to do is build more archers. You could even just go archer spear here, and it would work even better against the horsemen, right? But just men-at-arms, it may win you the game, but it's going to take you 40 minutes more. And if it takes you 40 minutes more to win this game, you don't deserve to win it. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about this. It's high view. I'm allowed to be very sassy. Corvin in the meantime. Snipe out. Good trade there. They at least get rid of it in return for the Screels. So where's Teal's front line right now? Because that men-at-arms number is going down. It's dipping lower than Christina Milan at this point. It's getting ridiculous. This guy's the MAA spammer. That doesn't really like narrow it down, Sassy, because Louis does this men-at-arms spam as well. I've seen him do it a lot in the past. Okay, guys, so we had an update. The show match testing out the new map Scandinavia as well as Highview between Corvinus and Sassy is going to be tomorrow. Flash, how many farms you got? You remember when people told you Arkan's not worth building? What now? 51 villages, 3,500 food. That's a damn good deal. Cannon placements as well. See, the thing that people misunderstand about Order the Dragon is they think they're weak because they're military population. You're just playing it wrong, guys. Order the Dragon is secretly a tower defense game. If you can't afford more population space, outposts and cannons don't cost population. It's actually a really good idea. It's why Teal fell apart on that initial push, if you remember. Like, the longbows must have clustered up because they just got sniped after the fight. Just get 10 culverins. I mean, if you think about it mathematically, from a population efficiency standpoint, a hand cannoneer attacks for 46 damage. Culverin attacks for 102. But its attack speed is double. But its range is double. Or triple, rather, almost. So, like, if you're taking a really shy approach, yes. But if your opponent is full-on device ending it, please don't. Cannon placement's proving to be a nuisance. Men-at-arms are starting to leak in, at least. The funny part about this game is if Lash, just done this, if he built stone walls earlier, I actually think it's over already. But this is starting to distract him a bit. It's the only thing keeping Teal alive. Siege is proving to be ambitious here. Teal, what? No. No. Please no. What is this? He snuck the siege around the back, unguarded, lost them all, and now is going to lose everything. If the Trebs can hit anything. I mean, guys, this game is over. Like, if he had Berkshire here, maybe. If he had Wingard, definitely a chance. But Berkshire off to the side, Siege which goes on the flank unguarded, and a men-at-arms count that is half that of the hand cannoneer count. This is over. I don't know what Teal's thought process was, man. You know what the wild part is? Like, 2/3 Lombos, 1/3 Spearman, he wins. And yes, I warned you guys, hand cannoneers attack fast. I know this because when they first came out, I looked at the stats and I didn't notice the attack speed, and I was like, these units seem pointless. Nope. The thing is, a lot of people, I think, just didn't realize it because if you remember, for a long time, the hand cannoneers didn't have an animation. They didn't have a, projectile, right? So they just puffed smoke and it looked weird. But now that you see all these little pebbles, or rather big pebbles, actually, smacking people in the face, you realize how good they are. Like, look. Dude, they don't even actually reload. It's almost like they've got a bunch of bullets in the chamber and they're just like flick wristing to get the next one in. It's a revolving hand cannon. Teal looking like he's about to go the way of the dodo here. Only 11 Lombos. Last time the volley saved him. This time it's not going to. There's just too many horsemen. Culverins have sniped out the siege. I just don't know what Teal's hoping for anymore. Lash has ludicrous resources in reserve. Teal, it's ludicrous that he somehow doesn't. By the way, guys, this just got me thinking, with us talking about miniguns and whatever. All right. What if USA? And look, Winston turns up, perfect time. We add them to the game, and in Imperial Age, they get like they get a fully automatic machine gun, right? And what you do is you add custom voice lines in. So when the guy's shooting, you just hear him go, "Get some! Get some! Yeah! Yeah! Get some!" Now we get to test my age with that reference. Keeps now being slaughtered. the fact he's gone for Trebs as well is remedial here. Like, he could have just bombarded to end this. But Teal wants a stupidly long, draggy game for no reason. Lash is apparently willing to oblige. Lash is like, every moment I'm in this game is a moment I'm dodging Don Artie, villager rushing me, I'm dodging Vortex all-inning me. It is safer here. Every moment I do this is a moment I dodge Anatan doing another Order the Dragon mirror against me. Where are the rest of the hand cannons, by the way? Like, they've just backed off for a chill break? I mean, trade is now getting set up, and this is exactly why I hate this map. It is beyond dumb how easy trade is in this game. This is the absurd part as well. It's why we created a new map where the trade posts are centralized here, and the neutral trade posts are here and here. Because in this game, Lash could like just try and set up and go for a win condition there, right? But he can't go for a Sacred Site win condition here. Because someone who made this map definitely got a buy one, get one free at their local liquor store. Because they decided a Sacred Site belonged in the back corner. I can't even speed the game up. I love watching live games. Every once in a while, there's a game where I actually wish it just been a recording. Treb's almost done with the castle. I think we're close to this being done. As soon as the castle goes down, like, Teal should understand they're going to lose a lot of production, and they're barely holding on with the current production. And they're running out of space that efficiently gives them additional pump here. Lash, how much trade have we got going? I think it's none right now. That would involve him losing units instead of just killing everything. Get some! Get some! Yeah! Get some! These units, I love them. Hand cannoneers, making it look so trivial. Trebs now getting rid of the production. I mean, this has pretty much been over for about 5 minutes. Teal refuses to just pull his head out from under the cloth there and see it. The Englishman arms trap has a strong grip. I know, right? You're like, whoa, whoa, wait, I've got 30 more of them. And they have 10 armor. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. I mean, he's losing a fight even with Network of Citadels, right? Like, when that's happening, most English players will just call GG. Ah, yes. The flank attack bombard. No, don't use the horseman. This is much better. I have so many questions right now. The main one is how many brain cells will be left at the end of this. You know, guys, this game's going to be going on so long I'd usually get hungry, but thanks to Protein Works, I don't. Be sure to use that code, because I wouldn't want you guys to get up from your seat and go cook a meal for 20 minutes and then come back and only see the end of this game. I need you to be sat in your seats, not missing a beat. Well, he's at least getting the right idea now. Teal is going up to 30 Lombos. Like, this is exactly why he's been losing, is because he hasn't had these. If you just volley, look at this. You're at 1.29 attack speed already. Volley, all of a sudden, you reduce by an extra 1. Like, it's insane what Network of Citadels and volley do together. Lash probably needs some full production. That's the one kind of criticism I'd have for him right now. It takes a very long time to get new troops over here. Looks like there's a flank attack coming in, but Horsemen are going to be reacting to that. Lash now queuing up the Gilded Knights. Oh, hello, darling. Now, this is interesting, right? Because we might finally, for the first time in the history of Order of the Dragon, see a game where the Gilded Knight tech is good. I think he's got it as well, right? Yeah, he's got the tech. So, if I remember correctly, it reduces the damage you take by, was it 25% or 50%? There it is, 25% while charging. Honestly, I genuinely, I don't understand when this is ever going to look good. I feel like if you have enough knights for this to look good, you are already winning the game, right? To me, Dragon Warhorse may need to be changed. But maybe I'm wrong. mean, 25% damage reduct isn't that bad. But it doesn't feel that great either, especially for an Imtech. Then again, maybe the worry is, do you really want to see players spamming these in Imperial Age? Because the scary thought is Horsemen at least seem somewhat killable. But these guys have 550 HP. So them as a front line, 250 HP as a back line. All of a sudden, the population limitations don't feel that bad. Guys, you know what it is? These guys actually use Protein Works. That's right, they've been working out. They've been bulking up. They haven't just been using the meal replacement, they've been using the raw protein. Woo-wee! And look at the payoff. Unkillable. They are the Adonises of Age of Empires 4. Get one sponsor got here. Dude, like, I'm happy. It's day one of our sponsorship announcement. Gotta give them the big hype up. Also, I love doing sponsor integrations in a meaningful and seamless way. I can't help it. They just come naturally. Look, would you rather have this or like the cringe crap where someone's like, and speaking of segues, dude, you didn't even mention segues. And now from our sponsor, which would you rather have? It's not like there's anything else to talk about in this game right now. Teal has been dead for over 10 minutes, but refuses to check his heartbeat monitor. Trade is at least looking like it's good enough to afford more hand cannoneers non-stop. I mean, if this goes up another 10, it's going to be Mass Gilded Knights and GG. Teal, please. Teal, I want you to think about how many more games you could play. Actually, in fairness, if they play out like this, I guess it keeps you in the top 40 longer. But Teal, please. I mean, Order of the Dragon late game is bad. You know what's worse than Order of the Dragon late game, though? Building a Berkshire on the left side of your base, not getting Windguard Footmen, not getting Windguard Rangers. Shall I go on? Building mass meta arms into a hand cannoneer line. Shall I go on? I actually think this matchup's fairly winnable for English. Teal's trading? No. Why? Why would he ever need to trade? He only builds men at arms. That's what the farms are for. Okay. I'm gonna be real, you. I rarely say this. I'm half tempted to just clock off and find another game. He's not calling GG at all. Holy... This is approaching the point where it's almost toxic. I don't think he's being toxic, by the way. I think he's just being a little bit delusional about the outcome of the game. But it's almost just there inherently. Yeah, please, save Lash from this on the ladder. Sassy, go do some customs with him so he doesn't have to deal with this. Poor guy. And this is what it meant by high view sucks. Like, in a reasonable map design, Lash could say, okay, he's not going to GG, I'll capture the sacred sites and end the game. How do you ever capture this? This is the real reason Teal put the Berkshire here. He's like, I'm never letting you win this game. He just sets up an auto clicker and walks away from the PC. So Horsemen are going to be slowed down at this point. Lash just needs the full production. That's the only thing missing. Hey guys, remember what I said about replacing your population with cannons? Here you go. You know, if you think about it, Order of the Dragon are just the future. Everyone's like, how do we, you know, hire less people by using AI? Well, like, how's that any different than building outposts instead of people? Boom. Order of the Dragon are the future, guys. But don't worry, this game's almost done. I can tell you that because Teal has two wood lines left in Stealth Forest. So another 20 minutes. And I call myself a professional caster. I mean, honestly, when you have a game this memery where someone refuses to call GG, you kind of gotta have a bit of fun with it. Hand cannon is going to be reset again. At this point, honestly, just spam Knights and Horsemen. I actually think that the Gilded Hand Cannon is as good as they are, like, it's kind of making your life harder, right? In fact, if you just make Knights, just generally build 10 stables in the center and build Knights, it's over. That being said, Teal is now adding in Spears. So you might have a reason to stick on the Gunners after all. Which shocks me because we've been doing Men-at-Arms for like 20 minutes. I thought we were just going to do it for another 20 minutes, right? Because like, you know, Teal's looking at this. He's almost like, oh, the Men-at-Arms strat. It's like when you pay for an hour of consultation, you're like, well, of course I want to get 59 minutes and 59 seconds, you know? I don't want to stop at 20 minutes into the session. Well, that was a mop-up. Hand Cannoneers just peeling through the lines. And immediately, 10 spin finally get queued up. How does Lash lose this? Can anyone confirm whether Lash has been having internet issues the last few days? Because maybe that's what Teal's leaning for here? Lash is starting to sneak around the sides. I mean, funnily enough, actually, Lash is kind of doing this the hard way as well. If he just took a ram on the right side and went in with 3 knights, this would be GG. Or a Landsnet. Like, if he just raided a tool. I think the frustration for Lash is, I could just imagine him seeing it going, please leave, this game is over, please leave, please leave, leave, please leave. And most players would. But Teal's like, you gotta make me. And the way you make him in this game is you go around the flanks. That's all you have to do. Just hit him where he's gathering wood right now, where he's gathering food. Where the Berkshire isn't, right? Where the production isn't. But this has always been an issue of Order of the Dragon, right? Like, this is one thing that I've tried to hammer in about the Civ that's problematic in late game. You don't feel like you have the population to flank. Where other Civs in this game would build 40 horsemen and Rohirrim into the economy, if you build 40 horsemen and Rohirrim into the economy, you have nothing to defend at home, right? Like, if you build 40 horsemen, you're going to have to delete some villages, is the reality. And why would Lash tower Teal's trade? Teal isn't trading. You seem to be forgetting, sir, we are watching English gameplay. Where you need no workers on gold, but can still generate 1,000 gold. Please don't lose this game. Please don't lose this game. He's at least flanking now, right? He's broken through the walls. He's got a few knights coming in. So this is what we're waiting for. This is good. Like, Lash is learning. Like, this is all he had to do for the last 10 minutes. Just 2 knights on each flank is all he needs. He's losing some ground in the center, but not enough quick enough. Realistically, Teal should not win this game. And I know people like to believe caster curse is a thing, but joke's on you, because actually casters already know the outcome of games. So it's not. Okay, that's not true. This is a live game. Knights are on the farms. And then remember, Teal doesn't have much food in reserve. So if you start losing 10, 20 villages, you're going to fall apart here. Who's going back up? No, Lash, please. Lash, rally deeper. Oh, no. Caster Curse was only for Artosis. Mate, Caster Curse is every single game if you ask Twitch chat. Every single game, every single genre. I'll never forget the time that I wrote out a script memefully of how the Grand Finals was going to end, and then accidentally showed it on screen. And then a best of 5 Grand Final played out the exact way I described each game. Oh, that created quite the conspiracy for the week on Reddit. Lash, is he going for a keep drop now? I mean, just build an outpost and cannon placement, right? Wait, guys, the wood, he's only got like 2,000 wood here. No, it's fine. I want the game there. Hand cannoneers are starting to break through, actually. Teal Well, you look at that, guys. Lash may not have killed much economy, but because Teal had to run out in the flanks, all of a sudden, he looks really weak. Huh. It's almost like tug of warring is the depressingly slow way to win against the English. This map needs to be put in a bin. Don't worry, we're working on it. In fact, Winston, I don't know if he's still in chat. Winston, hire me as map consultant. I will fix. Teal, his army is a bit too split now. So this was really smartly done by Lash because by forcing the flanks, he divided the English army. And then the second wave for Lash just goes down the center. That's what he needed to do, right? Because like when it's full army in one location, the issue he's having is Lombo mass. Now, Teal doesn't really have that mass in one position. He can't use it. No, don't you dare defend that Berkshire. I will ban you. I will actually... Someone redeem a timeout. One of my mods get on it. That I can't allow that. I almost want a mechanic where at certain points into the game, it checks both players' economy and then minuses like 2,000 of each resource and puts you negative if you can't afford it. Right? I mean, it would be so bad. It would be absolutely tragic, but at least it would make this situation a tiny bit less dumb. Oh, honestly, let me just get that timeout ready. I have to respect what has been requested. All villages convert to militia. I'm a little bit surprised we don't have a civ that does that yet. That's a civ in Age of Empires 3, right? I think Sweden has that. Actually, no. Any or most can, right? You can revolt. We will eventually get a civ that does that, by the way. I'm kind of surprised they didn't give it to the Abbasids. Ah, so AO2 has it as well with Burgundians. Got you. I mean, that's how you buff late game France, right? I mean, if you were to give one civ in the game revolt, surely it would be French. By mass. Has started to group up again. Jeez, I might as well go make myself another protein shake. If I just pre-recorded like 7 lines of myself and put them on loop and kept the camera here, you guys would genuinely keep watching. Lash now with a mass men arm strat. Are you kidding me? It's not the worst idea, but the fact that he's the one who has to keep changing strategy. I just want him to kill the flanks. I really do. I want it for him so badly. Like I'm an unbiased caster, but in this particular game, I'm actually just, I'm trying to give Lash the way. Because I genuinely think with this economy, you just queue up a bunch of knights and go. Right? I like the men-at-arms here to distract and stop the spin mass, but like just send knights on the flanks time and time again. It looks like he is. Men-at-arms instead. Okay, this is good. This is what I wanted. But unfortunately, there's not much eco left over here. Meanwhile, bombards and men... Oh, no. Don't let... No. Please. I hate English. I am English. I'm everything I hate. Well, guys, this was an interesting game. Somehow, Order of the Dragon, in what felt like an impossible position to lose this, I think they're going to lose this. This might be one of the best examples of why Dragons need buff. No, but they do. But at the same time, this is also Lash not raiding the flanks, right? That's the thing. I feel like there's some correctness in the Order of the Dragon feel a bit too weak. But like, at the same time, I don't know if it's the high view factor with the lack of vision that made him paranoid, the ease of walling, but whatever it is, you need to be on the flanks here. And he wasn't. I can't think of a harder way to try and kill the English than this. Like, when people play like this against the English, it's a bigger form of feeding than it is in MOBAs, right? Sending it down mid is a quick way to feed in like Dota 2 and League of Legends. Sending it down mid against the English in Age of Empires 4 is even worse. Don't worry, guys. We are only an hour away from a winner. Is this Louis? Don't you dare. Do not insult Louis. Okay, actually, like, in fairness, Teal, I really don't blame him for staying in this. Like, this 100%, I know I've been harsh on Teal. Like, there's definitely some rooms for optimization. The Siege flank, the Berkshire, I'm not big fans of them. But for real, ball was in Lash's court on this one. He got the right idea to eventually flank, but I feel like it may have came a bit too late. He has at least got stone walls up on the left side now. Oh my. It's happening. At least the raid stopped over here. Trade has been decreased down to 29. The gold shouldn't really run out. At this rate, he might just be losing food too fast. He has 50,000. Honestly, maps with a lot of wood suck. So I feel like I'm being really negative in this game, but Highview does this to me. If you think of like some of the best new maps to be added, they don't have that much wood. Because Age of Empires 4 is designed in a way that wood feels like the real gold of AoE 4. You know what I mean? Like in the late game, definitely. But there's so much of it. Oh, okay, so the positive came out of this game. Villesbo finally realizes how clownery his 10k Olive Oil game was. Oh. So, resolutions for late game, let's talk about it. Better Sacred Site design, more centralized, and eventually a resumable timer kicks in. There you go. That's a resumable timer Sacred Site is the game mode that Red Bull are looking for, in my opinion. They wanted Empire Wars because they want someone different, and I respect that. I actually think a resumable Sacred Site timer and this map with central Sacred Site, boom. Boom. Slam dunk, send it home. Lash has moved up to 96 military now. Unfortunately, the problem is, although like you're kind of double your efficiency, you really have to think about what the English are with a 40% increased attack speed. Because they're 1.4 to your every 2. But those only cost 1 population. That's the absurdity of this civ. Oh no, I think you can go down the resumable timer, but you make it a Castle Age upgrade, actually. Like, you unlock it in Castle. That works. You can just make it work in Castle. Imp if you want to be safe, but you can actually legit make it work in Castle. That's a huge buff? No, it's not. You get gold. You're going to rush... No, dude, like, you don't let the timer... Like, you don't... Try a mode where Delhi, like the Sacred Site timer doesn't even tick down until they're castle. How about that? Do you think you can keep all Sacred Site timers? Depends on the map. That's what I'm saying. Like 3 Sacred Sites or 2 Sacred Sites, right? Oh, you want to do the victory point from Company Heroes? Dude, I'm actually game for trying that. I would love to see a Company of Heroes victory point mode. It'd be very different, to what people are used to, but it would be different in a good way, not a bad way. Yeah, there's a reason Company Heroes implement that system. And actually, like, if Company Heroes didn't do a lot of other things quite bad these days, it could have been a really big RTS. The reason is that it's more inducive of productive outcomes. And what I mean by that is you can't just camp, right? You can have a delayed strat to come out, but you have to come out. That's what makes it a very interesting experience. Like, I have a lot of criticisms around Company Heroes 2 and 3, but their victory point system is the thing they got right. And it's not just for competitive that it's good, it's actually good for casuals. We talked about this earlier, right? Like, imagine you're a casual, right? You want to know why not that many people engage with RTSs these days? I can start up a game of Apex Legends and it can take a maximum of 28 minutes. Or I can start up a game of this and it could take I don't know how long. Like, this game could go on for 2 hours. And you might say, oh yeah, but KP, if you've got something to do, but you only got an hour, play the hour, and if you run out of time, leave. Okay, are you telling me you wouldn't be frustrated if you're winning a game, the hour clock hits, and you're like, I've got to go, and you have to leave? How tilled would you be? Be real. Right? And there are scenes that can have hyper-long games. They're very rare, but they can have them. Right? Like Dota 2 could have this, where a game could go 2 hours. But the difference in the way the game's playing out is so different. Like the dynamics and the risks associated, right? Like buybacks and win conditions and pump inflation that gives you a bigger chance of winning. Those things exist. Whereas, like, something I've noted about RTSs over the year, and this comes from someone who's grown up in RTSs, loves RTSs, plays RTSs for years and years and years, is of all the different genres I have participated in, they are the ones that can do this situation. And there are 2 elements to solving RTSs and getting them to be a big genre again. 1 is thinking of this problem and solving it. 2 is actually bothering to balance around team games. But that's a different discussion for another day. I think it's over, though. We done it. We done it. Lash done it. We were here. It took an out. Why is he not pulling GG? I mean, somehow he has snuck his farms out onto the right side of the map. Do I just upload this video on YouTube and point out this is why late games... Like, I might just tell this one, this is why late game sucks. Because even if, even with Lash, like, even when he was in control of this game, right? Like, he would have had to flank raid, even if he flank raided, right? It probably would have taken a long time. And, like, there's no going to stop Teal just sitting here for another 10 minutes. Because you have to go kill his landmarks. Because you can't go for a sacred site victory. So you have to take the hard way to win. I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm going to have some people unfollow the channel like, I hate this opinion. I love AoE Falls late game. But I think it's a negative when you get this. Like, Lash should have won this game a long time ago. And part of it is because of English, but part of it is genuinely because of map design and win conditions. I think, genuinely, we fixed those. Like, the core of the game is so damn good. There's so many cool civs. Combat can sometimes feel slow, but I think it works at a good pace, especially in the mid-game. The game isn't perfect, but it's in a bloody good state. And I think you could get so many casuals and pro players to come back if these questions were answered. Right? Like, I think we talked about this with, like, StarCraft. And maybe some people tune out, oh god, StarCraft fanboy. No, by no means. But, like, when you think about reaching the late game of StarCraft, like, you can start to feel very clearly it's over, but then getting there doesn't take too long, right? Whereas feeling it's over and getting to being over, unless you're talking about players who kind of respect time and they're like, okay, it's a tournament, let's go next game. I'm just thinking from a casual perspective, because, like, at the high level, a lot of players will just call these games. Like Beastie, a guy like Beastie would call this, even though he's the type of player is like, oh no, you know, I think there's this 1% chance to get back in. He'd be at the point where I think this is over, right? Maybe I'm just speaking for Beastie, I shouldn't be, but, like, I feel like he would be because I've seen it before. But, you know, I'm thinking of the plat level players, the diamond level players. How many would get this situation? Right? That, by the way, is a big part of why a lot of low-ranked players call English OP. I mean, before the recent patch. Because they're sitting there and they're having these type of games. They get this deep. And they just don't know how to break it. Because the English aura and their economy is so condensed and powerful. And then they just lose. And then English win rates go up, right? The reason you haven't seen those complaints recently is because English have been trash, I think, at most levels before the Abbey of Kings buff. Because they couldn't get to this stage of the game because they were dead in 20 minutes, right? Well, look, the problem is the English eco sucks too much in the early game, and the late game aura is way too good. I've been saying that like the aura should be inactivatable. Activate it for 20 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Then it matters when you click it and how you use it, right? Like, we see that with other things right now, where you'll bait someone to use an ability and then back away, right? Like, if I see Joan and she's getting ready and I force her to use Vast Inspiration, I'm going to move my army away. And then I come back in afterwards, right? It's like a counterplay logic. Berkshire's down, though. Like, this is it. This is over. It took an hour and 3 minutes of my day, of your day, to get here. But we learned an important lesson along the way. The lesson is very simple. English. I'm going to do us a favor. You ready? Wait, KP, how did you do that? You made the villagers move quicker. That's right! It's time to end this game! Teal's about to go the way of 21st century England. Brexit his ass. Cut him off, Flash. Order the Dragon are in. Housing being sniped. Teal struggling to actually get up to even 170 at this point, so it probably doesn't hurt yet, but it's about to. 150 pop and falling. Lash not falling at all. Berkshire rebuild is not going to work out today, my friend. The irony of killing the English with trebuchets in Imperial Age is not lost on me. But he's done it. He deserves it. Sir, take your 25 elo, revel in it, bathe in it, and then wonder, could I have got 100 elo in the same time against other people? GG called. Lash has done it. I just got reminded for another month why not to click on Highview games. You love these games, so you may be a masochist. What do you love about that? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Like, it's not a trap. I really want to know. No, English games are fine. That wasn't, though. That was painful. I felt the pain of Lash in that one. I mean, you can get these battles, but they can mean something. The problem with this, Drew, is like what you're saying is like you like a Michael Bay montage that's 2 hours long, right? But like, if all you have is this, like, it's not this, right? If this is your norm, then it's actually this. And it's like when it's just a non-stop meat grind of nothing happening, that's that, right? That's what I mean. That's one of the big problems. All right. So, do we keep rocking? Trying to think, do we have a slightly short stream today? Because I'm going to be streaming tomorrow and Saturday, maybe? How deep are we? We're almost 6 hours in. Mini games? Not today. It's the first day, dude. Wait, we got customs? Cougars? When? How long, Cal? 5 to 6 minutes? How many are they going to do? I might just not cast them all today. Might just cast some of them. Wait, what color was Lash? Lash was green, right? You all thought blue was going to win? English mains. Right, double check I was right. He was green, right? Yeah, I usually say I like live games. This is one of those rare situations where I regret. There you go. Green with the win. Our boy Lash. Whoop, whoop. English network system altogether and buffing the base units would go a long way. I mean, yeah, like you could just have like the maybe volley just unlocks earlier. Maybe that's too OP. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably too OP. Like there are loads of different things you can do. I don't think that game is going to be good enough to upload, to be honest. Okay, so guys, we're going to have show match. Well, I don't know if it's a real show match. I don't know, like, do we have, like, is there a format in a show match, or is it just testing the new map? Bum, bum, bum. No clue. All right, guys, they're figuring it out now. So, we're going to be playing Scandinavia. Because, apparently we needed a Scandinavia. I don't know if anyone agrees with that, Cal. I mean, it's just a Scandinavian land. Who cares, right? Yo, wait, no, Cal, I got it. What you do is you just replicate Mountain Pass, and you call it Norway. Actually, you could, right? You could literally just have, like, along a short, so you could have, like, Scandinavia, but there'd be a cliff in the center, and you just come around, and that's Norway. There you go, get to work, dude. Scandinavia. Alright, so they're figuring that out. Let me quickly go check what the situation is inside. I'll tell my partner to put my food on hold. Or, like, rather, I'll just eat it cold. See what I do for you guys? Dude, I'm going to be eating food cold. Because I love this community in this game so much. So why don't you go ahead and use that Twitch Prime? I'll be back in a sec. Carl, hey, you upset my daughter. I had to go in, and then I had to leave, and then she cried and banged the door, and she was like, "Come back, Daddy. That's your fault." Okay, so what we'll do, we'll cast one of these today, and then we'll cast the other ones probably tomorrow to check out the map. That gives you guys a reason to come back. Boom. Gordon Ramsay with burning hatred of microwaves? Well, no, because, like, protein works, dude. We already had our protein shake for the day. Does Gordon Ramsay protein? Only if it's, like, premium beef. But we don't need to be Gordon Ramsay, because you've seen what he charges at a restaurant. This can be yours for the low, low price of £1.50 a meal. Easy peasy. Avli held his hand? Oh, no. Yeah, I believe it. He probably did. Cal isn't humble enough to say that he didn't need that much help. Legit, when he sent Pigeon's View across to Beastie to get his opinion on it, and then told me about it, I was like, Cal, please tell me you didn't make a high view as well. We already had one. He's like, no, no. I ain't an idiot. I'm like, oh my god. Alright. Let's see where we're at with this. We got an ETA. Whoop, whoop, whoop. How many days since Voldemort win? We watched him win today. He crotch stomped Crackety. Sorry, I just had to send some details across. Whoop, 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 whoop. Lash is doing push-ups? Do I need to fight him? Wait, what? Who made him do push-ups? Oh, he's done already. Rip. What? No, I don't need to. He's done. Dude, bro. Okay, you know what? Like, I've got all this protein. I need to use it. Good guy, chat. Just helping me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The problem is, it gets my tie-dye. So you guys now owe me a tie. So what we do now is we check everyone that redeemed the push-ups, and anyone who's not sub, we judge immensely. It's only fair. Change necktie? Okay, technically this is changing necktie. Hey, it's gone. Ah, that's the secret trick. If you take it off, that's technically changing it. Let me see where we're at, guys. Okay, Lash is here, so we should be drafting in a sec. Oh, crap. Yeah, let me have a look at that. Hold on a sec. So let me... Actually, that's a good thing. While we wait for this quickly, I want to check something for Nomad, because he was asking about Protein Works. In fact, let's do this. Wow. You guys should be using that link too. So I'm curious. You should be able to go ahead and buy some. Yeah, so you should quite easily be able to do it, Nomad. So for example, here. You would basically, like when you check out, it's right here. You got a code. Boom. Which is great, actually, because right now it looks like they've got a big sale. 7% off sale. So actually, you know that price I said? It's actually down to a lot lower. It's 71p per shake. Oh, actually, no, this is a different one. Yeah, but like, there's loads you can try. These are the protein workouts. These aren't the meal replacement ones. These are the protein workout ones. But yes, there's a 70% sale. It says no code needed. But if you use my code, you're going to get yourself an extra 10% off, as you just saw there. Right by going literally like add basket, checkout, and boom, right here. It'll be down here. There you go. Hopefully that clears it up a bit for you. Shows the guns. Okay, let me just open up. Nah, see, if I was American, that would have been great, right? Just hold up a shotgun. Oh, yeah. It's a baggy shirt, I swear. We've been over this before. Magic thought he could muscle shame me, and then he had to back off. Muscle, like, he thought he could muscle shame me, and then he backed off quicker than he would from a rematch from Marine Lord, you know? So it's like he was out there. Boom. How many grams of protein per portion? So I'd have to double check with this one. I've got the meal replacement ones, so I can show you guys the meal replacement ones quickly while we wait for them to start the game. These ones have 24 grams per servings. Wait, is this? Yeah, this is the right one. Yeah. So I just tried the blueberry cheesecake. Delicious. But you can basically get 1 kilo for 60 meals, and that'll work out at £1.41 per meal. Here, let me zoom in for you guys. But these have 24 grams of protein in them. And I think we worked out as like 200 calories-ish, if I remember correctly. Someone said in chat when we've done the calculations. So I think they actually have the stats breakdown here. propagating nutritional. There we go. There you go. So KJ, calorie raw, a serving's 217. Not much in the way of saturates or sugars, which is really good. And the fact there is sugars there is even better, because if it said no sugars, you should be a little bit worried. Yeah, 24 grams protein is pretty good. For a 60-gram serving, that's pretty good, right? It's like over a third is protein. But these are the meal replacement ones. So if we quickly double check the actual like ones which are just, you know, your standard proteins, I think they're higher. They should be a lot higher. Let's have a look. Yeah. Per 35 grams, 26. There you go. I might ask him to send these. Should we start working out? I mean, dude, banoffee? Okay, come on. I can get more blueberry as well. I mean, French vanilla. Ooh. Strawberries and cream? I think that's the one Nomad was talking about. I've got this one to try in the meal replacement, by the way. White chocolate raspberry swirl. Ooh. And I think I have... So the other ones I got to try is Millionaire Shortbread and Speculoos. Dude, I want more of these flavors. Can I just message him and be like, can you send me another package already? Yeah, I've got the Millionaire Shortbread. So I'll try that another day. I'm going to workout streamer? I mean, it's not a bad idea. I kind of keep saying I want to get in shape because I've like lost a decent amount of weight, but I actually want to like get in shape as well. Weightlifting Wednesdays? I don't know. It's always that I'm curious how many people would care if I'm doing someone that isn't, you know, isn't AoE 4, right? Wait, what were we saying about Cal? Doesn't get a proper schedule, sleep schedule? Yeah, dude. Needs to learn how to snooze. Just lift between games. Yeah, but like I'd have to bring my proper dumbbells. We're not doing that Dimmu workout schedule. Where are we on the... Okay, they're in lobby, so we should be starting soon with Sassy and Lash. We'll do the first game. I think they plan to play 3 or 4. I'll cast the others tomorrow, is the idea. Alright, there we go. Show match? Sort of. There's no money on the line, but they're testing a new map. Scandinavia. There's a Scandinavia that's being prepped for King of the North that they're going to be looking at. But yeah, this is... What else did they have? So I wonder. Because they sent me one of these snacks. They sent me the... Which one was it? So I've got the cookies and cream. I'm a little bit heartbroken they did not send me the salted caramel because I'm a sucker for salted caramel. But I am looking forward to trying the cookies and cream. There was someone else that caught my eye. I'm kind of cheekily tempted to ask if I can have it sent as well. On top of what I already got, because I'm a greedy mother ducker. There was... Summer berries sounded kind of cool. I haven't got any of the breakfast ones, which I'm gutted about, because I kind of like the idea of summer berries or vanilla creme. But what I do have that I'll try on another day is... Can I find it? I'm looking for the greens. Do you guys see the greens? Super greens. They sent me one of these. Mojito Classic sounds incredible, but what I've got is apple and lemon twist, which is apparently the best seller. So I'm going to find out how good those are. These are basically just meant to be like all your nutrients, right? Is the big deal with these. A lot of these sound really good though. Summer berry burst. Oh, dude, I'm a sucker for berries. Yeah, and if you guys want to like try more than just one, you can basically get these. So you can do a package deal with the meal replacements. And right now, it's pretty cheap. So, I mean, this is like, what was the calculations on this? Because it's going to be, you get 42 meals. So that works out well under £1 per meal, right? Because you're going to do 42 divided by 40 pounds. So yeah, it's £1.5 per meal. That's pretty good. And you'll get the shaker. Ooh, I'm a bit gutted I couldn't get it in white. Yeah, take advantage of that. Exclamation mark Protein Works, you want to check it out. And use the code KillerPigeon at checkout to get another 10% off. So you're going to save yourself another £4 here. Pretty good. Actually, you know what? At this point, literally, because you get free delivery of a 55, add in some of the greens. Try the greens, or what you can do is you can actually pick up like some spreads or whatnot they have on here. If I can find it. We've even seen the peanut butter, but they've got a few other ones in there as well. some berry-based ones, I think, which sound really good. Yeah, be sure to check that out. Let's get ready, though, because it looks like we're about to come online with this. What's the nutrition facts on those? I'm not going to go through them again now, Snoop Dogg. We did just a sec ago, but like, for example, protein side, on the meal replacements, there's 24 grams of protein, about 200 calories per serving, only 2 grams of sugar. It's pretty good. So if you want to have a look at that, though, exclamation mark protein works, and you can head across the website. You can check all the different ones, the nutritional breakdowns. They have that information, as well as all the additional details on what's in them. So enjoy that. And yeah, always use that link when you're going through, and they'll know who sent you. Okay, so let's get ready. We're going to have a fun one here, a new map. Time for an early look at an upcoming land, because we are in the middle of Scandinavia. Dun dun. Dun dun. A map that is going to be coming to the King of the North LAN planned for later this year. So yeah, we are checking this out between Lash and Sassy. They agreed to test it out for Cal, who is definitely going to be having this map. It makes sense, right? You're going to do a LAN in Scandinavia. You basically have to have the map called Scandinavia. If you haven't seen this map before, I believe this is actually an AoE 2, but I can't remember if it has the same name. The whole idea is you have water on the sides, centralized fishing, and there are, in fact, trade posts as well. But basically, the way you kind of play is a bit more aggressive than, say, maps like Four Lakes Underwater or whatever. You have to play into more of a contested territory. There is a 50-50 coin flip straight away on whether you'll be on the same side, though. And we've got an English-Japanese matchup. Now, this is a strong pick from Lash. I wondered if he'd do this. To me, Japan right now is one of the absolute top picks you can get on water maps. The Koka Township, incredibly strong. English wasn't a bad idea by Sassy, but because he went for a safe dock, he didn't try to contest, he couldn't really shut him down. And this is why I think English is a bit of a bait on this map, by the way. If you're playing English on Golden Heights, you're playing English on Himeyama. You can pull multiple villages knowing your opponent is going to be there as well, or they're not, and you're just ahead. You can't do that on a map like Scandinavia because you're blind punting, right? For example, if Sassy pulled 3 villages out to try and kill the enemy villager as they're building a dock, well, he's already gambling that his opponent went for a dock. He's then also gambling that he chose the correct side. Meanwhile, for the Japanese, a little bit easier to multi-flex. Same with civs like Abbasis and Niobids, because those docks or the fishing boats are notably cheaper. And thank you, Cal, for confirming. Yes, so it is an AoE 2 map with the exact same name. So let's switch across and see what they're working on hard here. This is probably going to be an Abbey of Kings game. I feel like it's too good not to, because you can now still force your opponent to kind of defend heavily on land. The other thing I like about Abbey of Kings is it gives you this healing element against the Shinobi spam, right? The issue with Koka Township is if your opponent gets away, they heal up, they come back with the Shinobi. And you have just permanently lost health in that situation. In fairness, Council Hall would give you the ultimate counter, but I think what people are quickly learning is it's just not really worth it to save 300 wood in a lot of these games, but give up the healing. Abbey game throws the game versus Japan if you're on water? I don't think it does, actually. Like, you're still going to be able to build boats to contest. I'm kind of in disagreement on that, right? Like, you can still get the advantages you get on water. Like, actually, I'd say on water maps, it's even better for English, because you can literally, like, think about Holy Island as an example. You just have the king to go in and ganking, right? It just feels a lot better. Shinobi are annoying, but you just avoid them. And thank you very much for the Prime sub, Trail Walker. Welcome to Swarm. Allow Japan to go to Imp as English. Okay, if you think that Japan is going straight to Imp because you went for the king opening, you're playing some very peculiar games. Like, at this level, the game will not be that passive. Also, another interesting thing is, on a map like this, if you bring the king up here, you now have healing away from your docks. It's why on maps like Baltic, Abbey of Kings was really popular, because you drop your Abbey of Kings next to the water side, and that would heal your boats on top of the dock heal. Oh, what? Nani? We've got a cursed storehouse game. Okay, that's wild. I mean, he's going to get some wood generation over time, but like, I feel like Koka would have been a lot better here. Right? Like, you can easily just shift back and forth between raiding the enemy base and then raiding their eco lines on the fishing side and shutting down production. This is rough, though. I mean, even if you think you're up against Abbey of Kings, right? If you scale into Shinobi, you can pinch the king with Shunshin's and get kills. Interesting choice. Maybe he scouted how defensive the docks are and realized he wouldn't be able to get the Shinobi out quick enough. That would make a lot of sense. That's actually quite smart from Sassy then, because if Sassy had built the dock near the center of the map, then Koga Township makes a lot of sense, right? You can block him. But this is a long walk, and you know your opponent is teching up, right? He has to be. That's pretty cool. Now, Sassy is going to try to just break out very fast here, because right now his eco is notably worse, right? He's paying a lot more for his fishing boats, and he's getting a lot less because it's shoreline fish versus deep water fish. So Sassy needs a very aggressive timing. I'm a little bit worried about this, though, because it's just like, what is your aggressive timing as an open of English? I think English on water is kind of Jabady. You have to pay for Admiralty, and it's incredibly expensive. And although you save some resources on boats, consider the amount of wood already saved by Lash in this game. Right? 30 wood per fishing boat compared to your 10, so you're saving 7. And now, sure, over time, you'll get more here. But between the Kura storehouse detail, eventually just adding in the extra wood per trickle, and the fact that you're already so much more kind of fishing eco-efficient, it's hard to see a world in which Sassy gets an immediate lead here. What could give him one is if he sneaks an outpost. Vils could kill the Shinobi? If you have the outpost aura, but like where are you suggesting he has that many villages, right? If I'm Lash and I build Shinobi, the one place I don't attack is your wood line. Because you're not going to outrun with the villages you have out here. Even if you had 3, you're not going to outrun a Shinobi. Even with Wheelbarrow. Right? And your attack speed is really pitiful if you don't have the aura. So like Shinobi could hit the gold and hit the food here. The reason he didn't do it is because this dock's so far away that one galley would come out and it's GG. Lash poking and prodding. Worrisome thing here for Lash, he's only 1 dock versus 2. I'm not really sure what the thought process was because he hasn't gone for a second dock north side. He is relying on the arrow slits. So this is a big part of why I've said that Zhuji and Japanese are basically by far the best civs on Holy Island. For the Zhuji detail, it's because they're able to get like double stone with Meditation Garden, and that gets you arrow slits. For the Japanese, it's because you gather gold, which you need lots of, and that generates stone, which gives you arrow slits. Throw ship. This is looking a bit rough from Lash. I actually think Sassy's outplayed it pretty hard here. 1 dock, just I think it's way too greedy. Like, you should keep a villager out here for the shoreline, right? And go for a second eventually. Micro on point. Sassy getting in. Not quite deep enough, though. War Junk will stay alive. Counteroffensive now coming in. Archer ship gets the point blanker, though. Sassy is ahead on economy, though. And look at what he's now done. He's moved out to the deep water. Lash, if he doesn't come in for a second dock soon, he's in trouble. King in the meantime proving a nuisance. And this is why I say you go King, by the way. It's just a mobile raider that you get for free. So you're putting all of your investment onto water, none of it into longbows. Then we're getting in, and that's going to be a kill. This is not sustainable for Lash. And if he's going fast castle, it's not very fast here. Villager gets chipped down in the base. Idle time also achieved. And now your opponent's about to have water all to himself. Demo in again. This is going to become unmaintainable very quickly for Lash. Fishing boats have to make a break for it. Dock drop coming in right next to his. Okay, that is a big problem. Lash is now going to try to go north. Are you kidding me? Dude, Sassy's... He's full Spider Sensei right now. He's so on point with this. So the docks are going to get blocked out up here. And you can just get 1 archer ship out and there's no play now, right? Like, the village is going to be way too late because you haven't got Takazaiku. Even if you did, you'd be stretching it thin to get here in time. Damn. Like, Lash is just trying to find the way, struggling to do so. Meanwhile, Sassy, yeah, reading like a book isn't quite appropriate. He read him like a book for toddlers, right? It's just pictures and 1 word on each page. And here we go. Galley immediately on the way. Lash might be able to get a dock up. It is 3 villages. This should be quick enough. So there's a hope. There's a chance. But it's going to be 1 dock versus 1. That is not the chance you're looking for. You need 2. Meanwhile, fishing on the south side is looking pretty damn good at this stage. Sassy, 9 fishing boats already. Villager even gets back. Scout not able to kill it there. There you go. Second dock coming up. Sassy. Easy peasy. Yep, Lash has to go for the cancel. King arrives as well, so that means no villagers likely to get home here, especially with the archer ship getting that extra shot out. Wow. I mean, this is a complete outplay. I'm impressed, actually. You know, Japan feels like it should be quite cozy on these type of maps, but Sassy really played it right by not going for an aggressive dock. This is a lesson, by the way, to people out there that see someone has deep water fish and feel they need them. Because he went for the shoreline fish first is why he got to exist in this game, to reach his power spike. If he'd gone deep water fish, I think this already would have been over for him, because he would have been coin flipping, pulling 3 villagers out, and it would have been too much idle time to start. So just great plays overall, gives Sassy control of the map, and now, with both sides of the map blocked out, I think it's undeniable that this game is pretty much over. Lash has 1 play left. He's trying to go for castle. Unfortunately, Sassy, once again, a step ahead here with the longbows. Second outpost goes up. I mean, it's too many losses already at this stage, right? You're double digits versus 1 loss on the other side. Outposts are going to protect the gold, but what I'm worried about now is the state of fishing. The state being, it's very, very one-sided here. Interesting map, though. I'm looking forward to seeing more of this get tested. We'll definitely be checking out more of this tomorrow, because I think Sassy and Lash are going to play a few more games afterwards. But we're, probably going to call it after this one. But it's not quite over yet. Lash at least says there might be hope. If he can get into the castle age, start the flood of Mount Samurai, maybe. I'm wondering, is Sassy going to double down on feudal or just go castle as well, though? Archer ship, wait. What? Oh my god, he went for the repair. Wow. Alright, that was ballsy. But the problem is Lash, he does kill a little bit of eco here, but it's another villager that you've lost, and those opponent losses. Fishing bows also are going to struggle here. He has at least got the naval arrow slits in to kind of protect him. But I feel like it's inevitable that you're going to be landlocked only. The good news, at least, is he went Kura, right? If he went for the Koka Township, problem. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I like this more than Four Lakes. I actually think I like this a lot more than Four Lakes. Sometimes I kind of feel like Four Lakes gets a bit too much praise. Because in a way, your fishing investment feels a little bit safe. It's not that it's undeniable, but it's the way it has to be denied. It works because it's 4 lakes, right? And you can sneak onto them. And it's really crafty. But there is something quite nice about this as well, where, there's a deeper strategic thought as well. It's not like, for example, when you play Himiyama or when you play Cauldron, where it's like English default win. I think it balances out a lot better than that. Like, yes, English look like they're going to win this, but the reason they won this isn't because they pulled 4 villages at the start of the game and their opponent called GG. He worked hard. He outplayed Lash at multiple phases to get this win. And that's the thing, yes, there could be naval battles, but there's also ways to kind of all in on land, I think. So yeah, overall, I give this map a thumbs up. Like, I legit would even put this above 4 Lakes. Maybe that's because I've, maybe I'm getting the honeymoon period of just seeing it the first time, like, yeah. But I feel like I could see a lot of different civs working here. Sassy is not even teching up. So Lash has got some Mount Samurai coming out. There's no denying his economy is pretty weak comparatively. Sassy, it looks like he's just prepping a lot of spears and walls to deal with this. He's going to need to tech up soon, though, because what Lash can just do is switch into Mass Samurai. And if all you've got to defend with his spears, it's a quick way of losing. Fishing now on both sides, so economy should be strong enough for a very fast tech up. Looks like the Mount Samurai are going to get him for the time being. Sassy, that wood line is getting a little bit thin. So may need to consider adding in some additional walls. That's the other awkward part, right? As he chose spears over walls. The warrior you have is you're kind of playing into Lash's hand now if he goes to the Samurai. Even with your stronger economy. If we're being totally real, if all you're doing is staying an age behind and going spears, you're going to lose. And Sassy seems to agree. Food and gold now being stored up, so we will be heading into castle. I actually think you can do a White Tower game here and it's fine. The reason I really like White Tower is it gives you your own scale point. It gives you production buildings to pump, right? So you can all of a sudden start getting knights out to try and contest the samurai. Good raid coming in. Much needed one as well. Oh, King. Nice snipe out there. Kind of important to get rid of that, right? Like, otherwise you have this mobile heal aura movement towards you over time. And now Lash ready for the switch. Onibagisha now on the way with the Euroshiro dropped. Sassy about to get what he needs. I really do hope this is a White Tower for his sake. To me, King's Pass is a bit greedy. It feels unessential when you've got this much food coming in on the border. And he agrees. Wow! That is an aggressive landmark. He's White Towering halfway across the map. It's cool as well, though, because this is production, right? And you can even add in additional production afterwards. In fact, I love this if Sassy's intent is to build a Siege Workshop and get a Treb out. I don't think it really matters much with how little gold's left here. Your focus is probably going to be on the backside instead. Villagers are taking a long time to get here, though. And in the meantime, the Onibagisha arriving is a dangerous strategy, but it works out. Lash doesn't have enough ladies to come out on the town tonight. So the White Tower will be complete. Oh, I understand the Onibagisha logic, though. It's mobility, right? He's trying to strip the map before Sassy gets the walls up. I actually think the Onibagisha isn't the worst idea. The problem is, like, he wasn't able to get in and find damage, right? Like, Sassy kind of repelled him quite easily. If you went Samurai here, you do a lot worse. Because, like, your Samurai will never arrive in time. He was looking for a speed at which he could stop the tech up. Unfortunately, it didn't work that way. And instead, now Sass, long-term, has plenty of gold. And he's also stripped a lot of gold from the future of the Japanese here. Onibagisha currently outnumbered. Not an ideal way of fighting this. Oh god, this is terrible right now. Lash. I mean, you want raids, you don't want fights with this comp. Spearmen aren't going to be upgraded quick enough. This is just a throwaway. He doesn't care. He's got crossbows on the way, men-at-arms as well. That's what really matters to him. So these spearmen are simply here to waste time. They've definitely achieved that. And yes, Lash has got the 3 relics. Gold is not going to be the problem. Food might be, though, and that's worrisome. Whenever you have to say that about the Japanese, considering the Civ is all about numbers. So food plays a pivotal role in that, considering that everything you build is majority food. Outpost crawl now begins. Attack speed aura is also there. Going to make it even harder for Lash to fight this. It's interesting, actually, because if you get Network of Citadels, you can men-at-arms against Samurai, and it's not terrible, right? Because you have 12 damage, you have a 40% increase. That's like having an extra 5 damage. And Odachi Tech is an extra 6. Then you add in Armor Clad for an extra 2 armor, which then offsets the final piece of Odachi, as well as the extra melee tech. So as long as you have the aura, you should trade relatively evenly. The Samurai will still win due to deflective armor, but it'll be a lot closer than you'd expect. Sassy, we are getting that proxy base we talked about. So Rax and archery range on the front side. Yeah, a little bit disappointed we're not using the White Tower here. I think that is a little bit of a flaw in the optimization of Sassy's strategy. Like, you're building Lombos, you're building crossbows, you're building them all the way back here. But it's the annoyance of keybinding, right? Love this, finally. Knights are getting added in. Smart timing as well, considering his opponent is going into Samurai. And this works really well, because like if your opponent goes into Spearman here, he's going to lose to Mass Lombos. So like most games are very difficult for Japan to play into Spears. This is the type of game, this matchup, it feels like a death sentence to have to do it. And the timing could not be better, considering your opponent has stopped building Mount Samurai. And the TC placement too. Lash builds it on the front line. Luckily for him, Sass is not looking. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sass was focused on the gold. If he went in sooner, that could have been a massacre. Still will be a few villagers going down. The Seek Shelter are a little bit weird there. I don't know if that was a manual click, but definitely questionable. Okay, he was filled out, yeah. So, unfortunate with the long run. Looks like the final 2 relics are going to be getting to Sass. So, now knowing about this TC, Sass has 2 choices. He all-ins right now in Castle Age with a superior economy, or he goes second TC and plays Imp. Now, Im can work all right for the English, considering Wingard and also considering the state of gold in this map. But playing hard into castle makes a lot more sense. And Sassy has got the level 1 fishing eco tech. So pretty efficient kit. Walls coming in from Lash. The Z for trying not to fall asleep with the amount of walls I have to build in this game. So what is Lash's win condition? I mean, Imperial feels really good in this matchup as long as you have enough gold. The nice thing is ever since they added in the Bunrei, even if you don't have relics, you have a decent amount of gold trickle to get Samurai and whatnot out. But the fact he's got 3 relics does secure his late game a bit more. It's still going to be English Aura with unlimited gold that you have to deal with though, right? So like, you don't want to end up there, but I think you don't have as much of a choice in this game. Not anymore, right? Not after that opening. It's an uphill battle to recovery for Lash ever since. Alright, what do you guys think, by the way? You reckon Lash can pull it off? Ones if you believe. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Sassy has just given the fight that Lash needs, though. This is not the full army of red. This is like a third of the army. Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake. He's spreading wide, looking for eco. And Lash, able to dodge it out, moves away from the gold vein. Good pushback here. Luckily, with the boats nearby, Lash hesitates to commit in. Yeah, I do think Sass he's taking a strategic approach of flank raiding, right, to shut down gold. And I get it, right? If Japan doesn't have gold, they're not Japan. They suck. But right now, just 1 or 2 trebs down the center, you station your army, I struggle to see how Lash would fight you. Instead, he keeps trickling troops in like this, and it's just giving trades that Lash can win. He's barely losing anything and killing things. He's at least going to raid onto the gold, so there's going to be a pushback there. But Lash so far on point, dodging death on these veins. Sass now ready to break into the base. This is what I was waiting for. If he brings the 2 armies together, he should be close to unstoppable. One issue right now is they aren't together, and he's playing away from the aura. Raid coming back in. Unfortunately, no scout here means... Okay, he will see it. He sees the stone. No Shogunate either. Lash really needs that as a strong point defense against this. Army trying to move away. They might need to fight though. With the Horseman and Bagisha here, you can get chased down. So it's going to be an A click into the fight. Sacred Sites have at least been locked in now. So Sassy has given himself a win condition. And a lot of other time in the main. Looks like the crossbows are going to shift over to where the gold's being gathered. And this is where the game could just fall apart. Lash hasn't got the troop density to spread. He has to move as 1 unit against this economy lead. And that's the weakness that I was waiting for Sassy to exploit. That's why he kept looking for this. Unfortunately, it looks like what we waited for was Sassy to attack Yorishiro stables. And die in his own bed. No. Is this really happening? Is this got some troops back here to deal with this? I mean, you've got to give credit to Lash. The way he's playing is keep himself in this game. But also Sassy... There are games where you need to take more of a strategic flank raid approach. With the type of economy lead you have, I'm not even sure if he realizes just how big it truly is. A push down the center feels like it would have just broken this all. Especially with this proxy base. Like, look at the aura extension, guys. He could be fighting on the edge of the TC and be attack speed juiced. Instead, looks like he's going for the stone wall. So it's going to be a Sacred Site focused victory now. Sass, after 20 minutes in the game, decided he wanted to play Delhi. Should give him a way of easily winning this, in theory. Lash is still quite weak. A lot of this idle time aside, right, the losses of villagers. At this point, it still feels like he's paying off the debt of the TC. Dive now coming in the main. We might finally be there, folks. Sassy, it's not the entire army, but it's most of it. Second wave should be coming in, and that's going to force a fight that Lash can't shy away from here. No level 3 Shogun at Castle to protect him either. Samurai now marching out. Bannerman plus the Adachi tech. Unfortunately, the attack speed aura is there on the other side. It is network of Citadels as well. And Sassy, weirdly enough, not fighting this yet. Finally turn for it. Yeah, that should be enough to break through. The moment this army goes down, Lash is going to have to GG it, I think. He's trying to hold on and bless him, but with only 18 Bugisha, 17 Samurai, up against 40 men-at-arms and 31 crossbows. To say your back is up against the wall doesn't really do it justice. Your face has been smashed halfway through the wall at this point. Mount Samurai Reds are cute, if nothing else, but it's hard to see a world in which they get enough damage done at this spacing. Mango's also now in play. Not really essential here. It's almost like a treble would work better. Farm's about to get idled up, and Lash, I mean, considering his army count as a Zergy Civ is at 40, if the farms get shut down, it's already over. He's going to have to take the fight. Praxis get burnt down. No attack speed aura right now for Sass, but I think he should have enough to just break through anyway, regardless of that detail. And the difference is, even if the first wave gets wiped, right, he can afford another and another and another. So, considering that this line's about to get cleaned up, and Lash doesn't have any fallback plan anymore, GG will be getting called here. Scandinavia, a cool map, one that I'm excited to see on LAN in Norway later this year. One that I actually think is going to be quite inviting to quite a few civs. Let me know what you all think. Yeah, writing on the wall a little bit in that one, but yeah, pretty cool to see. All right, there we go. So, a lot of games split in the war. Yeah, like that's the thing though. Like it's kind of cool that I could see it not just being maybe as predictable of an outcome 10 minutes in as other water maps. I quite like that. When's the Socotra show match? Oh no, let's not talk about that. So guys, I think, do we call it now? My food is going to be ready in a sec. And we have been streaming for 6.5 hours. What I'll do, and thank you for the Prime sub, Ardent Adam. Don't forget to drop your Primes here, guys, if you got them, because there's plenty more games coming. What we'll do, yeah, well, Cal, there might be another game starting, but they did take a while to get started. So I'm going to cast those games tomorrow, is what I was about to say. So we'll show off the new maps tomorrow, early on in the stream, because they're probably going to do 2 or 3 more. That's great. What, dude, you just have to, like, wait a few hours, few hours, yeah, to get my opinion on them. So, because the reality is we're going to be casting 3 days in a row, I don't know how active some players are going to be tomorrow. So it's actually quite nice. It gives us a little bit of breathing room when we come on at 12 in case people aren't online, so that we definitely have some games as the hours go on. So yeah, I don't know if they're going to play some high view as well, probably not. But guys, the plan will be as follows. I will be back online tomorrow at 12 my time. For anyone wondering what the time is right now, it's 6 p.m. So midday my time. Back online. We'll probably do another like 6 or 8 hour stream, something like that. And then on Saturday, let me just check the outcome of the poll, although I have a feeling I already know the outcome of this poll. It looks like most of you did indeed want to do the tournament. So I will be casting the reverse draft tournament on Saturday. That will feature Louis versus Lucifron, Papipour versus either Anatan or Kiljadi. That's going to have Zertin versus Dimu, Beastie versus one of those two, and I think Wham has got an opponent he's got to figure out. So it should be a really cool one. Looking forward to that. That will start at 4 p.m. CET, so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that is 3 p.m. my time. So be sure to be here for that. We will start that stream, by the way, about 12 midday. We'll catch some pubcasts and whatnot, and then we'll warm up and get ready to get into the tournament games. And then what we'll do is on Monday, we will cast the show match that's happening on that day as well between Elyon and Voldemar, which is the best of 7. So plenty of content to come. Like this, honestly, if you want to watch pro level play, if you want to watch caster games, I'm going to say it. This is your #1 place to come right now. Whoop, whoop. In between tournaments, no EGC. Welcome here. We're here almost every day of the week anyway. So, with that being said, I'm going to find someone to raid right now. And tomorrow we'll kick off the stream at 12, probably with a pub match, and so that people can funnel in because I don't want to miss it. And then afterwards we will look to cast the remaining games between Lash and Sassy. But now, though, I'm going to find someone to raid. Do you guys want me to allow you to watch those games now by sending you through to Lashy, or do you want to keep them spoiler-free? Choice is yours. They are about to do, if I'm not mistaken, an HRE mirror. Oh, wait, no, sorry, HRE versus Iabid. Because we can either raid there, or we can find a small streamer, maybe. You know what? I'm going to send you guys to Lash. If you want to catch the games without having anything spoiled, I warn you now, go watch someone else, because Lashy is playing these games, and we're going to cast them tomorrow. But for those that do want to catch them live, because they don't care about listening to me caster, or they'll watch it anyway or whatever, be sure to tune in. Wonderful Lash, always good to send a raid his way. But that's it for today, guys. Once again, just to round out, !Protein Works. Be sure to go check that out. While you're at it, !Gun if you want to get your hands on these. And I will be back tomorrow, same start time as today, for more Age of Empires 4 action. I'll see you soon.